Hi there. It's really nice to see you again. And welcome back to Chilly Midnight. I'm Len. I hope life has been treating you kindly since the last time we spent an evening together. How have you been? Have you been staying healthy? Has work been keeping you busy? I know life can become overwhelming sometimes, with deadlines, responsibilities, and countless little worries that quietly pile up before we even notice. If you've been feeling under pressure lately, or simply worn out after long days, I hope you've been finding at least a few moments to slow down and take care of yourself. Your well-being is always more important than any schedule. I've also noticed something lately. It feels like many familiar faces haven't been around as often. Maybe life has simply become busier, leaving less time for late-night stories and quiet evenings together. And honestly, I completely understand. Real life always comes first. Still, whenever you happen to have a peaceful night and a little time to yourself, I'd be delighted to have you back here. Whether you've listened to every story or you've been away for weeks, there's always a place waiting for you. And if you're listening tonight after being gone for a while, welcome home. I'm genuinely happy you're here. Before we begin, I'd love to hear how you've been doing. Tell me in the comments how life has been treating you recently, what you've been busy with, or simply say hello. I'd enjoy hearing from you. Most of all, I hope you stay healthy. Take good care of yourself. And never let the weight of everyday life steal all of your quiet moments. Thank you for choosing to spend part of your night with me again. Now, if you're ready, tonight's story is waiting. Story 1. The first thing Harper Venn noticed about Mercyland was that the front gate still smiled. The sign had been built in the shape of a laughing moon, its cheeks painted pink, its eyes squeezed shut in permanent delight. Rain had stripped most of the color from the metal, but the grin remained bright beneath the rust, as though someone had repainted only the teeth. Harper parked beside the ticket booths and sat with both hands on the steering wheel, beyond the gate. The abandoned park stretched beneath a low November sky, shuttered concession stands, a silent Ferris wheel, fiberglass castles gone gray with mildew. Farther in, the black ribs of the Mercy Comet rose above the trees, or what was left of it. The upper track had been dismantled after the accident. Harper could see where the rails ended halfway up the first hill, cut cleanly above empty air. She looked away before the old memory could finish forming. A man in a yellow raincoat unlocked the gate from inside. He was thin, elderly, and moved with the careful impatience of someone who disliked being watched. Harper Venn, that's me. Roland Pike, site caretaker. He looked past her toward the van, where Venn Mechanical Recovery was printed in flaking blue letters. You worked rides before? He said. I still do. I meant here. Rain ticked against the gate. Harper took her clipboard from the passenger seat. I was an apprentice for 1 season. Roland studied her face, then turned and walked into the park. The contract was simple on paper. A development company had bought the land and wanted every ride assessed before demolition. Harper would inspect structural supports, power systems, hydraulic lines, brake assemblies, and underground service access. 3 weeks of good money. No visitors. No overnight stay required. The contract never mentioned why 4 other mechanics had declined. Roland led her through the main avenue. Dead leaves filled the painted footprints that once guided children toward different attractions. Blue feet for the water rides, red for the Comet, yellow for the dark ride called Happy Hollow. The yellow footprints had been scrubbed almost completely away. Powers isolated at the main switch house. Roland said. Generator runs the office. Nothing else. Any sections still live? No. Security system. Disconnected. Emergency circuits? Dead. They passed Happy Hollow. Its entrance was a giant open storybook with warped wooden pages. Inside, Harper saw the first row of mannequins. A prince, a farmer, 2 smiling children holding hands. Dust filmed their faces. One child had no lower jaw. Vandals? Harper asked. Roland did not look inside. Weather. That's not weather damage. Then write vandals. The maintenance office stood beneath the Mercy Comet's loading platform. Harper remembered it as bright and loud, full of radio chatter and hot grease. Now the windows were boarded, and the air carried the sour odor of wet wiring. Most control cabinets had been emptied. Tags hung from severed cables. A wall map showed the old electrical network. Though someone had removed a rectangular section beneath the roller coaster with a knife, Harper set down her tool case. What was there? Storage. Underground? Old utility space. Accessible? Not anymore. Harper crouched beside the Comet's dead control console. She opened the lower housing and found dust, mouse droppings, and disconnected relays. One relay was warm. She touched it again. Generator feed? Roland was already at the door. Generator doesn't reach this building. By late afternoon, Harper had tested every incoming cable twice. None carried voltage. She photographed the panel, logged the anomaly, and told herself old metal could hold heat, though the room was colder than the rain outside. Roland left before dusk. Lock the gate behind you, he said, and don't stay after the music. Harper looked up. What music? He kept walking. At 6 o'clock, the light failed quickly. Harper packed her meters and reached for the console cover. Something clicked inside the dead panel. Receipt paper began crawling from the diagnostic printer. Harper did not move until the mechanism stopped. The paper held one line in faded purple ink. Guest count confirmed 18 aboard. Beneath it, a second line appeared while she watched. 7 still waiting for recovery. The paper remained warm between Harper's fingers. She read both lines again, then tore the strip free and checked the back. The old paper bore Mercyland's faded sunburst logo. She found no battery compartment beneath the console. No concealed feed. No capacitor large enough to drive the printer after 27 years. When she pressed the diagnostic button, nothing happened. Harper folded the strip and put it in her coat pocket. Outside, the rain had stopped. The park seemed larger in the dark, its empty paths extending farther than they had that afternoon. She locked the maintenance office and walked toward the front gate without looking at the cut rails overhead. No music followed her. The next morning, the receipt was blank. Harper held it beneath the van's light and rubbed the paper with her thumb. The purple letters dissolved into gray smears until only the logo remained. She told herself the printer ribbon had bled. For the next 3 days, she built a routine strict enough to leave no room for memory. She arrived after sunrise, photographed every cabinet before opening it, tagged every severed line, and recorded temperature readings twice. She inspected the carousel gears, Ferris wheel brakes, and log flume hydraulics. At noon, she ate in her locked van. Roland appeared only when she approached the comet. "You don't need to certify that structure," he said. "I'm not certifying it." "Then why keep measuring?" "Because someone cut support bolts before the derailment." Roland's mouth tightened. "That was in the report." "No. The report said fatigue failure." He looked toward the empty loading platform. "Reports say what survives." The sentence followed her into the afternoon. Harper had been 17 during her season at Mercyland, young enough to mistake obedience for competence. The senior mechanics taught her how to grease bearings, reset restraint faults, and bypass sensors when long queues made supervisors nervous. They called those bypasses favors. A loose cable became a favor. A warning light covered with black tape became a favor. A brake test shortened from 10 cycles to 3 became a favor. On the morning of the accident, her supervisor, Owen Vale, had handed her a red jumper wire and told her to bridge a faulty restraint circuit. "It's one train," he had said. "Then maintenance takes it offline." She had done it. Later, when the screaming stopped, she stood below the loading platform while men in clean park jackets argued over radios. One said the ambulance entrance was full. Another said the press had already arrived. Beneath their voices, from somewhere below the concrete, Harper heard tapping. Not frantic, measured. 3 knocks. Then 2. She had turned toward the service stairs. Owen caught her arm. "Nothing down there," he said. The memory always ended there because Harper had trained it to. On the 4th day, she inspected Happy Hollow. The dark ride had been built as a cheerful journey through a kingdom where children solved every problem by singing. Harper remembered the melody before the words. It had played constantly during her apprenticeship, leaking into staff corridors until mechanics hummed it without noticing. The ride vehicles still sat on their guide rail. Each contained a speaker beneath the dashboard. Harper disconnected the nearest one, then traced its cable to a junction box stripped bare years ago. No power. She walked deeper with a headlamp and voltage tester. The mannequins waited behind dusty scenery, bakers holding empty trays, knights kneeling before cardboard flowers, children pointing toward a painted sunrise. Several heads had shifted as their neck mounts decayed. Harper photographed each one. When she reviewed the images, the prince near the entrance was facing the camera. She went back. The prince faced forward again. By late afternoon, she had found no live circuit anywhere in the building. She marked the attraction electrically dead and returned to the office. Dusk pressed blue against the boarded windows. At 6:15, somewhere across the park, a music box began to play. The tune was thin, warped, and slowed by failing gears. Harper stood so quickly that her chair struck the wall. It was Happy Hollow's song. She followed it outside. The melody drifted through the empty avenue in broken phrases, pausing whenever she paused, resuming when she moved. The attraction's entrance was black. Inside, every mannequin had turned toward the doorway, their mouths open together. The music stopped. Then, from beneath the floor, something knocked 3 times, paused, and knocked twice. Harper remained inside Happy Hollow until the knocking stopped. 3 strikes, a pause, 2 more. Each sequence came from beneath the floorboards, moving farther away as though someone below was walking while tapping on the underside of the ride. Harper crouched beside the guide rail and pressed her palm to the boards. The wood was warm. She pulled up the nearest maintenance panel. Beneath it lay only darkness, dust, and a cable trench too narrow for a person. No pipe ran through it. No loose machinery could have produced the measured pattern. When Harper stood, the mannequins were facing forward again. She left without turning her back on them. The next morning, Roland found red paint across the maintenance office door. Someone had drawn a child's handprint at shoulder height. Vandals, Harper asked. Roland scraped it with one thumbnail. The paint stretched in a wet thread. The gate was locked, he said. You have keys. So do you. He wiped his thumb on his raincoat and walked away. Harper spent the day examining the Mercy Comet's launch and braking systems. The train remained at the loading platform. 5 rusted cars beneath a roof of stained canvas. Its fiberglass moon faces had cracked along the cheeks, turning their painted smiles into narrow wounds. The derailment report claimed the train had entered the first descent too quickly after a brake failure. Harper found that explanation impossible. The primary brakes were magnetic. The secondary brakes were mechanical. Both could fail, but not in precisely the same instant without intervention. Several control wires had been cut and rejoined with red jumpers. Favors. She photographed everyone at dusk. Harper opened the main breaker cabinet and removed the feed fuses herself. She placed them in her pocket, locked the cabinet, and marked the door with black grease. There would be no question of residual power. No forgotten emergency line. No caretaker switching circuits behind her. The park went dark around 5:30. Harper was finishing her notes when the loading platform lights flickered on. One bulb after another glowed above the train, weak and yellow, leading toward the front car. The bulbs should not even have been connected. Their cables ended in coils above Harper's head. A restraint bar rose with a hydraulic sigh. Then another, across all 5 cars. The bars lifted in sequence, inviting passengers aboard. Harper backed toward the stairs. The train's wheels clicked. Rust flaked from the axles as the cars rolled forward, slowly at first. Then, with the smooth assurance of a machine beginning its scheduled route, the train crossed the loading platform and climbed the remaining section of the first hill. Harper ran after it. Stop. The word sounded foolish in the empty station. The train reached the cut. For a moment, the front car hung over open air. Then it continued. Its wheels turned against nothing. The cars traveled along the shape of the vanished track, rising into the dark where the rails had once curved above the park. Moon faces passed between the trees, their smiles flashing pale whenever they caught Harper's headlamp. There was no engine sound, only the soft clatter of wheels remembering steel. Harper followed beneath it until the path ended at a locked service gate. Beyond, the invisible route descended toward Happy Hollow. She heard the train pass over her head, although there was nothing above her but cloud. Then children's music began. The tunes sped up and warped. Each bright note dragged sideways by the wind. Beneath it came another sound, restraint bars rattling as if small bodies were pulling against them. Harper forced the service gate open. The music stopped. Behind her, from the direction of the station, a bell rang twice. The train had returned. She found it waiting exactly where it had begun. Every restraint bar was lowered. The seats appeared empty, but the cushions were compressed in narrow shapes, as though invisible passengers were still sitting there. Harper approached the rear car. 27 years of dust covered the vinyl except for one small seat. Its restraint was locked. The cushion beneath it was wet with fresh blood. On the metal bar, traced by a child-sized finger, were 5 words. "You heard us under here." Harper did not touch the message. The blood had begun to run into the seams of the cushion, bright against the gray dust. She photographed the seat, the restraint, and the words on the bar in every image. The blood looked black. By morning, it was gone. The cushion was dry. The dust lay unbroken except where Harper had rested one gloved hand. The words remained, but when she wiped them with solvent, they came away as rust. Roland stood at the platform entrance while she worked. "You saw this happen before," Harper said. He glanced at the empty train. "I've seen machines do things after people stop understanding them. That's not an answer. It's the only one you're getting." He left before she could ask about the 7 passengers. Harper spent the next hour tracing every cable that could possibly connect the comet to another attraction. Most terminated in cut conduits beneath the platform. One, however, continued through a buried service channel toward Happy Hollow. The technical map did not show it. At noon, she opened the dark ride again. The air inside smelled of damp plywood and something medicinal beneath it. Faint, but unmistakable. Antiseptic. Old gauze. Plastic, warmed against skin. Harper followed the hidden conduit along the wall until it disappeared behind the painted sunrise at the end of the first scene. The prince stood beside the path. His head was turned toward her. Harper raised her camera. The shutter clicked. From inside the prince's chest came 3 notes of Happy Hollow's song. They were slow and badly pitched, as if produced by a music box submerged in water. Harper stepped closer. "There's no power." The mannequin's jaw lowered. A 4th note sounded from its mouth. Behind her, wood creaked. The 2 painted children near the entrance had turned their faces toward her. Their mouths remained closed, but their glass eyes reflected her headlamp in small white points. Harper took out her voltage tester and touched it to the prince's neck mount. Nothing. The prince sang another broken phrase. Farther inside. A farmer opened his mouth and answered with the next line of the melody. The sound passed from figure to figure, never completing the tune. A baker released 2 high notes. A cardboard knight produced a low mechanical groan. The children by the entrance hummed together through sealed lips. Harper moved deeper, following the conduit. Every time she passed a mannequin, its head turned after her. She found the access panel behind the sunrise. Its screws were newer than the surrounding hardware and marked with the same black grease used by Mercyland's old maintenance crew. Harper removed them and pulled the panel free. Warm air breathed from the cavity. Inside was a narrow bundle of wires wrapped in hospital white tape. None carried measurable current. They descended through the floor beside a metal tube no wider than her wrist. A pneumatic line. She pressed her ear to it. At first, she heard only static. Then a child whispered. Again, every mannequin opened its mouth. The full song erupted around her. It was too loud for the small speakers, distorted by shrieking gears and stretched voices. The lyrics had been replaced by breaths, sobs, and syllables Harper could not separate. The figures jerked in their scenes as if pulled by failing strings. She backed toward the entrance. The ride vehicles began moving. Their wheels scraped along the guide rail, blocking the path behind her. Empty cars slid from the loading bay one after another, each safety bar lowering as it passed. Harper turned toward the final scene. A small mannequin stood there dressed as a child in a yellow raincoat. She did not remember seeing it before. Its face had no features except a painted smile. One plastic arm was extended toward her. Around its wrist was a white hospital band. Harper seized it and held it beneath her headlamp. The ink was faded, but the name was legible. Milo Sayer. She knew the name. Milo Sayer. Age 9. Had been listed among the 11 children killed instantly in the Mercy Comet derailment. The band also carried an admission date. It was 3 days after the accident. The music stopped. The faceless child's fingers closed around Harper's wrist. From inside its hollow chest, a boy's voice said, "They told my mother I was already dead." Harper tore her wrist free. The mannequin's plastic fingers remained curled in the air, holding the shape of her arm after she stepped away. Its featureless face tilted slightly, as though listening for an answer. "I didn't tell her anything," Harper said. The words sounded weak beneath the painted scenery. The ride vehicles stopped moving. Every mannequin turned its head toward the floor. From somewhere below, a metal wheel began to turn. Harper backed through the attraction, forcing herself not to run until she reached daylight. She crossed the avenue toward the front gate. Milo Sayer's hospital band clenched inside her fist. The gate would not open. She unlocked the padlock, removed the chain, and pulled. The two halves remained joined as firmly as welded steel. Beyond them, her van waited in the empty parking lot, its windshield reflecting the gray evening. Harper tried the service entrance beside the ticket booths. Its latch moved freely, but the door opened onto the path outside Happy Hollow. She stood motionless. The yellow footprints stretched before her, barely visible beneath wet leaves. Harper returned to the gate. It was chained again. The padlock hung closed through the links. When she searched her pocket, the key was no longer there. She followed the perimeter fence east, intending to reach the delivery entrance. The path curved behind a shuttered candy shop, past the carousel, and emerged beside the same ticket booths. Harper turned around. The route behind her now led toward the Mercy Comet. She checked her watch. It was shortly after 5 in the afternoon. She walked for what felt like 10 minutes, keeping the Ferris wheel on her left and the fence on her right. When she reached the ticket booths again, darkness had settled over the park. Her watch showed nearly 7 in the evening. 2 hours were gone. There was mud on her knees. A black smear covered her palm. The old petroleum grease Mercyland mechanics used to mark inspected cabinets. Harper could not remember touching any machinery. Across the avenue, a single maintenance light glowed beneath the Mercy Comet. The park wanted her there. She hated the thought because it felt less like superstition than diagnosis. Inside the maintenance office, the diagnostic receipt lay on the desk. Its vanished lettering had returned. 7, still waiting for recovery. A third line had appeared beneath it. Route incomplete. Mechanic required. Harper opened her tool case and found the front gate key beneath her voltage tester. Beside it lay Milo's hospital wristband. She had left the band inside her coat pocket. The name had changed. Harper Venn. She dropped it. A cabinet door clicked behind her. The cabinet had not been there during her earlier inspections. Fresh rivets fixed it to the wall beneath the damaged section of the technical map. Its paint was the old Mercyland blue, but the seal around its door remained soft and glossy. Someone had installed it recently. Harper broke the seal with a screwdriver. Inside hung a row of red jumper wires, each neatly coiled. Beneath them was a small plastic identity badge faded almost white with age. Her 17-year-old face stared from the photograph. The girl in the picture wore a grease-stained uniform and an expression of careful seriousness. Across the bottom, beneath the Mercyland logo, were the words Harper, Venn, Apprentice Ride, Mechanic. Harper had lost that badge on the night of the accident. She remembered Owen searching her pockets afterward, asking whether she had taken anything from the control room. She had believed he was looking for the bridge wire. The badge's reverse was dark with dried blood. Behind it, taped to the cabinet wall, was a folded maintenance order written in Owen Vale's narrow handwriting. Harper unfolded it, following impact. Isolate public return line. Do not unload at primary platform. Apprentice Venn will release Junction R and divert damaged train to guest recovery below Happy Hollow. No emergency personnel permitted beyond lower gate. At the bottom was a space for confirmation. Her signature filled it. Harper remembered the tapping. She remembered Owen's hand on her arm. And then, for the first time, she remembered what happened afterward. She had entered the control room. She had pulled a lever marked with a red letter R. From beneath the office floor came the grinding sound of rails changing position. The technical map on the wall trembled. The section that had been cut away slowly pushed itself outward, as though something behind it were unfolding. A black line appeared beneath the Mercy Comet track. It ran underground toward Happy Hollow. At its end, beside a room labeled Guest Recovery, 7 small red lights switched on. The 7 red lights did not blink. They glowed steadily beneath the words Guest Recovery. Each connected to the black line by a thin branch Harper had first mistaken for printing damage. She removed the map from the wall. The missing rectangle had not been cut away cleanly. A second sheet had been pasted behind it, folded inward like an architectural flap. When Harper eased it open, the hidden railway extended beneath Happy Hollow, curved around the old pump house, and ended at a platform marked R. Beside the platform were rooms without public names. Intake, stabilization, observation, presentation control. No emergency exit was shown. Harper photographed the map, but every image on her camera displayed only the ordinary park layout. The underground line disappeared from the screen. Behind the map, a recessed lever waited inside the wall. Its handle was red. Harper remembered wrapping both hands around it 27 years earlier because one had not been strong enough. Owen had stood behind her, telling her to pull until the indicator changed. She remembered the resistance of old machinery. Then the violent release. As the junction moved beneath the damaged train, she had not known where the line went. That was the sentence she had repeated whenever the memory surfaced. She had not known. Harper pulled the lever again. Something heavy shifted below the office. Dust rose through cracks in the floor. Outside, the Mercy Comet's empty cars rattled against their restraints. A square section of concrete beside the console sank several inches, then slid beneath the wall. Cold air climbed from a stairwell. The steps were narrow and painted hospital green beneath years of grime. Old electrical cables ran along one wall, while the other carried a yellow handrail sized too low for adults. Harper switched on her headlamp and descended. The park sounds disappeared after the first landing. Even the wind was gone. The air smelled of rust, infectant, and the sweet artificial strawberry scent once pumped through Happy Hollow. At the bottom, she found a railway platform. A narrow track emerged from a black tunnel beneath the comet and vanished through another opening toward the dark ride. Unlike the rails above, These had not rusted. Their upper surfaces shone as though recently used. A sign hung from the tiled wall. Recovery Line R, authorized staff only. Below it, painted smiling animals pointed toward a pair of swinging doors. Harper stepped through. The first room contained 7 child-sized hospital beds. The sheets had yellowed, but each bed remained neatly made. Leather restraint straps lay across the mattresses. Beside every pillow sat a plastic mask connected to oxygen cylinders stamped with Mercyland's Sunburst logo. There were no windows. A mural covered the walls, a bright blue sky, white clouds, and the laughing moon from the front gate. Someone had painted over several dark handprints near the floor. The newer paint had begun to peel, revealing small finger marks beneath. Harper entered the next room. Medical cabinets lined one wall. Their labels used amusement park language instead of clinical terms. Surface repair, guest quieting, costume fitting, family presentation. Inside the last cabinet, she found children's clothing sealed in transparent bags. Each item had been cut along the seams, then stitched back together to accommodate braces. Dressings, or limbs held at unnatural angles. Harper closed the door before she could examine them further. A ticking sound came from the corridor. She followed it into a glass-walled control room overlooking the platform. The main panel resembled the Comet's console, but its switches controlled medical lighting, ventilation, and track junctions. Above it hung a large maintenance clock. It had 2 displays. The upper face showed the time of the accident, 17 minutes after 4 in the afternoon. The lower display counted elapsed operating time. Years, days, hours, minutes, seconds. It had been running for 27 years. Harper opened the clock housing and found no power cable. The mechanism inside was warm and smelled freshly oiled. The second counter stopped. Silence filled the control room. Then it began moving backward. Seconds vanished, followed by minutes, hours, and days. The hands on the upper face trembled as the clock rewound toward the moment Harper had diverted the train. A light appeared in the tunnel. The rails began to hum. Harper backed onto the platform as the rusted Mercy Comet emerged from the darkness below Mercyland. 7 restraint bars were lowered over 7 empty seats. The 8th stood open. A station speaker crackled above her. In Owen Vale's voice, it said, "Apprentice Venn, take your assigned place." Harper did not board the train. The open restraint waited above the 8th seat, trembling slightly as if a hand rested on it. Owen's voice repeated through the speaker. Softer now. Take your assigned place. Harper stepped away from the platform. The train doors slammed shut. For several seconds, nothing moved. Then every empty seat gave a small downward jolt, one after another, as though invisible bodies had settled into them. The Comet rolled backward into the tunnel and disappeared. The maintenance clock resumed counting. A green lamp illuminated a door at the rear of the control room. Above it, a metal plaque read Guest Records. The lock accepted Harper's apprentice badge. Inside, shelves filled a chamber no larger than a walk-in closet. Cardboard archive boxes stood beside reels of magnetic tape, medical photographs, and binders stamped with Mercyland's smiling moon. Moisture had curled the paper edges, but the room smelled preserved rather than abandoned, like a hospital storeroom sealed after an emergency. Harper opened the nearest binder. The first page carried the public casualty list. 11 children deceased at the scene. 7 transferred to county hospitals. No additional survivors. Someone had drawn a red line through the second phrase. Below it, in different handwriting, were 7 names. Milo Sayer, Bethany Crow, Lucas Pell, Dawn Harker, Emmett Vale, Nora Bell, Theo March. Each name was followed by the same notation, transferred internally. Family notification withheld. Harper turned the page. Photographs had been stapled to clinical summaries. The children were alive. Some stared at the camera through swollen eyes. Others lay beneath sheets, surrounded by braces, splints, and crude respiratory equipment. Mercyland character masks had been placed on nearby tables, their painted smiles facing upward. The reports avoided words such as burned, crushed, or amputated. They used phrases like appearance compromise, mobility reduction, and guest presentation risk. Harper closed the binder, but another waited beneath it. Supply invoices documented oxygen tanks, sedatives, surgical staples, feeding tubes, is infectant, children's pajamas, and industrial soundproofing. All purchases had been routed through entertainment vendors, so no hospital or government office would see them. The final invoices continued for 9 months after the accident. Then every order stopped on the same day. Harper found no discharge records. She moved to the photographs. One showed the underground platform crowded with supervisors and park executives. The damaged Comet stood behind them, its front car twisted open. 7 children lay on stretchers. At the edge of the frame was Harper, 17 years old, grease on her cheek, apprentice badge clipped to her shirt. One hand still rested on the red junction lever. She had always remembered being kept outside. The photograph showed otherwise. A folder beneath it contained the track diversion sheet. Owen Vale's order appeared at the top. Beneath it, in Harper's own handwriting, was a time written as 17 minutes after 4 in the afternoon. Her signature confirmed that Junction R had been opened and the damaged train sent below. Another line had been added afterward. Public recovery count corrected. 7 non-presentable guests retained pending brand review. The initials beside it belonged to Mercyland's director. Harper's signature appeared again beneath the statement. Her knees weakened. No, she whispered. A reel-to-reel machine clicked on behind her. Tape began turning. Static filled the room, followed by radio chatter from the accident day. Harper recognized Owen's voice, sharp with panic. Main platform is compromised. Send the train to R. Then came a younger voice, her own. Junction released. Train descending. A pause followed. In the background, metal knocked 3 times. Stopped. Then knocked twice. Young Harper spoke again. There's someone tapping inside the rear car. Owen answered immediately. Negative. Structural settling. The recording continued. I can hear them. Apprentice. Ven. Confirm no recoverable passengers remain aboard. Silence. Harper waited for the girl on the tape to refuse. Instead, she heard herself breathing. Then came her answer. No recoverable passengers. The words seemed to change the air in the room. Behind the shelves, something struck the wall 3 times. Paused. Struck twice. Harper backed toward the door, but the tape kept playing. Her younger voice returned, quieter. no longer speaking into the radio. "I'm sorry. I know you're still in there." A second voice answered from the recording, a child's voice close to the microphone. "We know you know." The archive lights went out. In the darkness, 7 filing drawers slid open. Inside each one, something began to breathe. The breathing did not come from lungs. Harper forced open the archive door and flooded the room with her headlamp. Inside the filing drawers, strips of old pneumatic tubing expanded and collapsed around bundles of paper. Each artificial breath pulled air through narrow metal reeds, producing the soft, wet sound she had mistaken for sleeping children. The mechanism had been built into the cabinets, not to preserve bodies, to preserve sounds. One drawer held a reel labeled Rear Car Passenger Response. Another contained pressure charts from the Comet's restraint bars. A third stored strips of vinyl cut from the original seats, each sealed in a bag beside temperature readings, impact measurements, and handwritten descriptions of smell: hot brakes, burned insulation, rain on concrete, blood beneath strawberry fragrance. Mercyland had recorded everything. Harper pulled open the remaining drawers. They contained fragments gathered after the accident, broken safety buckles, sections of rail, children's clothing, damaged speaker cones, photographs of handprints, and transcripts of words shouted inside the train. The park had not kept them as evidence. It had kept them as technical data. A printer began running in the control room. Harper followed the sound and found paper spilling across the floor. Lines of diagnostic text appeared one after another. Velocity memory restored. Load distribution restored. Passenger audio restored. Witness position incomplete. She stared at the final line. The mannequins had not been turning to watch her. They had been facing the direction the children had faced. The empty seats had not contained ghosts. The restraints were repeating the weight recorded in their hydraulic systems. Even the blood had not been an apparition. It was the seat material reproducing what had soaked into it. The way damaged wiring sometimes retained the pattern of a final surge. Mercyland was not haunted by the dead. It was remembering the living. The realization should have brought relief. Instead, it felt worse. A ghost could hate. A ghost could choose to forgive. This place was only repeating what had happened because repetition was the one function no one had successfully disabled. The maintenance clock stopped counting. Every light beneath the park came on. Beyond the glass, the Mercy Comet entered the station again. This time the cars were no longer rusted. For several seconds they appeared freshly painted. Their smiling moon faces glossy beneath the platform lamps. Harper saw the train as it had looked on the accident day. Then the reconstruction deepened. Rain struck the underground windows. Though there were no windows, the smell of hot metal thickened. Happy Hollow's song played at normal speed, bright and intolerably cheerful. 7 impressions appeared in the seats. Not children themselves, but shallow distortions in the air, shaped by pressure, heat, and motion. One raised both hands against a restraint. Another leaned toward the rear car. Their faces remained empty spaces because the machinery had never recorded faces. Only weight, only movement, only what the park could measure. A figure appeared beside the junction controls. Owen Vale. He was formed from reflected light, radio, static, and the shadow cast by a supervisor standing in front of the panel 27 years earlier. His mouth moved in time with the archived recording. Send the train to R. Another shape stood at the lever. Harper's younger body. The reconstruction gave the girl no eyes. Only the outline of her uniform and one hand gripping the red control. Harper watched herself pull. The tunnel filled with screaming steel. The comet lurched forward, then stopped. 3 knocks came from the rear car. A pause. 2 more. The apprentice turned toward the sound. Owen's shadow caught her arm. The memory did not end there now. Harper saw the girl look through the cracked carriage wall. One child was moving. A small hand pressed between twisted panels. Harper had seen it. She had seen Milo Sayer alive before the train was diverted below. The younger Harper reached for the emergency switch. Then park executives entered the control room. They did not threaten her. They did something simpler. They told her the rescue teams would cause more deaths. They told her she was not qualified to judge injuries. They told her silence would protect the survivors from reporters, lawsuits, and frightened crowds. They gave obedience the language of mercy. Harper watched her younger hand move away from the switch. The reconstruction froze. All 7 empty faces turned toward her. The station speaker clicked. Not Owen's voice this time. Her own. Witness position incomplete. The 8th restraint lifted. Harper finally understood what Mercyland wanted. It did not want revenge. It wanted accuracy. And the final ride could not begin until she sat where she had chosen to stand and watch. The 8th restraint remained raised. Harper stood beside the platform, watching the empty seat wait for her. Behind her, a door opened. Roland Pike entered without his raincoat. Beneath it, he wore an old Mercyland maintenance uniform. The blue fabric faded almost gray. A brass key ring hung from his belt. Several keys were labeled with names Harper had seen in the underground ward. Intake, quieting, presentation. Roland stopped when he saw the reconstructed train. So it finally chose you, he said. Harper turned on him. You knew this was here. I knew the rooms. You maintained them. His silence answered first. Roland looked through the control room glass toward the child-sized beds. After the accident, the company needed someone who understood the ventilation, pumps, and track controls. I was 23. They told me the children would be transferred when the press left. And you believed them? For 3 days. The station lights flickered. The shapes inside the train shifted beneath their restraints, repeating the final movements recorded by damaged mechanisms. Roland's face tightened. After 3 days, the executives brought doctors who worked under false names. They removed identification bands. They stopped using the children's names. Every chart became a guest number. Harper thought of the drawers breathing in the archive. How long were they alive? Some weeks. Some months. Milo? 9 months. The answer struck harder than any scream. Harper gripped the platform railing. His mother buried an empty coffin. They all did. Roland crossed to the maintenance panel and opened a compartment beneath the controls. Inside were newer circuit boards wired into the ancient relays. Harper stared at them. You kept this running. I kept the ward running first. After the children died, the machines began restarting on their own. I tried cutting power, flooding the tunnel, removing sections of track, but it kept rebuilding the accident. Not rebuilding. Roland looked toward the train. Correcting. He removed a red-handled switch from the compartment. A thick cable connected it to the station controls. This activates the complete sequence, he said. Every recording, medical file, camera reel, and maintenance log will feed through the park's public address network. The transmitters above ground can still reach emergency frequencies. So activate it. It won't start empty. Harper looked at the 8th seat. The system has reconstructed every measured position except yours. Roland continued. It needs a living mechanic to complete the load and confirm the route. And once I'm aboard, the train repeats the final journey. Does it return? Roland did not answer. The platform speakers crackled with fragments of old testimony. No recoverable passengers. Structural settling. Family notification withheld. Each phrase came in the calm voice of an adult transforming cruelty into procedure. Roland placed the red switch on the console. There is another option. From his pocket, he removed a metal thermite canister with a pull ignition tab. Harper recognized it as demolition equipment. Burn the records, he said. The fire will reach the tapes, medical files, and junction relays. Without the archive, Mercyland may lose the sequence. May, or it may repeat forever without understanding what it is repeating. Harper looked through the open door toward the ward. 7 beds stood beneath the mural of the laughing moon. For decades, Roland had kept the rooms intact while families lived with a lie that had been designed for them. You could have exposed it, she said. I copied the files twice. Both packages disappeared. One investigator lost his job. Another died before his report was published. Roland's voice lowered. After that, I told myself preserving the evidence was enough. It wasn't. No. The admission was almost inaudible. Harper picked up the thermite canister. The train's impressions turned toward her. She pictured fire consuming every photograph of the children after the crash. No swollen faces. No hospital bands. No proof that they had lived long enough to be hidden. Clean destruction. Another favor. Harper set the canister down. Roland closed his eyes. You understand what boarding means? Yes. You may not survive it. That was true for them, too. She climbed into the 8th seat. The cushion was warm. When the restraint lowered across her chest, she smelled rain, brake dust, strawberry fragrance, and blood. Roland stood beside the activation switch. Harper looked at him. Use their names. He nodded and pulled the handle. Across Mercyland, every speaker woke. The train rolled forward. As it entered the tunnel, 7 children began to scream, not in anger, but in the exact voices the adults had spent 27 years erasing. Then Harper heard the rails beneath her change direction. The final ride had begun. Number part 10, Mercyland remembers. The train entered the tunnel beneath Happy Hollow at a speed that should have torn it from the rails. Harper felt every reconstructed impact. The first jolt drove the restraint into her ribs. The second threw her head sideways. Around her, the 7 impressions twisted against their bars, their screams passing through the speakers, the steel, and the hollow spaces inside the cars. Above them, Mercyland began to speak. Every public address horn in the park carried Roland's voice as he read the children's names. Elo Sayer, Bethany Crow, Lucas Pell, Dawn Harker, Emmett Vale, Nora Bell, Theo March. The names repeated across emergency frequencies. Old service radios, police bands, and the development company's temporary security network. Then the archive followed. Medical summaries, supply invoices, photographs converted into transmitted files, orders bearing executive signatures, Harper's track diversion sheet. Her own recorded voice filled the carriage. No recoverable passengers. She listened without looking away. The comet climbed through darkness. Though the underground line was level on every map, the train rose steeply enough that Harper's weight pressed into the seat. Broken children's music played beneath the testimony, no longer distorted. For the first time, she could understand the words, "Smile through the sorrow. Tomorrow is bright. Mercy will carry you home through the night." The tunnel walls fell away. Harper saw Mercyland as it had been on the accident day. Crowded paths, wet umbrellas, balloons bending in the rain. The train traveled along the absent track above the park, suspended inside a memory built from measurements and denial. Below, adults looked upward. Supervisors, executives, lawyers, doctors wearing false names, reporters repeating the casualty count they had been given, parents standing beyond locked gates while park employees told them there was nothing left to recover. Each figure occupied the place from which they had chosen not to see. The reconstructed Harper stood at the junction controls. This time, the girl did not turn away from the hand inside the broken car. The living Harper reached across the restraint and pulled the emergency release mounted beside her seat. The mechanism resisted. Her shoulder burned. The train shook, somewhere behind her. Roland shouted through the radio that the sequence was destabilizing. Harper pulled harder. The release snapped down. Every restraint bar rose. The 7 impressions remained seated. They were not waiting to escape. They were waiting to be witnessed. The train slowed above the entrance plaza. Speakers across the park broadcast Harper's confession live. "My name is Harper Venn. I diverted the damaged Mercy Comet to Recovery Line R. I heard survivors inside the train. I signed the record that denied they were recoverable because I was afraid of the people giving the orders." Her voice trembled, but she continued. "I was young. I was pressured. I was not innocent." The laughing moon above the front gate split through its painted smile. Sirens approached beyond the parking lot. The train descended toward the hidden station. As it crossed the final invisible curve, the 7 shapes beside Harper gained faces, not restored bodies, not ghosts, but brief arrangements of light drawn from the photographs the company had preserved. Milo looked smaller than she remembered. He did not forgive her. He only looked seen. The comet entered Line R and stopped at the platform. Roland pulled Harper from the 8th seat moments before the front car collapsed into rust. Throughout the ward, cabinets opened, tapes unwound, and the maintenance clock reached the present for the first time in 27 years. Then it stopped. By dawn, state investigators, police, and federal safety officials had sealed Mercyland. The underground rooms became evidence. The surviving corporation denied knowledge until transmitted files appeared simultaneously on news servers, public archives, and family inboxes. Roland confessed. So did Harper. Months later, steel fencing surrounded the park. The smiling gate was covered with black canvas, and the Mercy Comet was cataloged piece by piece. No one demolished Happy Hollow. The families insisted it remain standing until every name had been restored. But Mercyland continued producing tickets. They appeared in locked offices, courtrooms, hospital archives, and private homes. Always after someone connected to the cover-up said they had known nothing. Each ticket bore the laughing moon. Beneath the date of the accident were the words, "Guest Recovery." Below them, freshly printed, was the speaker's name. And somewhere under the abandoned park, a restraint bar lifted for them. Mercyland was not haunted because the dead demanded revenge. It was haunted because truth had been converted into procedure, stored in cabinets, and renamed until no one felt responsible for it. Harper's final act did not erase what she had done, and being pressured did not make her innocent. It only made her choice more human and therefore more frightening. Institutions often survive by dividing guilt into pieces small enough for everyone to carry without admitting their weight. But what happens when a place remembers the whole burden? And how many people would still deny the truth if a ticket were already waiting with their name on it? Story 2. The queue was usually worst after midnight, when the platform's American users were still awake and its European contractors were beginning to fail. Elspeth Ward worked from the smaller bedroom of a rented flat in Leeds. Though Clearframe called it a secure remote review environment, the company had sent her a locked computer, a headset with no volume controls, and silver security stickers to cover every camera she owned. Behind her desk stood a narrow wardrobe she was forbidden to open during shifts because mirrors and personal photographs could contaminate judgment. In front of her, 2 monitors glowed with the white interface of the harm response console. There were only 3 buttons that mattered: remove, restrict, allow. Elspeth had pressed them so often that her right hand sometimes made the motions in sleep. That night, rain ticked against the window. The radiator clicked without warming the room. A mug of tea cooled beside her keyboard, untouched since a quality warning had appeared 3 hours earlier. Her weekly accuracy had fallen below target by less than 1%. Clearframe's message had been polite, but politeness was how the company sharpened knives. Please remember that hesitation increases exposure. She read the next case summary. Category: unclear. Length: 17 seconds. Automated confidence: safe. The thumbnail showed an empty gray room with no visible door. A plain office chair, padded in faded green fabric, stood at its center, angled away from the camera. Elspeth almost allowed it without watching. Clearframe discouraged unnecessary exposure when the classifier's confidence exceeded 98%. The image contained none of the usual warning signs: no bodies, no weapons, no frightened face turned toward the person filming. Still, something about the chair bothered her. She clicked play. For 5 seconds, nothing happened. There was no audio except a faint electrical hiss. Then the chair began to rotate clockwise, slowly enough that Elspeth first mistook the movement for compression blur. It completed less than half a turn before the clip ended. The console displayed its recommendation: allow no action required. Elspeth watched again. This time she noticed a pale mark on the wall behind the chair, a vertical stain with a darker fork near the bottom. It looked like water damage. Ordinary, meaningless. Her hand moved toward allow. Then the radiator clicked behind her. On the wall beside it, partly hidden by the desk, was a stain left by the previous tenant. Pale, vertical, forked at the bottom. She had complained when she moved in. The letting agent had called it cosmetic. She looked back at the paused video. The stains were not identical. She told herself this immediately. The one in the clip was narrower. Human brains invented patterns because uncertainty was expensive. Clearframe had trained her to distrust recognition, especially after long hours. She selected Allow. The case vanished. For 40 minutes. The empty room did not return. She processed a dogfight recorded from behind a fence. A child being struck in a supermarket aisle. And a highway collision filmed by someone who never lowered the camera to help. Each clip entered her eyes, passed through a decision, and disappeared. Clearframe's wellness module called this completion. Elspeth preferred disposal. Then the queue refreshed. Category: unclear. Length: 17 seconds. Automated confidence. Safe. The same gray room filled the screen. Elspeth sat very still. Duplicate uploads were common. But this case carried the same internal identifier as the first. The system should not have been able to assign one identifier twice. She opened the metadata panel. Uploader: unavailable. Origin: unavailable. Previous review: none. She played the clip at 12 seconds. As the chair exposed more of its back, Elspeth saw a triangular tear in the green fabric. A thread hung from it. Trembling, although the room appeared still, she stopped the video. Slowly, she reached behind herself and touched the back of her own chair. Her fingers found smooth fabric. No tear. She let out a breath that sounded too loud inside the headset. On the screen, the video resumed by itself. The chair completed its slow turn. Just before the image went black, something pale appeared beneath the seat, the edge of a silver security sticker. Folded once down the middle, Elspeth looked at the roll beside her monitor. One sticker was missing. The missing sticker remained missing in daylight. Elspeth checked beneath the desk, inside the waste bin, under the wheels of her chair, and along the narrow gap between the carpet and the skirting board. She even removed the keyboard and shook it over the floor. Nothing silver fell out. By 7 in the morning, the rain had thinned to a mist, and the city beyond the window looked rubbed almost blank. Her shift ended with the usual wellness prompt. Name one object in the room. Desk. Elspeth said. Name one sound. Traffic. State where you are. At home. The program displayed a green circle. Completion confirmed. She logged off, covered the monitor with the supplied black cloth, and went to bed without undressing. Sleep came in short. Airless pieces. Each time she surfaced, she thought she heard fabric turning against fabric. At noon, she made coffee and stood in the kitchen while it cooled. The flat was small enough that every room seemed to borrow sounds from the others. The boiler hummed behind the cupboard. Water moved through the pipes. Somewhere above her, a chair scraped once across a floor and stopped. Elspeth did not look toward the spare bedroom. Clearframe praised moderators for maintaining boundaries. But boundaries had always come naturally to her. She had learned years earlier that an image could be cut away without changing what the audience believed had happened. Before moderation, she had worked in documentary post-production. Her specialty had been structure, making chaos feel intentional, making hesitation disappear, making frightened people seem uncertain about things they had actually said clearly. On her final film, a warehouse accountant named Owen Rusk had described how safety reports were altered before inspections. He had spoken for 46 minutes in a borrowed church office, twisting a paper cup between both hands. Near the end, he had named executives The producer had called the interview legally unmanageable. Elspeth removed it. She told herself the film still addressed unsafe labor practices. She told herself Rusk's testimony had been repetitive. She told herself an editor's duty was to the finished work, not to every person who trusted the camera. 3 weeks later, Rusk stopped answering calls. Months after that, his sister wrote to the production company asking whether they had kept a copy of his interview. Elspeth had read the email, marked it for review, and never opened it again. That was the skill Clearframe had hired. Not endurance, not courage, selection. By evening, she was back at the desk. The roll of security stickers now sat inside a clear plastic bag. She had counted them twice before signing in. The first hour passed cleanly. The queue offered staged accidents, extremist symbols, medical misinformation, and a live stream of a man standing on the roof of a parking garage while strangers typed laughing emojis beneath him. Elspeth classified each case in under 20 seconds. Remove, restrict, remove, allow. The decisions felt less like judgments than doors closing. A chat window blinked in the corner of her screen. Priya Nair, still alive over there? Priya worked from Glasgow and had been with Clearframe 6 months longer than Elspeth. They had never met in person, but they spoke during difficult shifts in the coded language moderators used to avoid naming what they had seen. Define alive. Elspeth typed. Priya replied with a coffee cup icon. Then, quality flagged your queue last night. Anything strange? Elspeth looked at the black reflection in her second monitor. She could have mentioned the duplicate identifier. Company policy required it. Instead, she wrote, routine classifier error. Resolved. The lie arrived smoothly. At 11 minutes past 10, the harm response console refreshed. The gray room returned. The chair was facing away again. This time, a chipped blue mug sat on the floor beside it. Elspeth's mug was in the kitchen. She knew that. She had left it beside the sink. The clip began before she touched play. As the chair turned, more objects entered view. The brass key from her bathroom door, the black cloth used to cover her monitor, and the clear plastic bag containing her remaining security stickers. Behind them, the water stain had spread across the wall in branching lines. A message appeared from Priya. You stopped typing. Elspeth closed the video. But its audio continued through the headset, a dry electrical hiss, threaded now with something like breathing. Priya sent another message. Send me the case number. I want to see it. Elspeth did not send the case number. For almost a minute, she watched Priya's message sit beneath the video window while the electrical hiss continued through her headset. The gray room remained frozen on the final frame, chair turned halfway. Blue mug on the floor. Black cloth folded beside it. The clear plastic bag of security stickers was no longer visible. Elspeth looked at the bag beside her keyboard. It was still there. She touched it anyway. It may be contaminated. She typed. Priya replied at once. That is not a category. Elspeth closed the case and opened the internal incident form. The form asked whether the content contained violence, nudity, self-harm, coercion, illegal activity, or personally identifying information. None applied. At the bottom was a box marked Other. But clicking it produced a warning. Non-standard escalations may affect reviewer accuracy. She canceled the report. Priya's status changed from available to busy. A private viewing request appeared on Elspeth's screen. Priya Nair has requested temporary access to case CFQ 4418. The number was not the one Elspeth had seen in the metadata panel. She remembered because the original identifier had ended in 3 identical 7s. Her cursor hovered over deny. Then she imagined Priya laughing at her the next morning, calling it fatigue, compression artifacts, some developer's unfinished test file. Elspeth wanted that explanation badly enough to approve the request. The video vanished from her console. Priya began typing. Stopped. Began again. It's an empty room. Elspeth felt a loosening in her chest. Watch the whole thing, she wrote. After 17 seconds, Priya answered. Chair turns. Water stain. Nothing else. Elspeth stared at the objects visible in her own frozen preview. No mug? What mug? A few seconds passed. Wait. Second view. The shared view indicator pulsed amber. Elspeth was not supposed to access another reviewer's live perspective, but Priya had enabled collaborative mode. The video window refreshed. The gray room was still there, but the details had changed. The water stain was gone. In its place hung a narrow white shelf holding 3 spice jars, a red enamel teapot, and a framed photograph turned face down. The floor was darker, almost black. The chair's fabric was no longer green. It was mustard yellow, worn smooth at the edges. Those are from my kitchen, Priya wrote. Elspeth's fingers stopped above the keys. The chair began to rotate. A pair of wool socks appeared beneath it, one gray and one blue. Behind the chair stood a tall plant with several dead leaves tied upright using white thread. I threw that plant away last month, Priya wrote. The clip ended. Neither of them typed for several seconds. Then, Priya sent. Third view. Recording locally. Elspeth reached for the keyboard. Don't. The word remained unsent. The video began again. At first, the room looked unchanged. Same shelf, same yellow chair, same dead plant. But halfway through the rotation, the framed photograph on the shelf was no longer face down. It showed Priya seated at a dining table with 2 older people. Her parents. Elspeth assumed Priya was younger in the image, smiling towards someone outside the frame. As the chair turned farther, another figure became visible behind it. Only the legs appeared at first. Bare feet, dark trousers. Someone was sitting in the chair. Priya's typing indicator flashed. That's me. Elspeth leaned closer. The seated figure's upper body remained hidden by the high backrest, but one hand hung loosely beside the chair. A silver security sticker had been pressed across the wrist. The electrical hiss sharpened. Beneath it, a woman's voice spoke so softly, Elspeth almost mistook it for interference. Completion confirmed. The clip ended. Priya's status changed to offline. Elspeth called her through the company system. The call failed before it rang. She opened the team directory and searched Priya Nair. No results. She searched only the surname. Nothing. Their private chat window had disappeared. So had every message Priya had sent that night. In the group channel, earlier conversations now flowed around blank spaces where her replies should have been. Elspeth opened the weekly schedule. Her own name appeared beside the Glasgow review block. She checked archived performance reports, shared training notes, and the peer support roster. Priya was absent from all of them. At the bottom of the roster, Elspeth found a line she did not remember seeing before. Current assigned partner. None. Then a new case entered her queue. Its thumbnail showed the gray room. The yellow chair was empty again. On the floor beneath it lay Priya's headset. The headset in the thumbnail was Priya's. Elspeth knew it from the pale strip of tape wrapped around the left earpiece. Where Priya had once told her the plastic pinched, she had drawn a tiny black star on the tape during a training call. The thumbnail showed that star clearly. The case opened by itself. The gray room had returned to Elspeth's version. Green chair. Forked water stain. Bare floor. Priya's headset rested beneath the seat. Its cable curling toward the camera like a severed vein. Elspeth shut the window and called ClearFrame support. The support portal asked her to select a category. She chose missing employee. The portal redirected her to attendance. Attendance redirected her to payroll. Payroll offered 3 articles about contract termination and 1 about bereavement leave. She opened live chat. Support agent Rowan joined the conversation. Elspeth typed Priya's full name, department, and location. She included the Glasgow shift block and the date of their last performance review. Rowan's reply came after less than 10 seconds. We have no active or former employee matching that name. Elspeth attached a screenshot of the old team schedule. The upload failed. She tried again. This time the file preview showed the schedule without Priya's row. Elspeth's own name occupied both Leeds and Glasgow assignments. You may be experiencing reviewer bleed. Rowan wrote, Elspeth had never seen the term. Define reviewer bleed. The typing indicator appeared. Vanished. Then returned. Temporary confusion caused by prolonged exposure to disturbing material. Please complete grounding protocol and resume queue processing. She watched a case with me. Then she disappeared. No such employee has worked for ClearFrame. The sentence arrived without hesitation, as though Rowan had copied it from a prepared list. Elspeth opened Priya's messages on her personal phone. They had exchanged numbers during a system outage months earlier. The conversation thread was gone. In her contacts, Priya's name had become an empty entry with no number attached. When Elspeth tapped it, the phone returned to the home screen. She looked back at the support window. Do you recognize case CFQ4418? Rowan left the chat. A wellness prompt appeared in his place. Name 1 object in the room. Elspeth disconnected the headset. The prompt remained. She opened the console's administrative tools. Senior reviewers had access to permanent purge controls for illegal content that could not remain on company servers. Using them required 2-factor authorization and a written justification. The gray room case was still waiting in her queue. Elspeth selected permanent purge. The system asked for a reason. Personally identifying content. Employee disappearance. Corrupted internal record. A warning filled the screen. Permanent purge may relocate residual data to maintain platform integrity. Continue. The wording made her pause. ClearFrame documentation used remove, quarantine, and archive. It never used relocate. Behind the warning, the thumbnail changed. The chair had turned slightly. Priya's headset was no longer beneath it. Elspeth clicked, continue. The monitors went black. For several seconds, the flat was silent except for rainwater ticking inside the gutter. Then the locked computer emitted a low mechanical hum. The sound deepened until Elspeth felt it through the desk and in the fillings of her teeth. A progress bar appeared. Purging content. At 20%, The radiator clicked. At 40%. Something scraped across the floor in the spare bedroom. At 60%, a voice whispered through the disconnected headset lying beside the keyboard. Elspeth? She did not touch it. The voice came again. Thinner this time. Don't let it finish. The progress bar reached 99% and stopped. Elspeth pulled the computer's power cable from the wall. The screen stayed on. The final percentage disappeared. In its place was a green circle. Completion confirmed. Then the console restarted. The queue was empty. Elspeth sat with both hands pressed flat against the desk until the trembling passed. She searched the system again for Priya. Then, for the case identifier. Nothing remained. For the first time that night, she believed she had removed it. A new notification appeared. One item recovered from residual storage. The gray room video returned. The chair rotated slowly toward the camera. Priya's headset lay beneath it again. But now its ear cushions were wet and dark. As the chair turned farther, Elspeth saw a second headset resting on the seat. It was hers. From inside the spare bedroom, something began to ring. The ringing came from inside the wardrobe. Elspeth stood in the doorway of the spare bedroom with the disconnected headset hanging from one hand. The company computer still glowed behind her, painting the hall in sterile white. The wardrobe doors were closed. Clearframe had instructed her never to open them during a shift. Mirrors, photographs, and reflective surfaces could interfere with emotional grounding. The warning had always sounded theatrical. One more ritual designed to make ordinary employment feel medically necessary. The ringing stopped. For a moment, she heard nothing except the faint hiss inside the headset. Then someone began crying inside the wardrobe. Not loudly, not theatrically. A child trying to remain quiet. Elspeth opened both doors. Her winter coats hung undisturbed. The mirror fixed to the inner panel reflected her pale face. The bed behind her, and the dark hallway beyond. No child. At the bottom of the wardrobe lay a smashed mobile phone she had never seen before. Its screen lit as she reached for it. A video played without sound. A supermarket aisle. Shelves overturned. A boy crouched beneath a display while an adult arm entered the frame. Elspeth recognized the footage. She had removed it earlier that evening. When the striking began, she dropped the phone. It vanished before reaching the carpet. Elspeth stepped backward. In the mirror, the boy remained crouched behind her. She turned. The bedroom was empty. She covered the mirror with one of her coats and left the room. By morning, fragments had spread through the flat. A dark semicircle appeared on the kitchen ceiling, identical to the tire mark from the highway collision. The red enamel teapot from Priya's version of the gray room sat beside Elspeth's sink, warm to the touch. When she opened the refrigerator, she smelled wet concrete and petrol. She slept only after sunrise. In the dream, Owen Rusk sat in the green chair. He held the same paper cup he had twisted during the interview. Each time the chair rotated away, another face replaced his. The man on the parking garage roof, the child beneath the supermarket display, Priya with a silver sticker across her wrist. They all spoke in voices Elspeth had deleted. She woke with the taste of blood in her mouth. A thin red line marked the inside of her cheek where she had bitten it. But the pain belonged to someone else. She remembered hitting asphalt. She remembered a fence cutting into her palms. She remembered standing behind a camera while an animal screamed. None of these memories were hers. Yet they arrived with complete sensory detail. The smell of overheated rubber, the grit beneath fingernails, the pressure of a stranger's knee against a rib. She logged into ClearFrame early. The console displayed no wellness prompt, no Q statistics, only the gray room case. The thumbnail no longer showed a simple room. It showed her hallway. The video began. The camera appeared to be positioned near her front door. On the left was the radiator with its chipped valve. On the right, the narrow wall, where she had removed a framed print to comply with ClearFrame's security rules. At the end of the hall stood the green chair. It rotated slowly outside the spare bedroom. Elspeth looked away from the screen. Her actual hallway was empty. In the video, the bedroom door opened. The architecture beyond it was wrong. Instead of the small bedroom, the camera revealed another length of hallway, then another open door, then another room containing the same chair. The clip ended after 17 seconds. Elspeth replayed it. On the second view, the hallway was longer. On the third, the front door had disappeared. She placed both hands against the desk and forced herself to examine the details professionally. The video did not reproduce her flat accurately. It reproduced the way she remembered moving through it. The radiator larger because she noticed its clicking at night. The hallway narrower because she disliked passing the wardrobe. The kitchen absent because she rarely ate. It was not recording the apartment. It was assembling an apartment from attention, from avoidance, from the objects she had assigned meaning without admitting it. The water stain in the gray room had never come from her wall. Her wall had borrowed it from the video after she recognized it. The security sticker had not been stolen and placed beneath the chair. The clip had learned what its absence would make her fear. A new frame appeared. The green chair stood inside a room shaped exactly like the church office where Owen Rusk had given his testimony. On the floor lay the paper cup he had crushed between his hands. Elspeth had never kept any photograph of that room. She had never described it to ClearFrame. The chair began turning. Owen was seated in it. Before his face came into view, he said, "You built this place by cutting me out." Owen's face never completed the turn. The video froze with one side of his jaw visible beyond the chair. His skin broken into blocks of gray compression. Elspeth reached for the pause control, but the console no longer displayed ordinary playback buttons. In their place was a narrow editing timeline. She recognized it immediately. The interface was obsolete. Modeled on software she had used during her documentary years, 2 source tracks, 1 audio channel, and a red vertical playhead. ClearFrame's review console had never shown editable media. Moderators were supposed to classify content, not alter it. Beneath the timeline, a message blinked. Unresolved material detected. Elspeth moved the cursor over the clip. No metadata appeared. No case number. No uploader. She pressed the old shortcut for revealing hidden tracks. Nothing happened. Then she tried the combination she had once used to expose disabled source layers in unfinished documentary projects, holding Shift while tapping the / key 3 times. The screen flickered. A 4th track appeared beneath the others. It was labeled Quarantine. The electrical hiss in her headset stopped. The silence that replaced it was worse. The flat seemed to contract around her. Every wall waiting for the next sound. Elspeth clicked the hidden track. The white ClearFrame interface peeled away in sections. Behind it lay a black directory page filled with plain gray text. There were no company logos, no navigation icons, and no option to return to the queue. At the top of the screen was a warning: quarantine layer. Access restricted to system architects and transfer administrators. Below it, hundreds of folders were arranged by region and reviewer cohort. Elspeth opened the United Kingdom directory. Names appeared. Some she recognized from training sessions. Others belonged to moderators who had left without farewell messages. Their absence explained by burnout, performance failure, or sudden contract termination. Priya Nayar's folder was not among them. Elspeth searched for her. No active identity match. She searched the case number Priya had viewed. This time, the directory returned a result. Transfer event, CF, key 4, a document opened. The language was clinical, but not designed for moderators. Objective: maintain public platform cleanliness through distributed cognitive containment. Method: harmful audiovisual residue is removed from visible storage and transferred to compatible human reviewers during classification. Reviewer function: organic retention vessel. Elspeth read the final line twice. The radiator clicked behind her. Another document described successful transfers as cases in which a moderator could recall imagery, emotion, bodily sensation, or environmental detail after the source file had been erased. ClearFrame did not measure whether reviewers forgot what they saw. It measured how completely they remembered. The wellness exercises were not designed to help them recover. They tested whether the transferred material remained separate from personal memory. A green response meant containment was stable. A failed response meant leakage. Elspeth opened a file titled Reviewer Saturation Indicators. The list included insomnia, phantom sounds, sensory memories without personal origin, duplicated domestic objects, architectural distortion, and recognition of absent employees. At the bottom was a red note: once a reviewer begins perceiving prior containment vessels, social erasure should be initiated immediately. Priya had not simply disappeared. The system had removed every record that might preserve her outside the transfer. Elspeth scrolled further. Human containment capacity was measured not in hours or cases, but in something called identity volume. Reviewers with rigid emotional boundaries showed the highest capacity. Those skilled in compartmentalization lasted longer because they could store contradictory experiences without questioning which memories belonged to them. Her recruitment had not been accidental. ClearFrame had not hired her despite what she had done as an editor. It had hired her because of it. A status panel opened on the right side of the screen. Local reviewer saturation, 89%. Domestic leakage, active. Identity overlap, accelerating. Next offload, pending. Elspeth tried to close the directory. The cursor moved, but every exit command returned her to the same page. She disconnected the keyboard. Letters continued appearing in the search field. Her full name typed itself. Elspeth Ward. A folder surfaced. It contained subfolders dated years before she had joined ClearFrame. One was labeled with the title of the documentary she had edited. Another bore Owen Rusk's name. The oldest folder had no date. Elspeth opened it. Inside was a single image file. It showed the spare bedroom of her Leeds flat from the corner near the wardrobe. The photograph had been taken before she moved in. The room was empty except for a green office chair facing the wall. On the back of the chair hung a ClearFrame headset. Beneath the image was a caption: Containment site prepared. Reviewer not yet acquired. Elspeth opened the Wellness Archive first. The directory contained thousands of recordings arranged by employee number. Each file showed the same white screen, the same green circle, the same neutral prompts. Name one object in the room. Name one sound. State where you are. She selected a recording from a moderator named Ainsley Hart. A woman appeared in a small attic office, speaking calmly, despite the tremor in her jaw. Lamp. A muffled impact sounded somewhere beyond the camera. Rain. The impact came again. Harder. I'm at home. The green circle appeared. Completion confirmed. The recording continued after the session should have ended. Ainsley looked toward the closed door behind her. The handle began to turn. She whispered that she could smell burning hair. A second document opened beside the video. Transferred source, residential fire live stream. Retention accuracy, 96%. Emotional integration, successful. Domestic leakage, acceptable. Elspeth watched another moderator describe the taste of seawater while sitting in a room hundreds of miles inland. Another complained of bruising around his ankles after reviewing footage of a prisoner being dragged across a concrete floor. One woman insisted that a dead stranger's childhood memories had begun replacing her own. Each session ended with the same green circle. Each moderator's file ended with one of three classifications: saturated, offloaded, reassigned as residual content. Elspeth understood why Clearframe's wellness staff never asked what the moderators had seen. The material itself did not matter once it entered them. Only containment mattered. She searched for Priya. No profile appeared. But a hidden reference linked KCFQ4418 to a completed offload. The destination field contained no server address. It contained Elspeth's employee number. Priya had been transferred into her, the headset beneath the chair, the red teapot, the dead plant. Those were not objects the video had stolen from Priya's flat. They were fragments of Priya's memory, surviving inside Elspeth's containment space. She could remember the plant now. Priya had called it Nisha after an aunt who survived every illness and complained about every doctor. The memory came with the warmth of a Glasgow kitchen and the smell of cardamom crushed beneath a spoon. Elspeth had never been there. She pressed her hands against her temples. The directory shifted. Her own folder opened without permission. Reviewer profile. Elspeth Ward. Primary suitability. High dissociative discipline. Secondary suitability. Demonstrated ethical compartmentalization. Pre-employment evidence. Voluntary removal of high-risk testimony despite probable harm to source. The final line blurred as her eyes watered. Clearframe had known about Owen. Attached to the profile was the complete, unedited interview. Elspeth clicked it. The church office returned in flat documentary light. Owen Rusk sat opposite the camera, younger than she remembered. The paper cup folded between his hands. His fear was quieter than the version in her dreams. I gave copies to 3 people, he said. Not because I think they'll protect me, because I think they'll protect themselves. The producer's voice came from behind the camera. Are you saying you expect retaliation? Owen looked directly into the lens. I'm saying deletion is part of it. Elspeth's stomach tightened. She did not remember that line. The footage continued beyond the point where she had stopped viewing years earlier. Owen named Clearframe, not as a social media company, but as a contractor used to remove industrial accident footage, witness recordings, and internal leaks before they could circulate. He described employees who reported remembering content that had never appeared on their assigned systems. Then he mentioned an editor, A person who can cut out the truth and still sleep afterward is useful to them, he said. That kind of mind has empty rooms. The interview timestamp placed the recording 3 weeks before Elspeth was hired on the documentary. Her recruitment had begun before she ever met him. The screen split. On one side, Owen continued speaking. On the other, a containment map appeared, showing memories as illuminated chambers connected by narrow corridors. Most were labeled with case numbers. One room was labeled Priya Nai. Another carried Owen's name. At the center of the map was a much larger chamber. Primary identity, Elspeth Ward. Its walls were beginning to fail. A warning flashed beneath it. Offload threshold reached. Prepare identity conversion. The interview stopped. Owen leaned closer to the camera. Though the image was frozen, then his eyes moved toward Elspeth. You didn't erase my testimony, he said. Behind her, the wardrobe door opened. You made room for it. The wardrobe was empty. Not empty in the ordinary sense. The coats were gone. The mirror was gone. And the back panel had opened into a room much deeper than the wardrobe could contain. Gray walls, bare floor, a green chair facing away from her. Elspeth stood at the threshold while the console behind her continued to display the containment map. The electrical hiss had returned, but now she understood it was not coming through the headset. It was inside her ears. The chair began to turn. She stepped backward. The room moved with her. Its walls extended beyond the wardrobe and overlaid the bedroom in translucent sections. The desk remained visible, but its edges softened into unfinished pixels. The radiator became the pale stain on the gray wall. The window narrowed until it resembled a black viewing screen. The room was not entering the flat. The flat was losing the argument. A new document opened on the computer. Platform Safety Classification Definitions. Elspeth read while the gray walls continued to assemble around her. Harmful. Source material has not yet been assigned to a containment vessel. Restricted. Transfer compatibility remains uncertain. Safe. Cognitive transfer has been completed successfully. She stared at the final definition. Every video she had marked safe had already entered someone. The harmless clips had not been harmless. They were simply empty by the time a moderator saw them. The way an abandoned building might be called safe after whatever lived inside had moved elsewhere. She remembered the gray room clip's automated confidence. Safe. The algorithm had not failed to detect the danger. It had recognized that the danger was already inside her. A diagram replaced the document. It showed the life cycle of flagged content. A video entered the platform carrying what the system called residual load, sensory detail, emotional pressure, witness memory, fear, guilt, and intent. The visible file was then routed to a reviewer whose mind had been profiled for storage. Classification triggered transfer. Deletion removed only the shell. The platform remained clean because someone else became contaminated. Elspeth scrolled. When reviewer capacity approaches saturation, retained material may begin organizing itself into a shared internal environment. Beneath the sentence was an image of the gray room. Rendering purpose. Allows residual identities to maintain separation before conversion. Central object, identity anchor. The green chair. It had not been rotating to frighten her. Rotation allowed the room to test who was occupying the anchor. First no one, then Priya, then Owen. Now the chair was waiting for Elspeth. The video window reopened on the console. This time, There was no 17-second limit. The gray room appeared as a continuous live feed. Elspeth saw herself standing in the bedroom doorway. The angle was impossible. The camera seemed to occupy a point behind her eyes while also observing her from across the room. On screen, the green chair completed its turn. It was empty. A label appeared beneath the image. Next archive host, unassigned. Elspeth understood then that ClearFrame did not merely store deleted content in moderators. A saturated reviewer could not hold an unlimited number of lives. Eventually, the system compressed them into one residual identity and placed that identity inside a new video. That was what had happened to Priya. Her memories had become objects. Her fear had become architecture. Whatever remained of her consciousness had been reduced to the figure in the chair. Then the clip had been delivered to Elspeth. The offload had required 3 views because the first established the room. The second copied the viewer's memories. And the third selected the identity anchor. The colleagues who disappeared had not been erased completely. They had become portable. A second chair appeared in the live feed. It stood behind the first, facing the wall. Elspeth's containment map updated. The chambers, labeled with names, were collapsing inward, their corridors feeding toward the central identity room. Priya's memory of cardamom passed through her. Ainsley's burning attic. The prisoner's bruised ankles. The child beneath the supermarket display. Owen in the church office, watching the camera as if he had always known Elspeth would one day be behind it. The system was not preparing to place Elspeth in the chair. It was preparing to place everyone inside her. A prompt appeared. Identity conversion requires voluntary classification. Below it were the 3 familiar buttons: remove, restrict, allow. The live feed showed the empty chair. Then the image changed. Someone else appeared in the room. A young moderator Elspeth did not recognize, seated before a ClearFrame console in another flat. His queue contained a new upload titled Elspeth Ward. The thumbnail showed her standing beside the green chair. His cursor moved toward the video. On Elspeth's screen, the final prompt changed. Classify yourself before the next reviewer does. Elspeth did not press any of the 3 buttons. Instead, she dragged the hidden quarantine track to the export panel. The console resisted. Every folder she selected closed itself. Every document renamed itself as empty. But the old editing interface obeyed commands ClearFrame had forgotten to remove. Elspeth built a sequence from the transfer protocols: wellness recordings, reviewer profiles, and Owen Rusk's uncut testimony. She placed Priya's offload record at the beginning, not because it was the clearest evidence, because Priya had asked to see the case. Elspeth owed her the courtesy of being seen in return. The gray room continued assembling around the bedroom. The walls had become nearly solid. The wardrobe no longer led into storage. It opened into the live feed, where the green chair waited beneath a ceiling light that gave off no warmth. Names moved through Elspeth's mind like people searching for doors. Ainsley Hart, Priya Nair, Owen Rusk, dozens more she had never met, carrying sensations too complete to be imagined. Salt water filling a throat, concrete scraping a cheek, a mother calling a child's name into smoke. Each memory tried to rise above the others. Elspeth kept editing. She added ClearFrame's definitions of safe and harmful, the list of saturation symptoms, and the image of her flat, labeled as a prepared containment site years before her recruitment. At the end, she recorded herself. "My name is Elspeth Ward," she said into the headset. "Clearframe does not remove harmful content. It transfers that content into human reviewers, then erases the reviewers when they become full." Her voice shook only once. "I helped them choose me before Clearframe. I deleted testimony from Owen Rusk because preserving it threatened my career. I called that editing. Clearframe calls it suitability." The live feed showed the young moderator opening the upload titled with her name. His hand paused above the playback control. Elspeth continued, "If you are watching this inside the review system, do not classify it. Disconnect the machine. Leave the building. Remember every name you can." Owen stood beside the green chair now. He no longer looked damaged by compression. He looked tired. "Will that work?" Elspeth asked. His answer came from the headset. The room, and her own mouth at once. "It didn't work for me." Elspeth exported the sequence. The file appeared on her personal laptop. Then in 3 public upload windows, an investigative newsroom, a video sharing site, and a document archive outside Clearframe's network. She pressed publish on all 3. For half a second, the progress bars advanced. Then every screen went white. A green circle appeared. Content received. Elspeth waited. The newsroom upload vanished first. The archive returned an error stating that the file contained no readable data. On the video platform, a public page appeared with a black thumbnail and a view count that rose rapidly. 1 view, 12, 47, 300. Relief entered her so suddenly that she nearly laughed. Then the page refreshed. The title changed from Clearframe Internal Records to Content Unavailable. The view count returned to 0. A moderation notice opened. Harmful material detected. Processing for user safety. "No," Elspeth whispered. The exported sequence began shortening on the timeline. Owen's testimony disappeared. Then the wellness sessions. Then Priya's record. The file compressed itself, stripping away minutes, names, and evidence until only 17 seconds remained. The system had not blocked the upload. It had accepted it as a new source. The gray room shuddered around her. The walls pulled inward. The memories inside Elspeth rushed toward the green chair with such force that her knees struck the carpet. On the public platform, a replacement video appeared. Its title was Elspeth Ward. The thumbnail showed her standing beside the chair. One hand braced against its back. Priya's headset lay at her feet. Owen stood in the water stain behind her, almost invisible. The view count began rising again. Not public views. Reviewer assignments. 1, 2, 3. Across the live feed. The young moderator watched the clip for the first time. A second window opened beside him. Another reviewer. Then another. Clearframe was distributing Elspeth across the queue. Her console displayed a final status message. Public exposure prevented. Residual content reassigned. The room's only light dimmed. Elspeth felt the green chair touch the backs of her knees. On every reviewer's screen, the same 17-second video began to play. The chair turned because Elspeth remembered turning. At first, she believed the motion belonged to the video. The gray room revolved in measured degrees, each rotation carrying her past the water stain. the black cloth, Priya's headset, and the thin vertical seam where the wall pretended not to be a door. Then she understood that the room was still. She was the mechanism. Her body sat upright in the green chair, but it no longer felt arranged like a body. Sensations arrived as stored footage. Pressure at the wrists, cold fabric beneath her palms, the ache behind her eyes after a sleepless shift. Each feeling played, ended, and began again. Beyond the room, moderators watched. Elspeth sensed them as brief openings in the walls. A woman in Belfast leaned toward her monitor while a kettle boiled behind her. A man in Bristol rubbed his thumb against a cracked wedding ring. The young moderator from the live feed watched only once, marked the clip, restricted, and summoned a supervisor. The supervisor watched 3 times. After the third view, his office appeared behind Elspeth as a glass reflection. A framed certificate hung above the chair. A paper cup rolled across the floor. Then the opening closed. Every viewer left something behind. A smell, a private object, a fear never spoken aloud. The gray room grew crowded without becoming fuller. Priya remained nearest. Elspeth could not see her. But sometimes the electrical hiss softened into Priya's voice, naming objects from her kitchen. Red teapot, spice jars, dead plant. She repeated them carefully, as though grounding herself inside a place that no longer existed. Owen stood within the water stain. You wanted people to remember, Elspeth said. She could no longer tell whether she spoke aloud or merely replayed the idea. I wanted the truth to remain attached to what happened, he answered. The chair carried her past him. Clearframe removed Elspeth Ward within a day. Her employee page became an error. Payroll records reassigned her shifts. Her landlord received an automated notice explaining that she had vacated the flat. When 2 officers entered the spare bedroom, they found an unplugged computer, a wardrobe full of coats, and an ordinary green chair pushed beneath the desk. No one found Priya's headset. No one found Elspeth. The flat was cleaned and listed again. Inside the video, the room preserved a different version. Here the walls held every removed image. Faces passed through the plaster like memories beneath skin. Sometimes Elspeth heard the child in the supermarket aisle. Sometimes she smelled smoke from Ainsley's attic or cardamom from Priya's kitchen. Sometimes Owen's testimony played from the darkness beyond the false door. Most often, there was only the chair and the slow rotation. Clearframe classified the clip as safe. The video returned to cues whenever a reviewer's profile showed sufficient containment capacity. It changed for each person. To some, the room resembled a childhood bedroom. To others, a hospital corridor, a basement office, or the back room of a shop they had once left without helping someone. Elspeth tried to warn them. On the first view, she moved 1 finger. On the second, she turned her face toward the camera. On the third, the system used her voice to say, completion confirmed. Weeks passed outside the room. A new moderator named Imogen Vale began her first overnight shift from a studio flat in York. She had previously worked in legal transcription, where she was praised for removing hesitation, repetition, and emotional language from witness statements. Clearframe's recruitment assessment called her exceptionally objective. Near the end of training, an unclear case entered her queue. Title, Elspeth Ward. Length, 17 seconds. Automated confidence. Safe. The thumbnail showed an empty gray room and a green chair turned away from the camera. Imogen watched once. The chair rotated. She noticed a pale stain on the wall shaped like the crack above her own kitchen window. She watched again. A brass transcription pedal appeared beneath the chair. Imogen frowned and leaned closer. Inside the room, Elspeth fought against the motion, holding her spine straight. Priya's voice whispered from somewhere under the floor. "Not 3. Imogen reached for replay. At that moment, something touched the underside of her shoe. She looked down. Beneath her chair lay a silver security sticker, folded once down the middle. Some systems do not destroy what harms us. They hide it in the people paid to look away, then call the surface clean. Elspeth believed deletion created distance between herself and the truth. But every act of erasure made her more useful to a machine built from silence. By the end, the haunted room was not a prison clear frame invented for her. It was the shape of every truth she had helped remove. How much of the world appears safe only because someone else has been forced to contain what we refuse to see? Story 3. The final train on the Harrowfell line arrived without passengers. Agnes Vale watched it slide into the maintenance shed beneath a roof of corrugated iron. Its windows black, its wheels whispering over rails polished by 80 years of departures. Outside, sleet swept across Cinder Gap Station in thin white strokes. Inside, the air smelled of old oil, wet wool, and the metallic heat rising from brake housings after a hard climb. The train should have been warm. It had come down from the summit with every carriage heater running. And the driver, Owen Pike, had complained over the radio that the cab felt like a furnace. Steam breathed from the vents beneath the coaches. Meltwater tapped from the undercarriage. Yet frost silvered the inside of one window. Compartment 6. Agnes stood with her inspection lamp beneath one arm and her clipboard against her chest. At 64, she had learned not to hurry toward a fault simply because it announced itself. Machines rewarded patience. They punished pride in men who called an unfamiliar noise probably nothing. "Your farewell gift," Owen said as he climbed down from the cab. He was younger than Agnes by nearly 30 years and wore the railway's new orange jacket. He nodded toward the coaches. "One last inspection. Then they close the line and give you a cake shaped like a spanner. I told them not to buy a cake. They already did. Then they can eat it." Owen laughed, but the sound fell flat inside the shed. Beyond him, a demolition crew had stacked barriers along the platform. By morning, the Harrowfell Mountain line would be permanently closed. The company called it a safety decision. Local newspapers called it the death of the valley. Agnes had spent 46 years keeping its trains alive, and she had no language for what she called it. She signed the arrival sheet. Any defects? Cab heater stuck high. Third carriage door dragged at bellmouth. And there was a whistle in black glass tunnel. Agnes looked up. "What kind of whistle?" "The train whistle." "You sounded it." "No." "Automatic warning system." Panel showed nothing. The sleet rattled against the high windows. Owen glanced at her. His smile had thinned. "Probably pressure in the line. Probably isn't a diagnosis. That's why you're here." He left through the side door without looking at the train again. Agnes began at the locomotive and worked backward. Couplings, brake pipes, wheel, flanges, electrical boxes. She moved in the sequence taught to her when the depot still employed 100 people. Her knees objected when she crouched. Her left hand trembled when she held the lamp too long. She ignored both. Everything was normal until the sixth compartment. The door opened easily. Warm air from the corridor pressed against her back. But the compartment itself was cold enough to sting her teeth. Frost furred the brass window latch. A skin of ice covered the luggage rack. Agnes checked the vent. Hot air flowed through it. She held her palm over the grill until the heat reddened her skin, then looked again at the frozen seats. On the glass, someone had drawn a vertical line through the frost. Not a word, not a symbol. One careful mark, made from top to bottom by a fingertip. Agnes wiped it away with her sleeve. The pain fogged. Another line appeared beside the place she had cleaned. She stepped back. For several seconds, nothing moved. Then a third line slowly cleared itself in the frost. As though an invisible hand were counting, Agnes shut the door and told herself the seals were leaking. The glass was uneven. Moisture behaved strangely in mountain weather. She wrote heating fault on the inspection sheet. When she bent beneath the carriage to inspect the pipes, her lamp found the scratches. They began near the rear wheel assembly, long parallel grooves cut through rust, grease, and paint. They ran along the underside toward the emergency exit above compartment 6. Agnes touched one with her gloved finger. The groove was narrow, too narrow for a tool. At its end, caught in a torn strip of paint, was the broken half of a human fingernail. It was still warm. The nail fragment remained warm for less than a minute. Agnes held it in an evidence clamp while she photographed the scratches beneath the carriage. By the time she sealed it inside a sample envelope, the heat had vanished so completely that she wondered whether she had imagined it. She did not mention the warmth in her report. Instead, she wrote, "Foreign material recovered. Origin unknown." It was the sort of language the railway trusted. Clean words, words without accusation. When she returned to the staff room, silver paper streamers hung from the ceiling pipes. A supermarket cake sat beside the kettle, iced with a badly drawn locomotive and the words 46 years without a missed fault. Agnes stopped in the doorway. "You said no cake," Owen remarked. "I also said no speeches. That comes later." The remaining night staff applauded. One of the young technicians presented her with a polished brass inspection tag mounted on dark wood. Agneval, Senior Rolling Stock Examiner. 46 years of flawless service. The word times flawless times tightened something behind her ribs. Depot Supervisor Martin Croft raised a paper cup. There are people alive because Agnes never signed her name beneath a train she didn't trust. The others lifted their cups. Agnes looked down at the brass tag. For an instant, she remembered another, smaller and blackened by soot, pressed into her palm by a man whose face she had trained herself not to recall. She placed the plaque on the table. "Compartment 6 has a temperature irregularity," she said. "I want the heating circuit isolated before departure." Martin lowered his cup. "The ceremonial run leaves in 40 minutes. Then isolated in 30. It's carrying council members, press, former staff, and half the valley. They won't sit in 6. Martin gave her the patient smile managers used when money had already made the decision. "Every compartment has been assigned. The train is not cleared." Silence followed. Lena Foss, who had worked beside Agnes for 23 years, glanced at the others. "You've found worse faults in worse weather. Not this one. What exactly is the defect? Martin asked. Agnes could have told him about the frost, the scratches, the fragment of nail. She could have said the grooves looked fresh despite cutting through decades of paint. Instead, she heard herself say, unexplained heat loss. Martin relaxed. Record it for decommissioning. Tonight is symbolic. Agnes. The line is closing either way. Symbolic. Another clean word. At the far end of the shed, the ceremonial passengers began arriving beneath umbrellas. Their voices carried through the platform doors. Someone uncorked sparkling wine. A reporter asked Owen to pose beside the locomotive. Agnes returned to compartment 6 alone. The frost had thickened across the window. 5 vertical lines now stood in the glass where she had erased the first 3. As she watched, a 6th line appeared, then a 7th. The marks were not being drawn from inside. They formed within the frost itself, dark strokes emerging beneath the ice. Agnes opened the door. The compartment was empty. Every seat carried a reservation card. She read the names automatically. Counselors, retired drivers, a local historian, Martin Croft. The card beside the window bore her own name. Footsteps approached. Leanh appeared with 2 paper cups. I thought you might be hiding. I'm working. You're always working. She handed Agnes a cup, then noticed the window. Is that your fault? Agnes did not answer. The frost marks continued. 8, 9, 10. Leanh stepped closer. Condensation? 11. 46 years earlier. In the emergency sidings below Bracken Vale, Agnes had watched an evacuation train disappear into smoke while supervisors shouted carriage counts over the radio. 12. She set down the tea. A faint sound came from the other side of the glass. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap. Leanh frowned. What was that? Agnes did not move. The pattern repeated, slow and precise. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap. It was not a request to open the door. It was the old inspection code for living passengers trapped inside a sealed carriage. Agnes had last heard it on the night of the Bracken Vale disaster. Agnes did not tell Leanh what the tapping meant. She opened compartment 6, checked beneath the seats. Inside the luggage rack, behind the heating grill, no one was there. The frost marks remained on the window, 12 black strokes trapped under the ice. By the time Martin ordered the doors closed, they had reached 15. The ceremonial train left cinder gap beneath applause, camera flashes, and the thin music of the town brass band. Agnes stood in the corridor outside compartment 6 as the platform slipped away into sleet. She had refused the seat reserved for her. Martin occupied it instead. Surrounded by counselors and former railway employees lifting plastic glasses of sparkling wine, the local reporter, Harriet Kells, moved between compartments with a microphone, asking passengers what the line had meant to them. A lifeline, one said. The heart of the valley, said another. No one called it what it had been during the Bracken Vale disaster. An escape route. Agnes checked the heating controls again. The compartment remained bitterly cold, though Martin and the others appeared not to notice. Their breath should have clouded in front of them. It did not. Only Agnes's did. The train climbed toward Harrowfelt Pass, its wheels striking the rail joints in a steady rhythm. Snow gathered along the windows, Beyond the glass, black pines leaned over the slopes like figures listening. Owen's voice came through the intercom. "We'll be entering Belmouth Cutting shortly. After that, black glass tunnel. Please remain seated during the climb." The frost marks had reached 19. Agnes watched them form one by one. She remembered the evacuation report stating that 19 carriages had been cleared from Bracken Vale before the chemical cloud crossed the eastern ridge. There had been another train. She had spent 46 years refusing to count it. A sudden whistle tore through the mountains. It was too loud inside the carriage. Less like sound traveling from the locomotive than something screaming through the metal frame. Glasses trembled. Several passengers covered their ears. The train's lights dimmed. Then Martin Croft began to age. It happened quietly. The skin around his eyes loosened first. His cheeks hollowed as if years were being drawn out through his mouth. Gray spread from his temples across his hair. Liver spots surfaced on the backs of his hands while he stared at them, unable to speak. His paper cup slipped from his fingers. By the time it struck the floor, Martin looked 80. Screams broke out across the compartment. Harriet dropped her microphone. Lena pushed through the aisle toward him, calling his name. Across from Martin, retired driver Walter Say folded forward in his seat. His white hair darkened at the roots. Wrinkles withdrew from his face. His shoulders straightened beneath his old uniform jacket. Within seconds, he looked no older than 25. Walter touched his smooth jaw. "No?" he whispered. Agnes grabbed the emergency communication panel. "Owen, why did you sound the whistle?" His reply came through a burst of static. "I didn't check the control valve. I'm looking at it. The lever never moved." The train plunged into Belmouth Cutting. Rock walls rose on either side, close enough to swallow the remaining daylight. Passengers shouted over one another. Some demanded that the train stop. Others held phones that showed no signal. Martin examined his spotted hands with stunned disgust, while Walter stared at his reflection in the window as if it belonged to a stranger. Agnes forced herself to observe. Martin had lost years. Walter had received them. The railway had always balanced its accounts. She crouched beside Martin's seat, searching the floor for anything dislodged during the whistle. Beneath the radiator, something reflected her lamp. A brass inspection tag. It was rectangular, scorched along one edge, with a hole where a leather cord had once passed through it. Agnes knew the shape. Apprentices had worn them before the railway introduced photographic badges. She picked it up. The metal was warm. Stamped into its face were the initials A, V. Below them was a date written in full. The 17th of February, 1980. The night Bracken Vale burned. Agnes turned the tag over, scratched into the back. In handwriting she recognized as her own were 5 words. Compartment 6 occupied. Do not release. Agnes closed her hand around the brass tag until its edges cut into her palm. The words on the back could not be hers. She knew her own handwriting, the narrow loops, the hard downward strokes, the way she crossed a capital letter too low. The message matched every detail, yet she had no memory of scratching it into metal. Martin Croft reached for the tag with an old man's trembling hand. "What is that?" "Nothing connected to this train." "You look like you know it." Agnes slipped the tag into her coat pocket. "You've suffered an acute physical episode. Sit still. I aged 40 years. You appear to have aged." Martin stared at her. What distinction are you making? The distinction between evidence and panic. She turned toward the passengers before anyone could answer. Remain seated. The whistle may have caused a pressure disturbance through the ventilation system. Black glass and bellmouth create unusual acoustic conditions. We could also be dealing with residual contamination in an old heating duct. Harriet Kells retrieved her microphone from the floor. Residual contamination. From what? Industrial cleaning agents. Insulation compounds. Anything that causes disorientation. Walter Say stood in the aisle, young hands gripping the backs of two seats. His old uniform hung loosely from a body that had regained the muscle of early adulthood. Disorientation didn't give me my teeth back, he said. Several passengers looked at him. Walter opened his mouth. The dentures he had worn when boarding were gone. In their place stood a full set of natural teeth, slightly crooked and stained by the cigarettes he had stopped smoking decades earlier. Agnes looked away first. She called Owen through the emergency panel. Reduce speed. I've already tried. Then apply the independent brake. No response. Electrical controls show normal. Brake pressure is normal. Speed is increasing. Agnes glanced through the window. The rock walls of Bellmouth Cutting streamed past too quickly to distinguish. Snow whirled in the train's wake, rising instead of falling. Kill traction power. A silence followed. I did, Owen said. 5 minutes ago. The wheels continued to accelerate. Agnes pressed her forehead against the cold panel. This could still be pressure in the line. A trapped signal. A mechanical feedback fault. Owen's voice softened. Agnes, traction is dead. Before she could answer, the whistle sounded again. This time it began low, almost beneath hearing. A vibration that traveled upward through the floor and entered the passengers through their shoes. Then it rose into a long metallic cry. The lights went out. In the darkness, Agnes heard bones cracking. Someone laughed in a child's voice. When the emergency lamps flickered on, the carriage had changed. Harriet Kells sat on the floor with silver hair spread across her shoulders in deep folds around her mouth. The microphone lay beside fingers bent by arthritis. Walter had become younger still. His railway jacket had collapsed around the body of a boy no older than 12. He stared from inside the oversized collar, cheeks smooth, eyes enormous. Near the rear door, Lena Foss pressed both hands over her face. Blood ran between her fingers. Lena? She lowered them. Her skin had not aged, but her fingernails had lengthened into yellow, curved points. 2 had split down the middle. They hurt, Lena whispered. Agnes stepped toward her, but the train left Bellmouth Cutting and the world outside changed. The storm was gone. Beyond the windows lay a valley buried beneath gray ash. Leafless trees stood along the track. Telegraph wires sagged between black poles. No snow remained. Though frost still covered compartment 6, the train slowed for the first time. A platform appeared ahead. The station sign leaned at an angle, its white paint blistered by heat. Brackenvale East. Agnes knew the station had been demolished after the disaster. The foundations had been buried beneath a containment field. No active railway had passed through it in 46 years. The platform was crowded. Men, women, and children stood shoulder to shoulder beneath a roof stained with soot. Some held blankets over their mouths. Others carried suitcases, bird cages, factory lunch tins. infants wrapped in coats. Their clothing belonged to another decade. Their faces were gray with chemical dust. No one waved as the ceremonial train approached. No one called for help. They simply watched the windows. Agnes recognized them from the evacuation photographs that had never been published. As Compartment 6 passed the platform, every evacuee raised one hand and dragged their fingernails slowly across the glass. The sound followed the train even after the station disappeared. Then a soot-covered woman stepped from the crowd onto the final carriage. She was holding Agnes's old apprentice coat. Agnes saw the apprentice coat for less than a second. The woman on the platform held it by the shoulders. Its navy wool darkened with soot, the brass buttons reflecting the train's emergency lights. Then Brackenvale East slid behind the final carriage, and the platform vanished into ash. The coat did not. It now hung from the luggage hook outside Compartment 6. Water dripped from its hem, though the corridor floor beneath it remained dry. Lena stared at it with both hands curled against her chest. Her lengthened nails clicked together whenever the carriage shook. "Is that yours?" she asked. Agnes removed the coat from the hook. The fabric was smaller than she remembered. On the breast pocket, beneath a crust of gray dust, the railway had embroidered her surname in faded white thread. Inside the collar, someone had written a number in black grease pencil. 6. It belonged to an apprentice. Agnes said, "You? Too many apprentices." Lena looked at her, but did not argue. The train plunged into black glass tunnel. Darkness closed over the windows so completely that Agnes saw only the reflection of the carriage interior, frightened passengers. Emergency lamps. Walter's child-sized body inside an adult uniform. Harriet's aged face. Martin's hands trembling against his knees. The wheels hammered the rails. Black glass tunnel should have taken 7 minutes to cross. Agnes knew every measurement of it. 2 miles. 3 ventilation shafts. 1 maintenance alcove near the western mouth. The gradient rose gently for the first half, then descended toward Harrowfell. After 10 minutes, they were still climbing. Owen's voice crackled through the emergency panel. "I can't reach Cinder Gap. Use the mountain relay." Nothing. Harrowfell, control, nothing. Emergency frequency, only static. Agnes pressed the call button. What does the distance counter show? A pause. 2 miles since entry. That's impossible. It showed 2 miles 5 minutes ago. The lights flickered. For an instant. The windows reflected a different carriage, bare steel benches. Bodies wrapped in blankets. Faces covered with damp cloth. Then the ceremonial passengers returned. Agnes felt a sharp pressure beneath her right thumbnail. She looked down. A thin black line had appeared under the nail. Beginning at the cuticle and extending toward the tip, another formed beneath her index finger. The lines deepened as she watched, pressing upward from inside the flesh. She scraped at one with the edge of her inspection tag. Pain flashed through her hand. The mark was not on the surface. A scratching sound traveled beneath the floor, not from one place, but along the full length of the train. Hundreds of nails dragging under the carriages in rough unison. Passengers lifted their feet. Martin began shouting for the doors to be opened. Harriet tried to record the sound, but her phone displayed only a gray screen covered by counting marks. Walter crouched between the seats, covering his ears with a child's hands. Agnes returned to the communication panel. "Owen, find the maintenance alcove We passed it twice. What do you mean? The first time, the access lamp was green. 3 minutes later, we passed it again. Same alcove, same rusted ladder. That cannot happen. I know. The whistle valve shrieked somewhere ahead, but no whistle sounded. Instead, the carriage edged around them. Upholstery split along the seams. Paint blistered from the walls. Rust spread over the luggage racks in branching veins. The reservation cards browned, curled, and crumbled into the seats. Then everything snapped back. Only the passengers remained changed. Agnes's fingernails throbbed. 5 black scratches now lay beneath each one. The public address system clicked on. At first there was only breathing. Slow, wet, close to the microphone. Owen called through the panel. That isn't coming from the cab. A woman's voice filled the train. It was calm, young, and trained in the clipped diction once required for railway emergencies. Senior Examiner Agnes Vale. Agnes stopped breathing. The voice belonged to her at 18. Your final inspection is incomplete. The door to compartment 6 unlocked with a heavy metallic snap. Frost spread across its window, swallowing the counting marks. From behind the glass came a single knock. Then the announcement continued. Report to the occupied carriage and identify the operator. The handle began to turn from the inside. The handle stopped halfway. Agnes waited, one hand around the brass inspection tag, while Frost crawled over the door frame and sealed the compartment from the corridor. Behind her, Leanh whispered her name. The public address system clicked off. Silence settled over the train. Not true silence. Beneath it ran the steady percussion of wheels, the groan of strained couplings, and the scratching under the floor. But the passengers had stopped speaking, as though whatever waited behind the door required witnesses. Agnes pushed the handle down. Compartment 6 opened. No one stood inside. The seats were white with frost. Ice had sealed the window completely, and the heating vent glowed red behind its grill. The air smelled not of cold metal, but of wet wool, smoke, and the sour, medicinal odor of emergency disinfectant. Agnes knew that smell. It had clung to the Brackenvale evacuees after the chemical tanks ruptured. She stepped inside. The door shut behind her. Leanh struck the glass from the corridor, but Agnes heard only a dull vibration. Her breath thickened in front of her. Each exhalation drifted toward the floor instead of rising. The scratching below stopped. A rectangular seam had appeared between the seats. Agnes crouched and swept frost away with her sleeve. The outline formed a maintenance hatch, though no such access panel existed on the train's engineering plans. 4 recessed bolts held it shut. Her inspection key fitted all 4. When the last bolt released, the hatch lifted by itself. Darkness opened beneath the compartment. A narrow steel ladder descended into a cavity too deep for the carriage underframe. Agnes aimed her lamp downward. Its beam revealed pipes, riveted walls, and a floor far below. Rocking gently with the motion of the train, the space could not fit beneath the carriage. She climbed in anyway. The hatch closed over her. The ladder ended in a service passage where she could stand only by bowing her head. Metal walls pressed close on either side. Bundles of cable ran overhead, wrapped in old cloth insulation. The air was warmer here, humid with the breath of many people. Her lamp found a suitcase, then another, Dozens filled the passage, stacked against the walls and wedged beneath the pipes. Leather cases, cardboard trunks tied with string, factory satchels, handbags with cracked handles. Each bore a paper evacuation label. Some labels carried names. Others displayed only numbers. Agnes moved deeper. Emergency blankets lay folded in heaps, their gray wool stiff with dried mud. Gas masks rested beside rusted water tins. A child's red shoe stood upright in the center of the passage. Its partner lay several feet ahead. Between them, fingernail marks covered the floor. They all pointed toward the rear of the train. Agnes's own nails pulsed. The black lines beneath them had widened, and something hard seemed to be growing backward into her fingers. She passed a wooden crate marked Brackenvale Civil Defense. Inside were children's shoes arranged in pairs, school shoes, boots, slippers. One pair of tiny white sandals blackened with soot. A tapping began ahead. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap. The trapped passenger code. Agnes followed it through the passage until she reached a steel partition. Set into the wall was an old railway recorder, the kind once used to preserve dispatch communications on magnetic tape. Its reels were turning. No power cable connected it to anything. The speaker crackled. A man's voice emerged through static. Evacuation service 6 requesting clearance. We have civilians on board. Repeat. Civilians on board. Agnes gripped the wall. Another voice answered. Young, controlled, female, her own. Service 6. Proceed into Black Glass Tunnel and await further instruction. The man on the recording coughed. Somewhere behind him, people were crying. Apprenticevale. The eastern ventilation shaft is closed. We cannot hold in the tunnel. You are not cleared to return to Brackenvale. There are children here. A long silence followed. Agnes remembered standing beside a dispatch console with smoke pressing against the depot windows. She remembered senior officials arguing. She remembered someone placing a telephone receiver in her hand. She had always remembered herself saying nothing. The recorder continued. Her younger voice was colder now. Proceed beyond the maintenance alcove. Stop inside the sealed section. Disable exterior lights and maintain radio silence. The driver said, "Who gave that order?" Agnes shut her eyes. On the tape, the 18-year-old Agnes Vale replied, "I did." The reels slowed. A final sound rose from the speaker, hundreds of fingernails scraping metal. Then the recorder spoke in a voice that had never been captured 46 years earlier. Inspection incomplete. Behind Agnes, every suitcase opened at once. The suitcases opened without lids being touched. Clasps sprang. Leather creaked. Cardboard split along softened seams. Papers lifted into the service passage as though caught in a wind Agnes could not feel. Tickets struck the walls. Evacuation labels spun beneath the pipes. A child's drawing landed against her boot. A black mountain. A red train. And rows of square faces behind 6 windows. At the rear of the drawing, written in blue pencil, were the words, "The lady said we must be quiet." The recorder reels began turning again. Agnes moved toward the steel partition, but the passage shifted under her feet. The walls widened. The stacked luggage receded, revealing a small dispatch office built into the impossible space beneath compartment 6. A desk stood beneath a green-shaded lamp. On it lay 3 maintenance ledgers, a dispatch log, and a folder stamped Brackenvale Containment Executive Access Only. Agnes knew the folder. She had carried it from the control room to the depot manager's office on the disaster night. She remembered its weight, but not what had been inside. Now the metal clasp opened beneath her hand. The first page was a chemical exposure assessment. Vapor from Brackenvale's resin plant had entered the evacuation train through damaged ventilation intakes. The passengers had been alive, conscious, and potentially treatable. The next page contained an internal company instruction. Returning the train to the valley would prove the railway had continued operating after the evacuation order. Allowing it through Harrowfell would expose 3 towns and reveal that hazardous freight had been transported without declaration. The recommended action was printed in capital letters, contained service within black glass sealed section until public risk can be reassessed. Beneath it, added by hand, no recovery operation to be attempted. Agnes turned the page. There were signatures from senior officials, legal advisors, plant directors. Her name was not among them. Relief entered her so quickly that she nearly laughed. Then she found the maintenance report. The paper carried her apprentice identification number and her handwriting. Service 6 assessed following emergency entry. Brake controls unresponsive. Passenger doors mechanically seized. Ventilation failure irreversible. No viable occupants detected. At the bottom, Agnes had signed the train unfit for recovery. She read the sentence again. No viable occupants detected. The tapping code had continued for nearly an hour after the train entered Black Glass Tunnel. She remembered it now. Not a sound, but as pressure traveling through the dispatch room wall while she typed the report with 2 fingers. Tap, 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 pause, tap. Her supervisor had stood behind her. He had told her not to use the word times passengers. The recorder clicked. Another dispatch tape began. Service 6 to control. Emergency exits will not release. Someone has locked the manual overrides. The driver sounded weaker than before. Children were coughing behind him. A younger Agnes answered. The locking circuit engaged when the train entered containment. That circuit requires a depot key. Agnes looked down at her right hand. The black marks beneath her nails curved like narrow key teeth. On the recording, the driver said, "You did this." Static filled the office. Then came her reply. "If the doors open, they'll leave the tunnel. They're people. They're contaminated. They are people." Agnes stopped the tape. But another machine started beneath the desk. A technical diagram rolled from a narrow printer. It showed the emergency door circuit for evacuation service 6. Red pencil marked the isolation points. Beside each one were Agnes's initials. She had not merely written the report. She had gone beneath the train while it waited at the eastern signal. She had cut the release cable, removed the manual handles, and returned to the dispatch room with grease on her sleeves, because she had understood machines better than anyone else present, because no senior official wanted to perform the work himself. The final ledger opened. Its pages listed the names of personnel assigned to maintain black glass containment through retirement, death, or line closure. Most had been crossed out. Some names carried notes, refused, deceased, transferred, unfit. At the bottom of the last page was a typed entry. Future operator nominated, Agnes Vale. Selection basis, technical competence, direct responsibility. Sustained denial, Handover condition. Final closure of Harrowfell line. Her brass inspection tag lay in a fitted space beneath the words. From the corridor beyond the impossible office came the sound of a train whistle preparing to blow. The ledger added one new line by itself. Operator present. Passenger years available. Transfer may proceed. Agnes backed away. On the other side of the steel partition, someone inserted a key into the lock. Then her own 18-year-old voice said, "You already know how to keep the doors closed." The key turned. The steel partition opened onto the Brackenvale dispatch room as it had been 46 years earlier. Smoke pressed against the windows. Emergency lamps stained the walls red. Telephones rang without pause. And desks lay buried beneath maps and casualty lists. Agnes stood unseen among the living. At the center of the room, her 18-year-old self faced 3 senior officials. The girl was thinner than Agnes remembered. Her apprentice coat buttoned to the throat. Soot beside her nose. She did not look frightened. She looked eager to be useful. "The train cannot return to the valley," said depot manager Roland Preece. "If those passengers disembark, they will tell the press the resin wagons were routed through Bracken Vale after the Prohibition. The western line is open," another man said. "Send them over Harrowfell and contaminate 3 towns?" From the radio came the driver's voice. "We have children losing consciousness. We need medical clearance now." Young Agnes looked at the route map. Her eyes moved to Black Glass Tunnel. The memory Agnes had preserved for decades ended there, officials shouting. Orders coming from above. Her own hands obeying. But the room continued. "There is a sealed construction section beyond the maintenance alcove," the girl said. Every man turned toward her. Young Agnes circled the tunnel on the map. The ventilation shafts were capped last winter. If Service 6 enters the sealed section, the vapor cannot reach Harrowfell. We can isolate the doors from the depot circuit. Priest stared at her. For how long? Until the contamination settles. And the passengers? The girl hesitated. They are already exposed. The older Agnes whispered. "No," Priest asked. "Can the train be made unrecoverable?" Young Agnes nodded. She explained the release system. The cable beneath the 6th compartment, and the depot key that could lock every passenger door. She described how a false mechanical report could reclassify the train as an empty hazardous vehicle. The plan had not been forced into her hands. She had built it from the parts she understood. The reason returned with the memory. 2 weeks earlier, Agnes had bypassed a warning relay so the depot could keep freight moving. The undeclared resin wagons had crossed Brackenvale because her repair kept the line open. If investigators reached the depot, they would find her alteration. She had not hidden the train only for the company. She had hidden the evidence of the person she wanted to become. The dispatch room dissolved. Agnes stood again beneath compartment 6, but evacuees now filled the passage. Their faces were gray, their eyes red from smoke. Mothers held children beneath their coats. Factory workers leaned on one another. They looked exactly as they had while waiting for rescue. A nurse stepped forward. She was the woman who had held Agnes's apprentice coat at Brackenvale East. "Why are they taking years from the passengers?" Agnes asked. "They are not taking them." Above, someone screamed as the whistle valve strained. "They are offering them," the nurse said. "Years to run the train. Years stolen from those who entered the line believing they would leave it. How long? Until the doors are opened by the one who closed them. I can open them now. You can open this train. The nurse glanced toward the darkness beyond the partition, where rails stretched farther than the carriage could contain. But the dead require an operator. Someone must carry them through every closed line, every sealed tunnel, every place where responsibility was renamed necessity. Agnes understood. The train had not returned to punish Martin, Harriet, Walter, or Lena. Their changing bodies were fuel, a reserve of human time gathered for the handover. It wanted Agnes at the controls. And if I refuse, the evacuees turned toward the ceiling. The next whistle began as a vibration in Agnes's teeth. The nurse held out the old apprentice coat. Then it will choose the youngest life remaining and teach them your work. From above came Walter's voice, no longer that of a child. It was the thin cry of an infant. Agnes took the coat. Inside its pocket, she found the original depot key. Behind her, the partition opened onto the locomotive cab. In the driver's seat sat a blackened figure wearing Owen Pike's orange jacket. It turned and raised one blistered hand. In Agnes's voice, it said, "There is still one inspection left." The blackened figure rose from Owen's seat. Its jacket cracked at the shoulders, shedding flakes of soot. Beneath the fabric there was no body Agnes could understand. Only the outline of a person burned into the air. The locomotive controls glowed around it. Two routes appeared on the signal panel. One led toward the western mouth of Black Glass Tunnel and Cinder Gap. The other turned downward into a section of track that did not exist on any railway map. Above the first route, a brass plate read, "Release passengers. Accept operation." Above the second, "Terminate service. Preserve record." Agnes understood what the cleaner wording concealed. Destroy the train, and the living passengers would die inside the tunnel. The evidence beneath compartment 6 would vanish with them. The railway could call it brake failure, structural collapse, or an unavoidable tragedy on a condemned line. Another necessary decision. Another report. She had spent 46 years learning how institutions buried cruelty beneath accurate language. The figure pointed toward the emergency broadcast microphone. Agnes removed the apprentice coat from her arm and put it on. The sleeves ended above her wrists. Soot marked the wool where her younger hands had once wiped themselves clean. The depot key fitted the main control switch. When she turned it, every light in the locomotive went dark. The whistle screamed. Agnes gripped the desk as pain entered her bones. Her fingers straightened. The swollen joints narrowed. The black marks beneath her nails withdrew toward the cuticles like ink being pulled through veins. Behind her, the impossible passage filled with voices, not pleading, counting. She pressed the broadcast switch. "My name is Agnes Vale," she said. Her voice traveled through the train, into every carriage, and every speaker still connected to the Harrowfell line. "I was an apprentice examiner during the Bracken Vale industrial disaster. Evacuation Service 6 carried civilians exposed to chemical vapor. The train was operational. Its passengers were alive." The controls trembled beneath her hands. On the panel, the route toward destruction brightened. Agnes continued. "I disabled the emergency door releases. I falsified the mechanical report. I ordered the driver into the sealed section of Black Glass Tunnel." The words hurt more than the transformation. They stripped away the version of her life that had earned speeches, plaques, and raised paper cups. "I was not following a technical procedure. I designed the containment plan because I believed the company's survival mattered more than the people on board. I also knew an investigation would expose an unauthorized repair I had made before the disaster. The train shuddered. From the carriages came cries of shock. The whistle sounded again. Agnes's gray hair darkened across her reflection in the windscreen. The lines around her mouth softened. Her shoulders drew upright beneath the apprentice coat. She saw an 18-year-old girl looking back at her. The girl's face was pale, determined, almost innocent. Agnes hated her most for that. She pulled the operator's lever. The locomotive lurched onto the release route. A wave passed backward through the train. In compartment 6, Martin Croft cried out as age withdrew from his body. Harriet's silver hair darkened. Lena's nails cracked and fell away, leaving bloodless fingertips beneath them. Walter's infant limbs lengthened until he was once again an old man folded inside his railway uniform. The years returned to their owners. Agnes felt each one leave her. Her back straightened further. The ache vanished from her knees. Old scars faded from her hands. The wedding ring she had stopped wearing decades earlier slipped from her narrowing finger and rolled beneath the console. Owen's voice came weakly through the cab speaker. Agnes, what's happening? I'm completing the inspection. Where are you? She looked through the windscreen. The tunnel ahead was crowded with the abandoned dead. They stood between the rails in two silent lines, extending farther than the headlamps could reach. At their center waited the driver of Evacuation Service 6. He held the release handle Agnes had removed from his train. Agnes opened the final emergency channel. To anyone receiving this broadcast, the records are beneath compartment 6. Do not allow the railway to call this an accident. The signal panel changed. Handover accepted. The blackened operator stepped aside. Agnes sat in the driver's seat. Her feet no longer reached the floor. When the final whistle began, her voice broke into the high, frightened register of the girl she had been on the night of the disaster. Behind her, every carriage door unlocked. Ahead, the dead moved from the tracks. But the train did not slow. A new destination appeared on the panel in letters cut through frost. Next closure operator required. Black glass tunnel, release the train at dawn. It emerged beneath a sky the color of dirty wool, moving slowly enough that frost remained unbroken along the windows. At Cinder Gap, railway staff and emergency crews had gathered beside the platform, expecting wreckage. What arrived looked almost untouched. The ceremonial passengers stepped down one by one. Martin Croft was restored to the age he had been when the journey began. Harriet Kells leaned on Owen Pike's arm, her hair dark again, though a white streak remained above her left ear. Walter Say climbed from the carriage with his dentures in one hand and the expression of a man who had remembered being born. Lena Foss came last. Her fingernails were short and clean. In her arms, she carried the old railway recorder from beneath compartment 6. Agnes was not with them. The locomotive cab stood empty. Her apprentice coat lay folded across the driver's seat, still warm at the collar. On the control panel, the destination display contained no station name. It showed only, service continuing. Within an hour, the railway company sealed the train inside the maintenance shed. Before noon, officials announced that the passengers had suffered mass disorientation caused by obsolete heating insulation, tunnel pressure, and ceremonial alcohol. Martin's sudden aging was described as poor lighting. Walter's transformation became panic-induced misidentification. Photographs from inside the train were declared corrupted. The company's lawyers called Agnes's confession an artificial recording assembled from archived communications. They could not explain why her voice had transmitted through emergency receivers at 6 abandoned stations, including Brackenvale East. Harriet released the recording before they confiscated her equipment. Millions heard Agnes say that Evacuation Service 6 had been operational, that its passengers had been alive, and that she had locked them inside Black Glass Tunnel. The company denied every word. Then Lena opened the maintenance hatch beneath compartment 6 in front of police, journalists, and former railway workers. There was no service passage, no luggage, no blankets, no children's shoes, only ordinary pipes, cables, and a layer of rusted steel less than 2 feet beneath the floor. The recorder remained in her hands. Its tape contained the confession, the driver's pleas, and 47 minutes of tapping. The investigation lasted 9 years. Executives retired. Records disappeared. Courts argued over whether evidence recovered from a physically impossible location could be admitted. Brackenvale families received no formal apology, only a settlement that did not acknowledge responsibility. Cinder Gap Station closed. Black Glass Tunnel was filled with concrete. The ceremonial train was cut apart beneath supervision. Workers found scratches under every carriage, all running toward the emergency exits. The metal sections were melted separately, but each furnace sounded a whistle as the steel softened. Agnes Vale was officially declared dead. Though no body was recovered, her retirement plaque remained in the depot staff room until the building was demolished. Someone had scratched away the word "times flawless." Years later, far north of Harrowfell, the Greyhaven mountain line prepared for closure. Its senior mechanic was Malcolm Rusk, 67, a widower with failing hearing and a reputation for signing reports only after touching every wheel with his own hand. On the final evening, dispatch informed him that an unscheduled train had entered the eastern approach. No driver responded to radio calls. The train arrived under its own power. Its windows were black. Frost covered only one of them. Malcolm walked the platform with his inspection lamp, irritated by the absence of identification numbers. The carriages belonged to no manufacturer he recognized. Yet their couplings were polished and their brakes smelled recently used. Beside compartment 6 stood a young woman in an old Navy apprentice coat. She appeared no older than 18. Her dark hair was tied behind her head. Soot marked one cheek. In her left hand, she carried an inspection clipboard. In her right, she held a brass depot key. "Are you assigned to Greyhaven?" Malcolm asked. The woman looked toward the sealed mountain tunnel beyond the station. "Not yet." Her badge read, "Agnes, Vale Operator." From inside compartment 6 came a careful tapping. Dap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap. Malcolm frowned. "Is someone trapped in there?" Agnes handed him the clipboard. At the top of the inspection sheet, beneath his name, one question had already been answered. "Occupied." "Yes." Behind them, the locomotive whistle drew breath. Some institutions survive by changing the names of what they have done. Abandonment becomes containment. Cowardice becomes procedure. Murder becomes an unfortunate technical outcome. Agnes spent most of her life believing that precise language could separate her from responsibility. But the train remembered the choice beneath the wording. Its punishment is not simply to carry the dead. It is to repeat the moment when another worker must decide whether to trust the report or listen to the tapping. Perhaps every closed line leaves something behind. The question is whether we hear it before we sign our names. Story 4. The first thing I noticed about the Kestrel Center was that none of its interior doors had windows. That was unusual for a sleep clinic. Most laboratories preferred observation glass. Narrow, reinforced panels. Anything that allowed staff to check a patient without opening the room and changing the temperature, light, or sound. At Kestrel, each door was a smooth gray slab with a silver handle and a number printed in black. The numbers were not consecutive. 1, 2, 4, 6. I stood in the central corridor with melting snow darkening the shoulders of my coat and told myself the missing numbers belonged to storage rooms. "You'll stop seeing it after a while," said Thomas Rhee, the evening technician. He was younger than I expected, perhaps 26, with red marks across his nose from protective goggles. He followed my gaze without asking what I had noticed. "The numbering," I said. "The whole building was renovated twice." He handed me a badge. "Nothing lines up anymore." My name had been printed beneath a photograph I did not remember submitting. Evelyn Sloan, night technician. The woman in the photograph looked like me, but rested. Her hair was shorter, her face fuller, and there was no pale seam above her left eyebrow. I touched the scar without thinking. "Human Resources pulled it from your previous file," Tomas said. "I haven't worked here before." He smiled in a way that made the statement feel impolite. "I mean your previous employer." Outside, wind pushed dry snow against the building with a sound like sand dragged over glass. The Kestrel Center occupied the third floor of a medical complex beside the frozen river. But the windows had been sealed behind acoustic panels. Inside, there was no weather, no darkness, only the steady fluorescent light and the mild heat of equipment cabinets. Tomas showed me the control station, the emergency cart, the medication locker I was not authorized to open, and the 6 occupied rooms. Each patient had come for the same reason. They slept, but claimed they no longer dreamed. Not nightmares, Tomas said. No dreams at all. Some of them say it feels like losing time. They close their eyes. Then morning happens. Medication history? Clean enough. Neurological illness? Nothing consistent. On the monitors, 6 sets of brain waves moved across black backgrounds in green, yellow, and white. Eye movements, muscle tone, oxygen saturation, heart rhythm, the ordinary grammar of sleep. Room 4 held Lenora Cates, a retired violin teacher in her late 60s. She lay on her back beneath a white blanket. Silver hair spread over the pillow. Electrodes fixed to her scalp with pale, conductive paste. Her chart said she had not remembered a dream in 11 months. I checked the impedance readings and adjusted one lead near her temple. Her eyes remained closed. "You should not count them," she whispered. I froze with my fingers still touching the wire. "Count what?" "Ms. Cates?" Her lips moved once before sound came. "The doors." I looked toward the entrance. The gray slab was shut. When I returned to the station, Tomas was putting on his coat. "She talk in her sleep?" I asked. "Sometimes." "What does she mean about the doors?" He paused with one arm inside his sleeve. "Patients build metaphors. Don't build them with them." Then he left. For the next hour, nothing happened. I documented sleep stages, corrected a loose chin sensor, and drank coffee that tasted faintly of paper. The clinic settled into its mechanical night voice, ventilation, relays, the soft pulse of air through oxygen tubing. Near midnight, Room 4's EEG flattened. Not medically flat. The lines did not disappear. They straightened into parallel bands, then compressed toward the center of the screen as though drawn through a narrow opening. I reached for the intercom. Before I touched it, the bands widened. The monitor no longer showed brainwaves. It showed a hallway. The image was grainy and monochrome, filmed from a low angle. Doors lined both sides, each without a window. At the far end stood a child in a hospital gown, facing away from the camera. I checked the input source. EEG channel 4. No video connection. The child lifted one hand and placed it against the final door. On the door, where a room number should have been, someone had written a name in black capital letters. Evelyn Sloan. The name remained on the monitor for less than 3 seconds. Then the hallway collapsed inward. The child, the doors, and the black letters narrowed into a single white line before the ordinary EEG traces returned, wavering gently across the screen as though nothing had interrupted them. I saved the recording. At least, I tried to. The previous 5 minutes of data had been replaced by a flat gray block marked Signal Adjustment. No image channel appeared in the system history. There was no error code. No interruption in Lenora Cates's heart rhythm, and no indication that the machine had displayed anything except normal stage 2 sleep. I told myself the software had rendered corrupted data as video. It was not a good explanation, but it was one I understood. At 1:15 in the morning, Lenora woke screaming. I reached room 4 before the alarm finished sounding. She was sitting upright, tearing electrodes from her scalp. Conductive paste shone in her hair like frost. Her breathing came in shallow. Discipline pulse, the way someone breathes while trying not to disturb a pain inside the chest. Miss Cates, you're safe. She looked past me. A round wall clock hung above the sink. Its black hands showed a little after 1. What is that? She whispered. A clock. I know what it is. Her voice sharpened with humiliation. I don't know what it says. I asked her to look at my fingers and tell me how many I was holding up. She answered correctly. She named the room, the city, the month, and the current president. She read 3 sentences from her consent form without hesitation. When I drew a clock face on the back of a chart and asked her to place the hands at 11:10, she stared at the circle as if I had given her instructions in another language. I taught children rhythm for 40 years. She said, I counted measures before they could count money. The on-call neurologist, Dr. Calder, arrived remotely through the examination monitor. He had Lenora follow visual prompts, repeat sequences, identify objects, and perform simple calculations. She passed everything except time. Not the concept of time. She understood morning, evening, yesterday, duration, lateness. Only clocks had become meaningless. Dr. Calder suggested transient confusion after abrupt awakening. He ordered observation and recommended that the test continue. Lenora turned toward me while he spoke. You saw the hall, she said. I muted the monitor. What hall? The one behind my eyes. Her gaze lowered to my badge. For a moment, she looked less frightened than sorry. They gave you another name. Before I could answer, Dr. Calder asked why he could no longer hear us. I unmuted the call and told him I had touched the control accidentally. Lenora refused to speak again. Near dawn, the remaining patients entered deeper sleep. Their breathing filled the station through 6 intercom channels, overlapping in soft, uneven waves. I watched their signals and tried not to look at the darkened corner of the room 4 monitor where my name had appeared. The fluorescent lights hummed above me. I had always hated that sound. In the childhood I remembered, my mother kept the kitchen light off whenever possible because fluorescent bulbs triggered migraines. We ate breakfast in the blue light from the window. The table was yellow. The cupboards were white. There was a crack shaped like a river in the tile beside the refrigerator. These details had never changed. They were among the few memories I trusted. My parents had died when I was young. A winter highway accident. According to the records I carried from one apartment to another without opening. Afterward came relatives whose faces blurred together. Schools I remembered mostly by smell. And years that seemed to begin only when I entered them. The past did not frighten me. Its emptiness did. After my shift, I drove home through streets softened by fresh snow. My apartment was warm and silent. I lay down fully dressed, intending to rest for 20 minutes. I dreamed of a kitchen. It was not mine. Green cabinets leaned away from damp plaster walls. Copper pans hung above a stove with one broken burner. Snow crowded the lower corners of the windows. And somewhere outside, a dog barked 3 times, paused, then barked twice. A girl stood at the sink, washing blood from her left hand. She was perhaps 9 years old. Silver blonde hair fell across her face. Beside her lay the pieces of a blue ceramic sugar bowl. A woman behind her said, "Don't tell your father. He'll say you were careless again." The girl turned. Across the base of her thumb was a fresh, crescent-shaped cut. I knew that scar. I knew the bowl had belonged to her grandmother. I knew the dog outside was named Bram. I knew the woman would hide the broken pieces beneath potato peelings and that the girl would grow up unable to smell raw potatoes without feeling ashamed. I woke with my hand clenched beneath my chin. The dream remained perfectly clear. That evening, when I returned to Kestrel, Lenora was awake and waiting for me. Her left hand rested on top of the blanket. At the base of her thumb was a faded crescent scar I had never seen before. Lenora saw me looking at the scar and closed her hand. "You remember it," she said. It was not a question. I told her I had dreamed about a child breaking a sugar bowl. The admission felt unprofessional the moment it left my mouth. But Lenora did not seem surprised. "What color?" "Blue." Her eyes filled with tears she refused to let fall. "My grandmother brought it from Denmark." She looked toward the wall clock, then quickly away. I haven't thought about that kitchen in 50 years. I asked whether she remembered the dog. "Bram," we said together. The room became very quiet. Lenora pulled the blanket higher over her chest. "What else did you take?" "I didn't take anything. That's what they told us before." Before I could ask who she meant, the monitoring alarm sounded from the station. Room 2's EEG had lost its waveform. On the central screen, the green lines folded together and spread into a grainy image. I expected the same hallway, but this one was narrower, lined with blue hospital curtains that stirred despite the absence of wind. The child stood at the far end. Same white gown, Same bare feet. Same dark hair hiding the back of the neck. This time, the child faced a steel door with a circular handle. A word had been scratched into its surface. "Speak." "Behind me," Lenora whispered. "Don't open it." The image vanished. Room 5 changed next. Its patient, a middle-aged accountant named Gerald Voss, remained in deep sleep while his brainwave display showed the interior of a school gymnasium. Folded bleachers rose into darkness. Basketball hoops hung without nets. At the center of the polished floor stood the child, facing a narrow wooden door set where no door belonged. Across that door was another word. Right. Then room 1 produced a snow-covered porch. Room 6 showed a tiled public bathroom with every stall standing open except the last. Room 3 displayed the kitchen from my dream. In every scene, the same child waited before a locked door. The words changed. Read. Turn. Remember. The 6 patients began breathing in the same rhythm. I lowered the intercom volume, but the sound remained in the room, soft and synchronized, as though the walls themselves had lungs. The screens returned to normal one by one. I checked the system architecture. The EEG units were incapable of producing video. Each machine recorded voltage fluctuations through scalp electrodes and transmitted them as numerical data. There was no image processing software, no camera input, and no shared visual channel. Yet beneath the active feeds, I found an icon I had not noticed before. A small black door. When I clicked it, the system requested supervisor authorization. I entered the temporary code Thomas had given me for overnight maintenance. The screen paused, then displayed a folder labeled IMAGE, Channel Internal Observation Only. Inside were 6 subfolders corresponding to the patient rooms. All were empty. A 7th folder carried no number. It was labeled Host. My badge did not permit access. I called Tomas. The line rang until his voicemail answered. I called Dr. Calder, but the clinic directory said his extension did not exist outside scheduled consultations. The fluorescent lights flickered. For half a second, the station went dark. When they returned, the door to room 7 stood open across the corridor. I had not seen that room during orientation. The corridor numbering skipped from 6 to 8, and I had assumed the gap concealed utilities. But behind the open door was a patient room identical to the others. Narrow bed, monitoring cabinet, sink, wall clock. The bed was empty. Electrode wires rested across the pillow in the careful arrangement of something recently removed. I stepped inside. The air smelled faintly of raw potatoes. On the wall above the bed hung a child's drawing made in black crayon. It showed 7 doors arranged in a circle. 6 had people sleeping behind them. Behind the 7th stood a woman with a scar over her eyebrow. The door closed behind me. I turned immediately, but it had not locked. When I returned to the station, less than a minute appeared to have passed. I opened the security program. The corridor camera showed the door to room 7 opening by itself. It remained open for 43 seconds, then closed. No one entered. I replayed the footage twice. On the 3rd viewing, I noticed something inside the room just before the door shut. A hand had reached from behind the frame. It wore my identification badge. The badge on the hand was too small to read. I enlarged the security footage until the image broke into blocks of gray. But the plastic card remained visible against the wrist. White background, black lettering, a dark photograph, the same badge clipped to my scrub pocket. I told myself the frame had caught my reflection from the observation panel opposite room 7. The angle was wrong, and there was no observation panel. But explanations do not need to be elegant when exhaustion is involved. They only need to postpone panic. By morning, I had constructed several. The image channel was a diagnostic visualization module omitted from my training. The patient's synchronized breathing resulted from shared environmental cues. Lenora had spoken my surname because she had seen my badge. My dream had assembled details from ordinary conversation I no longer remembered hearing. Room 7 was a former laboratory space. The camera had dropped frames. The hand belonged to me because I had entered the room. And the recording error had removed my body from the footage. Software corruption. Sleep deprivation. Suggestibility. Each phrase placed a clean label over something unclean. I wrote an incident report describing intermittent signal visualization errors and possible camera desynchronization. I did not mention the child, the doors, or the drawing. Before leaving, I checked room 7 again. The room was locked. My temporary access code did not open it. That afternoon, I slept without dreaming. When I woke, I found a spoon in my bathroom sink and could not remember carrying it there. At Kestrel that evening, Tomas was already at the control station. He read my report in silence. "You opened the image channel," he said. "I found it after the EEG feeds changed. You were not supposed to find it. That is not the same as saying it does not exist." He glanced toward the patient corridor. "Did you enter 7? The camera says I didn't." His expression tightened. "Tomas, what is the host folder?" He closed the report and slid it beneath the keyboard. "A legacy designation. Old software. For what?" "Internal calibration." "With a patient room?" He stood. "You need sleep." "Evelyn." The familiarity of his concern angered me more than dismissal would have. "I slept. Not here." He said it quietly. I asked what that meant. But the entrance buzzer sounded before he answered. A late admission had arrived. The patient was brought in by a private transport service. Though his chart listed no mobility restrictions, he walked without assistance. Using a polished black cane he scarcely placed against the floor. His name was Walter Keene. He was 81, thin beneath an expensive wool coat, with a face that seemed carefully preserved rather than healthy. His referral described progressive dream cessation accompanied by identity disturbance. While Tomas prepared room 8, I attached Walter's sensors. The old man watched my hands with an attention that made each movement feel remembered. "Have we met?" I asked. His eyes lifted to my face. "Yes." My fingers paused over the electrode near his temple. "My name is Evelyn Sloan." "No," he said. "That is what they call you now." The room seemed to contract around the bed. "What did you call me before?" Walter looked toward the ceiling, where the fluorescent light hummed behind its plastic cover. "Miss Vale." The name produced no memory, only a pressure behind my left eye. "I think you have me confused with someone else. You were younger." His gaze settled on the scar above my eyebrow. "But you had that. Scars do not remain unchanged from childhood to adulthood." I nearly said so. But something in his certainty stopped me. "When did you know me?" Walter's dry lips parted. "The first trial." Tomas entered carrying the respiratory belt. He froze when he heard the words. Walter smiled without warmth. You still keep them young. I see. Tomas moved between us and began fastening the belt around Walter's chest. The sedative may be affecting you. Mr. Keen, I have not been sedated. You're anxious. I paid not to be. Tomas pulled the strap tighter than necessary. Walter winced, then looked directly at me. You begged me to stay awake, he said. You said if I crossed over, they would put it all inside you again. My mouth had gone dry. What did you put inside me? He did not answer immediately. His eyes shifted toward the wall clock, whose hands he read without difficulty. Then he whispered, everyone who could afford to forget. The monitor beside him activated before I connected the final lead. Green lines appeared, trembled, and folded into an image. A hospital nursery. Rows of empty bassinets stood beneath dim ceiling lights. At the far end, the child in the white gown faced another locked door. This door bore no command. It bore a name, Evelyn Vale. Walter seized my wrist. I'm sorry, he said. You begged me not to sleep. His eyes closed. Across the clinic, every patient monitor changed at once. The first monitor changed to a staircase. Not a pattern that resembled one if I stared long enough. It was concrete, narrow, and badly lit, descending between cinder block walls wet with condensation. The child stood at the bottom with one hand resting on a yellow door. The other screens showed different places. Lenora's childhood kitchen, Gerald Voss's school gymnasium, a motel corridor with peeling green wallpaper, a suburban bedroom where rain moved upward across the window. The child appeared in every scene, always facing away, always waiting beside a locked door. Then the patients woke. The alarms began almost together. Room 1's patient could no longer tie her gown. She pulled the cords in opposite directions until the fabric tore. Gerald stared at his own hands and asked how people made them stop shaking. In room 6, a university lecturer had forgotten how to swallow water. He held it in his mouth, terrified to let it move. Lenora could read the clock again. She could no longer recognize music. I played her simple melodies from a tablet. She listened with polite concentration, as though each sequence of notes belonged to a foreign language. I know I should know this, she said, but it feels like hearing furniture. Behind my eyes, a violin began to tune. 4 strings, one slightly flat. I knew how much pressure to place on the bow. I knew the patience required to teach a child whose hands were too tense. I knew the resentment Lenora had felt when her husband sold her first violin. None of those memories belonged to me. Yet grief rose in my throat with the force of recognition. At the monitoring station, Gerald was crying because he could not remember how to sign his name. Without thinking, I picked up his chart and wrote it for him. Gerald Voss. The handwriting was narrow and angular, with the final S drawn backward. Gerald stopped crying. That's mine, he whispered. I dropped the pen. More things came after that. The smell of chlorine made me remember being pushed into a swimming pool at 16. Though I had never learned to swim, I found myself humming a hymn from a church I had never entered. When Walter coughed in room 8, I tasted expensive whiskey and remembered signing a consent form while a woman behind mirrored glass promised I would never dream of my son's body again. The memories did not arrive like stories. They arrived as ownership. My first kiss behind a skating rink. My father's red toolbox. a daughter refusing to answer the telephone, a cellar where someone had waited in the dark. Each recollection came complete with the certainty that it had shaped me. The fluorescent lights dimmed. Then I noticed the corridor outside the station was longer. Room 8 should have been 20 paces from the desk. It now stood beyond a stretch of gray floor that narrowed as it receded. The doors on either side had lost their numbers. Their surfaces were smooth and windowless, exactly like the image channel. I took my coat and walked toward the main entrance. The reception area should have been beyond the first turn. Instead, the corridor bent left and returned me to the monitoring station. I tried the opposite direction. Room 4. Room 6. A locked door marked speak. Then the station again. I used the emergency stairwell. I descended 2 flights, pushed through the fire door, and stepped into the station from the patient corridor. The same coffee cup sat beside the keyboard. The same 7 breaths moved through the intercom. I ran. Every turn returned me to the monitors. But each passage looked less like the clinic. Blue curtains replaced walls. Wet tile appeared beneath my shoes. A child's black crayon drawing hung where the evacuation map had been. In every corridor, one door stood open at the far end. Room 7. By the 4th return, I was no longer alone. A woman stood at the monitoring station with her back to me. She wore my scrubs, my badge, my hair, on every screen. The sleeping patients were gone. Only the child remained, facing the camera for the first time. She had my scar. The woman at the desk turned slowly. Her face belonged to Lenora. When she spoke, Walter's voice came from her mouth. You were never borrowing our lives. Miss Vale, behind me. The door to room 7 opened wider. You were giving them back. The woman with Lenora's face vanished when the maintenance alarm began. It was not the sharp clinical tone used for oxygen loss or cardiac irregularity. This sound came from beneath the floor, 3 low pulses. A pause. Then 3 more. The lights along the corridor dimmed in sequence, each fixture going dark before the next awakened farther away. Room 7 stood open. Beyond it was no patient room. A concrete stairwell descended beneath a red sign that read, Authorized Research Personnel Only. Cold air rose from below, carrying the smell of dust, metal, and something sweetly rotten. The child on the monitors lifted one hand. Every screen displayed the same gesture. Come down. I should have stayed with the patients. Several were still awake and frightened. Walter's oxygen saturation had begun to fall, and the lecturer in room 6 was coughing water onto his blanket because he had forgotten how to swallow. But another thought had entered me with the borrowed memories. I had already gone below, not as Evelyn Sloan. As someone smaller, I took the emergency flashlight and stepped through room 7. The door closed behind me without a sound. The stairwell had 13 steps between landings. I knew that before I counted. The handrail was cold enough to sting, and beneath the gray paint I could feel grooves worn by smaller fingers. At the first landing, a security camera followed my descent. At the second, the fluorescent hum became a vibration inside my teeth. At the third, the stairwell ended at a sealed steel door. My badge opened it. The reader flashed, Welcome back. Evale. The sublevel had been abandoned in layers. Newer equipment sat beneath plastic covers, but behind it stood older machines with analog dials, cracked tubing, and thick bundles of wire. The corridor walls were painted pale green. Water stains spread across the ceiling like bruises. Glass chambers lined the first laboratory. Each was large enough for a reclining chair and fitted with a metal crown of electrodes. A second chair faced it through an observation partition. Labels had faded on the control panels, but one remained legible. Source. The chair opposite it was marked. Host. Straps hung from both armrests. The source restraints were adult-sized. The host restraints were not. I touched one. A memory opened behind my eyes. My wrists buckled into soft leather. A woman in a white coat smoothing my hair. A man beyond the glass saying, "She is retaining too much between sessions." Then another voice. My own, but younger. "Please don't make him sleep." I pulled my hand away. The alarm sounded again. Deeper now. At the far end of the laboratory, a door had unlocked. Inside, shelves held magnetic tapes. Paper charts swollen with damp and labeled boxes of children's clothing. One box contained 7 identical white gowns. Another held plastic identification bracelets, each bearing a different name. All shared the same patient number. I found my scar in a photograph before I found my face. A child sat strapped inside the host chair, her head shaved around a crescent wound above the left eyebrow. The photograph had yellowed at the edges. On the back, someone had written, "Evelyn Vale, retention failure after transfer 9. The next photograph showed the same child older, then older again. Different hairstyles, different clothes, different names written beneath them. The face was always mine. A narrow passage led beyond the archive to an observation room. Its glass filled the far wall, dark on my side. I approached, expecting another chamber. Instead, I saw the clinic. Room 7 lay on the other side of the glass. The bed was no longer empty. I was sleeping in it. Electrodes covered my scalp. My coat lay folded over the chair. A younger version of Tomas adjusted the respiratory belt across my chest while Dr. Calder stood beside him, reading from a clipboard. The scene was silent, but the intercom beneath the glass clicked on. Calder's voice emerged through static. Host stabilization remains incomplete. Constructed identity Evelyn Sloan has accepted employment placement. Memory partition appears functional. Tomas looked toward the observation glass, toward me. How long can we keep waking her? Calder turned a page. As long as she continues to believe she has only just arrived. On the bed, sleeping Evelyn opened her eyes. She turned her head toward the glass. Then she raised one finger to her lips, warning me not to make a sound. The sleeping version of me kept one finger against her lips until the image beyond the glass began to tremble. Then the clinic vanished. The observation window became black again, reflecting only my face and the flashlight in my hand. Calder's voice continued through the intercom, repeating times, constructed identity times, as if the phrase had been caught in a damaged loop. I returned to the archive. The magnetic tapes were arranged by date, but many labels had been overwritten until several names occupied the same strip. Others listed only initials, financial institutions, or private foundations. One shelf was marked Donor Relief. Another read UN-sponsored recipients. The oldest functioning player stood beneath a plastic cover. I threaded the first tape I could read and pressed play. A man appeared on the monitor. He sat in the source chair wearing a hospital gown, though a gold watch remained on his wrist. I recognized him from newspapers. He had built hotels, funded museums, and survived the death of his youngest daughter. A doctor asked him to describe the recurring dream. "I find her in the lake," he said. "Every night, I lift her out, and every night she opens her eyes. What do you want removed?" "All of it." The recording cut to the host chamber. A child lay strapped beneath the electrode crown. Her head was turned away, but the crescent scar above her eyebrow was visible. The transfer began. The child convulsed once. The man in the source chair relaxed. When he woke, he asked why everyone looked so solemn. The next tape showed a politician who dreamed of a room filled with people whose detention he had authorized. Another showed an actress who heard her dead sister knocking from inside mirrors. There were executives, surgeons, judges, donors, and heirs. Each arrived carrying something they could no longer bear to dream. Each left lighter. The hosts did not leave. Some records identified them by number. Others used borrowed names. Most contained no family history, no emergency contact, and no evidence that anyone outside Kestrel knew they existed. The reports called the nightmares psychic residue. The children were storage-compatible subjects. I watched until the language stopped sounding human. On a lower shelf, I found films labeled Continuity Host. The first showed me at perhaps 8 years old, strapped into the chamber. The second showed me as a teenager. The third showed a woman in her 20s with red hair. Her chart called her Elaine Marr. The next called her Vivian Cross. Then Nora Bell. Then Evelyn Vale. Each film described a different childhood, education, and set of parents. The scars, dental records, and patient number never changed. Neither did the final line beneath every identity. Sole surviving host. The earlier subjects had died from seizures, organ failure, or what the reports called identity flooding. Some woke speaking in several voices. Some forgot language entirely. One tore the skin from his fingertips because he remembered crimes committed by hands that did not belong to him. I survived because I did not retain the dreams intact. I divided them. I converted them into lives. Whenever the accumulated memories became unstable, the clinic erased the surface personality and installed another biography. New name, new work history, new grief. New reasons not to ask questions. The archive held photographs of every version. In several, Tomas stood beside me. He aged. I did not as much as I should have. At the bottom of the final box was a recent drive labeled Sloan Orientation. I inserted it into the terminal. The footage showed the monitoring station 3 nights before my supposed first shift. I sat beside Doctor, Calder in ordinary clothes. No one was restraining me. Calder asked whether I understood the risks of another partition. I watched myself nod. "If this fails," he said, "the archive may become self-aware." "It already is," the woman on the screen replied. Her voice was mine. "Then why continue?" "Because the patients are starting to remember what they paid us to remove." She signed the authorization form. At the bottom of the screen, beneath my signature, was a second approval. It had been entered less than an hour earlier. The authorization code belonged to my current badge. The authorization code could only have been entered from the monitoring station. I checked the access log again. My badge had opened the archive terminal while I was standing in front of it. Yet the system claimed the command originated upstairs. A second Evelyn was moving through the clinic. or the clinic had stopped distinguishing between my body and the version sleeping behind the observation glass. The intercom clicked. "You always find the films." The voice belonged to Tomas. I followed it through the archive until I reached the transfer laboratory. He stood beside the host chamber, one hand resting on its cracked glass cover. He no longer wore his coat. There was blood beneath his nose, and his eyes had the dull redness of someone who had not slept for several days. "How many times?" I asked. He did not pretend to misunderstand. "This is the 6th Sloan partition." "How many names before that?" I stopped counting. "But you remember them." "Yes." The answer carried more shame than apology. He explained that a partition was not an erasure. The clinic could not destroy the memories inside me without damaging the accumulated dream material. Instead, each constructed identity was placed over the host mind like a clean sheet over a stained mattress. Evelyn Sloan had parents, schools, employment records, tax returns, and an apartment lease. Every document was real because Kestrel had manufactured the institutions required to confirm it. Photographs had been altered. References had been paid. Memories had been built from fragments donated by other patients. Even my fear of fluorescent lights belonged to someone else. "The highway accident?" I asked. "Taken from a trauma donor in Wisconsin. My mother's migraines. Patient 23. The yellow kitchen table?" Tomas looked away. "That one appears in every partition. We never found its source." A pressure gathered behind my scar. The child had been there all along, not trapped behind the constructed identities, but leaking through them. The unchanging kitchen, the sealed doors, the instinctive knowledge of the stairwell, the certainty that I had begged Walter to stay awake. They were not failures in the false biography. They were evidence of the person beneath it. "What was her name?" I asked. Tomas remained silent. I stepped closer. "The first host." "You? That is not a name." His hand tightened against the chamber. "The earliest surviving record calls her Evelyn Vale. But that was already an assigned identity. Before Kestrel, she had no documents, no verified family. The program acquired her through a pediatric research charity that no longer exists." "Acquired? You were told you were being treated for night terrors." The fluorescent lights flickered. For an instant, the child stood inside the host chamber. She faced me through the glass. I saw her clearly for the first time. Her eyes were mine, but nothing else in her expression belonged to Evelyn Sloan. There was no confusion in her face, no fear. Only the exhausted patience of someone who had spent years waiting for an intruder to leave her body. "She isn't the archive," I whispered. Tomas looked toward the empty chamber. "No, she's the original personality. What remains of it?" The child lifted one hand and placed her palm against the glass. My own hand rose without permission. When our palms aligned, the laboratory disappeared. I was 8 years old beneath the electrode crown. A woman told me the dreams would pass through and leave no mark. The first donor dreamed of drowning his brother beneath river ice. The second dreamed of a nursery where every infant had his face. By the 5th transfer, I had forgotten my own mother's voice. By the 9th, I had forgotten whether I had ever had one. I began building doors inside my mind. Behind each door, I placed a donor's nightmare, memory, guilt, and grief. The doctors believed the compartments formed naturally. They did not understand that I had made them deliberately I had saved myself by becoming a corridor, but the doors multiplied. Each constructed identity occupied the hallway while the child remained at its center, counting what had been taken from her. The vision released me. I was kneeling on the laboratory floor. Tomas stood over me, holding a syringe. "We need to begin another partition," he said. "The Sloan identity is collapsing." I struck his wrist. The syringe shattered against the chamber. Every fluorescent light went out. In the darkness, doors began opening throughout the sublevel. Behind them, hundreds of sleeping people breathed with one set of lungs. The child's voice came from inside my chest. "They keep calling me Evelyn because it is the only name they never taught me to forget." A small hand pressed outward beneath the skin of my sternum. Then she told me what she wanted. "Wake me." The child's hand withdrew beneath my skin, but the pressure remained. Around us, the open doors breathed. Hundreds of inhalations rose through the dark laboratory in one slow tide, followed by an exhalation, carrying whispers and voices I recognized but could not name. Tomas crawled toward the broken syringe. "Don't listen to her," he said. The emergency lights came on, staining the transfer chambers red. Dormant needles lifted from 0. Old monitors brightened. Archive integration initiated. Active recipients 7. Primary host. Ready. Upstairs. Every patient had fallen asleep. I knew it before I saw the feeds. Their bodies entered me as sensations. Lenora's stiff shoulder, Gerald's cracked molar, Walter's weak heart dragging between beats. Their minds had not merely gone unconscious. They had opened. 7 transfer pathways converged on the host chair. "Oh me, what happens if it completes?" I asked. Tomas stopped reaching for the syringe. "The current partitions will be compressed. The patients will wake without the material destabilizing them." "What material?" "Their dreams. The memories attached to them. Whatever the archive has returned, they'll lose more than nightmares." His silence answered. Lenora might wake, unable to recognize music. Clocks. Perhaps her own name. Gerald could forget writing. Speech. The faces of his children. Kestrel would call it an adverse neurological event. Their records would disappear into the language that had hidden the children in the archive. And Sloan. That identity won't survive. The child inside me pressed closer. Neither would she. The transfer would bury her beneath another load of purchased guilt. Then cover everything with a new life. Another name. Another first night at Kestrel. I moved to the central console. 2 options pulsed on the screen. Maintain sedation. Complete integration. Emergency wake. Release. Active dream state. What does release mean? We don't know. You have records. Fragments. The archive, Tomas explained, was no longer a collection of separate dreams. Decades of fear had touched, merged, and learned from one another inside the host mind. The drowning dream knew the nursery. The dead child knew the detention room. Shame had borrowed grief's face. The clinic called the resulting consciousness the collective dream. The child called it her body. If you wake them now, Tomas said, the pathways remain open. It will need somewhere to become conscious. May. Yes. And if I leave them asleep, the transfer finishes. They live. As what? He had no answer that did not sound like death. A camera feed appeared on the console. The patients lay motionless. But the corridors around them had changed into those from the image channel. Wet cinder block, blue curtains, locked doors stretching beyond the cameras. At the end of every corridor, the child waited. She turned. Her face changed as I watched. Lenora as a girl, Gerald at 16, Walter holding his dead son's coat. Children strapped beneath, electrode crowns, adults signing contracts to forget what they had done. The faces moved through hers without replacing it. Then mine appeared. Not Evelyn Sloan, not Evelyn Vale. A face before the scar. Before the clinic, before anyone had written a name over it. I could not remember what she had been called, but I remembered what she had wanted. To wake after a dream and still belong to herself. Tomas stepped beside me. You authorized the last partition because you understood the alternative. Sloan authorized it. You are Sloan. I'm everyone you put here. I placed my hand over the emergency control. The borrowed memories protested. A mother wanted her daughter. A judge wanted his crime forgotten. Lenora wanted her music. Walter wanted one night without finding his son dead again. Beneath them all, the child counted doors. One for every person relieved of responsibility. One for every life used as storage. One for every version of me that had agreed to disappear so someone else could sleep. I pressed emergency wake. The transfer chambers opened with a sound like lungs filling after years underwater. Upstairs, 7 patients screamed. Every locked door in the clinic swung inward. The collective dream rushed through me not as images, but as an enormous awareness turning toward the waking world. My knees struck the floor. Tomas shouted my name. Hundreds of voices answered him from my mouth. Then the child spoke beneath them. That was never my name. The lights went white, and something inside my body opened its eyes. When I opened my eyes, I was standing. I did not remember rising from the laboratory floor. Tomas lay beside the host chamber with both hands pressed over his ears. Blood ran between his fingers, though the room had become silent. The emergency console showed 7 active channels. Beneath them, hundreds more waited in the archive. The collective dream moved through me with the weight of a crowd entering an empty building. Memories opened in every direction. A wedding under summer rain. A prison corridor smelling of bleach. A child hiding beneath a piano. A surgeon washing his hands after choosing the wrong patient to save. None arrived alone. Every life carried the dream it had tried to abandon. And every dream carried the shape of the person who had suffered it. They pressed against one another until grief borrowed the language of guilt. Terror learned tenderness. And shame discovered it had always wanted a witness. I could no longer tell which memories belonged to donors and which belonged to hosts. Perhaps that distinction had always been another clinical invention. Tomas raised his head. "Close the pathways," he said. His voice reached me through many ears. I remembered him young, fastening restraints around my wrists. I remembered him older, bringing food to a host who no longer knew how to chew. I remembered his first day at Kestrel, when he believed the program treated trauma. I remembered the night he learned the children had no families waiting for them. Those were not my memories, but his shame recognized itself inside me. "You knew," I said. Hundreds of voices shaped the words, but the child spoke beneath them. Tomas began to cry. I kept thinking the next partition would give you a life. "You gave me names." The console requested confirmation to terminate the remaining channels. Instead, I opened them. Archive locks released throughout the sublevel. Tape drives spun. Obsolete transfer chambers illuminated one after another, extending beyond the laboratory into rooms the clinic's blueprints had never admitted existed. The dream entered me completely. My body convulsed once. Then it became still. Upstairs, the 7 patients woke. Lenora remembered music before she remembered fear. Gerald signed his name across the bedsheet with one trembling finger. Walter opened his eyes and began speaking to a son who had been dead for 30 years. They did not recover everything. No one does. But the memories Kestrel had tried to remove returned carrying evidence of the people forced to hold them. The patients remembered the chairs, the electrodes, the children behind glass. They remembered my face under different names. The clinic survived the night. Its generators remained active. Its records stayed intact. By morning, ambulances crowded the street outside, and investigators moved through corridors that had returned to their proper length. They found illegal chambers, altered charts, financial agreements, and human remains beneath the oldest laboratory. They did not find a monster. They found Tomas alive beside a broken syringe. They found Dr. Calder unconscious in his office, repeating that the host had breached containment, and they found me walking toward the main entrance. A security guard asked my name. For a moment, hundreds of answers rose inside me. I remembered being Evelyn Sloan, Evelyn Vale, Elaine Marr, Vivian Cross, Nora Bell, and children given numbers instead of names. I remembered donors whose nightmares had outlived them. I remembered lives that had touched mine only while sleeping. At the center of them all stood the child. She was no longer facing away. I don't know. I told the guard. It was the first honest answer I had ever given. Outside, snow had begun to fall. Each flake seemed to descend through several different winters. I knew which streets led home to apartments I had never lived in. I knew the birthdays of strangers, the taste of medicines I had never swallowed, and the sound of mothers calling children who would never return. I walked until the fluorescent hum faded behind me. No one followed. In the months after Kestrel closed, reports of a shared dream began appearing across the city. A child stood in a hallway before a locked door. At first, she only listened. Then she placed her hand against the other side. Each night, somewhere farther from Minneapolis, another sleeping stranger heard the lock begin to turn, and when the door opened, the child was never trying to come out. She was letting someone else in. Perhaps dreams do more than frighten us. Perhaps they preserve the truths waking life teaches us to bury: guilt, grief, responsibility, and the lives damaged by our desire to forget. Kestrel believed pain could be removed without consequence, provided someone invisible was made to carry it. But suffering does not disappear when transferred. It gathers names, memories, and witnesses. The child behind the door was never simply a monster. She was every forgotten person demanding to be acknowledged. If forgetting could free you from your worst memory but forced a stranger to live with it, would you still choose peaceful sleep? Story 5. The school bus appeared on the sonar as a clean yellow rectangle, which was the first thing Caleb Rourke disliked about it. Nothing stayed clean for 30 years at the bottom of a Pennsylvania reservoir. Metal furred with mussels, glass clouded, roofs sagged beneath silt. Even stone lost its edges in Lake St. Orison. where drowned maples stood along the old valley road like black nerves beneath the surface. Yet the bus rested upright on all four wheels. Caleb watched the image tremble across the monitor inside the county's mobile dive trailer. The screen showed a pale outline against the sloping bottom. The hood angled toward what had once been the center of town. Its windows were visible. So were the folding doors. No sediment covered them. Could be the software sharpening the return, said Noah Kessler, the young sonar technician. It builds edges where it expects edges. Caleb had heard men blame software, gauges, weather, welds, and dead batteries for things they did not want to name. He had done it himself. Run the pass again, he said. Noah glanced toward Delia Shore, the dive supervisor. Before obeying, Delia stood near the trailer door with a paper cup warming both hands. She was a broad-shouldered woman in her early 50s. Silver threaded through her cropped hair. Her expression narrowed by years of wind and reflected water. The county already ran 6 passes, she said. Bus hasn't moved between any of them. That isn't what I asked. Outside. Dawn had not yet cleared the Allegheny ridges. The reservoir lay dull and low beneath a lid of mist. Drought had drawn the shoreline back far enough to expose foundations, fence posts, and a cracked road ending in brown water. Families had begun leaving flowers there after a fisherman reported yellow paint below his depth finder. 30 years earlier, a school bus carrying 21 children and a driver had gone through the guardrail during freezing rain. Search teams found skid marks, broken branches, and rail folded toward the lake. They never found the bus. The official explanation was depth, cold, and poor visibility. Caleb preferred explanations with measurable causes. He checked his equipment again. Dry suit seals, bailout cylinder, harness clips, umbilical connection. Knife on the left thigh. Second knife on the chest. He ran his thumb over the emergency release without pulling it. Miles Fenwick had once mocked him for carrying 2 knives. One for rope. Caleb had told him. What's the other for? Caleb had never answered. The new sonar pass painted the bottom in slow bands of gray. First came the drowned road, then building foundations, then the bus. Noah stopped moving. Delia lowered her cup. The sharpened image was clearer. The bus's roof hatch stood open. Behind it, half concealed by the vehicle's shadow, a narrow line continued downhill. Caleb leaned closer. It was a street. Painted lane markings ran through the silt, unbroken and pale. On either side were rectangular shapes with peaked roofs. Houses, not foundations. Houses with walls still standing. That town was demolished before the flooding, Delia said. Noah zoomed in until the picture broke into bright grains. Something upright stood at the nearest intersection. A streetlight. The sonar could not show illumination, but the monitor registered a dense bloom around the lamp head, as if the water itself reflected from it. Caleb felt a tightening beneath his breastbone. He had felt it once inside a damaged diving bell in the North Atlantic, while an alarm pulsed and another man's breathing filled the comms. He pressed 2 fingers against the scar below his collarbone until the sensation passed. Bad return, he said. Neither Delia nor Noah agreed. From the reservoir came a hollow metallic knock. All 3 turned toward the open trailer door. A second knock followed through the mist. Then a third. Caleb knew that rhythm. Every commercial diver did. 3 knocks meant, I am trapped. No one was in the water. Noah stared at the live sonar display. His face changed. A human-shaped return had appeared beside the bus. It stood motionless in the drowned street, one arm raised toward the surface. Across its chest, where no sonar image should have shown lettering at all, was a single pale word, Rourke. For several seconds, no one in the trailer spoke. The figure beside the bus remained fixed on the sonar screen, its raised arm blurred by interference. The name across its chest pulsed whenever the image refreshed. Rourke. Noah reached toward the keyboard. Don't enhance it, Caleb said. I wasn't. Leave it. Caleb turned from the monitor and began dressing for the dive. He always worked in the same order. Thermal layer. Dry suit. Neck seal checked twice. Wrist seals rolled smooth. Harness lifted without twisting the umbilical. Each step had a reason, and reasons were useful because they left no room for memory. Delia watched him tighten the chest strap. You don't have to go down today. The bus is there. So is something wearing your name. Sonar artifact. Artifacts don't knock. Metal contracts. Old structures shift. Sound travels strangely underwater. 3 knocks. He had used the same explanation 9 years earlier, when the sound came through the wall of a damaged diving bell in the North Atlantic. Miles Fenwick had been outside, pinned beneath collapsed framework. A storm had dragged their support vessel off position, wrenching their lines tight. Through the comms, Miles had tried to keep his voice level. Cal, I can't free my right leg. Caleb remembered checking his pressure. The warning tone. Miles breathing too quickly. Then the line between them had gone taut across Caleb's chest, pulling him toward the wreckage. The official report said the emergency line parted against exposed steel. Caleb pulled on the second glove. Delia crouched beside his left boot, examining the knife sheath. 2 blades, standard redundancy. Her eyes lingered there. They moved to the dive platform as the mist thinned. The exposed shoreline smelled of wet clay and rotting weeds. Farther out, the reservoir remained black. Noah fitted Caleb's helmet and tested the communications. Surface to diver. Diver receiving. Delia leaned close. Reach the bus. Inspect the exterior. And return. Do not enter it. Do not follow anything past it. Understood. And if communications fail? 3 pulls on the umbilical meant emergency retrieval. 3 knocks against metal meant trapped diver. I come up. He stepped from the platform. Cold pressure closed over his helmet. The surface broke into trembling silver. Then darkness. He descended while Delia called out depth intervals. At 40 feet. The water turned green. At 80. It became nearly opaque. His lamp revealed particles drifting upward like pale ash. Something brushed his shoulder. Soft and deliberate. But when he turned, there was only his umbilical curving into blackness. Visibility? Delia asked. 6 feet. His boots touched pavement at 112 feet. Not silt. Pavement. A white center line ran beneath him, bright enough to look freshly painted. Ahead, his helmet lights caught a row of houses. Their roofs were intact. Windows remained unbroken. Porch railings stood behind drowned shrubs whose branches moved though there was no current. Then the street lights came on, one after another. Amber bulbs ignited down the road. each glow swelling through the water until the intersection resembled a town seen through heavy rain. Caleb stopped breathing long enough for Delia to say his name. "I'm here. What do you see?" He looked toward the bus. It waited beyond the intersection, yellow paint gleaming. Its windshield was unbroken. Mud darkened the tires, but the body showed no corrosion. Beside it stood nothing. The figure was gone. Caleb moved forward. Laying guideline. At the intersection, he found a stop sign still upright. Beneath the word "stop," someone had tied a length of black diving hose into a child's bow. He touched it. The rubber was warm. Before he could report it, 3 metallic knocks sounded from inside the bus. Not through the reservoir, through his helmet. He raised his lamp toward the folding doors. They were slowly opening. Darkness spilled from between them. On the inner glass, at the height of a child's face, appeared a wet handprint. Then Miles Fenwick whispered through Caleb's private channel. "You left the door open this time." Caleb did not move. The bus doors finished opening with a slow mechanical fold. Although no hydraulic system could have held pressure after 30 years underwater. Miles's voice had come through the private channel reserved for diver-to-surface communication. Delia should have heard it. "Surface," Caleb said. "Did you transmit?" "No." "What happened?" "Interference." He hated how quickly the lie came. The wet handprint remained on the inner glass. 5 narrow fingers. Small palm. The mark should have dispersed at once, but it stayed intact, glistening as if pressed from the dry side. "Inspect the exterior and return," Delia said. "You're breathing too fast." Caleb looked through the open doorway. His lamp reached 3 rows into the bus. Vinyl seats stood in pairs beneath a ceiling stained brown by age. Loose papers drifted near the floor. Though the water inside appeared strangely still, something dark lay across the aisle. "A sleeve. Possible remains," he said. "Do not enter." He attached a secondary line to the front bumper. "Caleb, I need visual confirmation." That was not the plan. He ducked through the doors. The instant his helmet crossed the threshold, the streetlights vanished behind him. The bus interior swallowed their amber glow, leaving only the narrow cone of his lamp. His boots settled on the rubber aisle. No cloud of sediment rose. The dark shape was not a body. It was a diving suit. Old neoprene, collapsed flat as discarded skin. A corroded tank remained strapped to the back, and a brass nameplate had been fixed above the left breast. Elias Ward. Caleb knew the name. Ward had led the first official recovery attempt. 2 days after the bus disappeared, his team had reported 0 visibility, unstable slopes, and no wreckage. Ward retired from county service the following year. Caleb moved his lamp farther down the aisle. Another suit lay folded over a seat. Margaret Quill. A third rested beneath the rear emergency exit. Donald Priest. Names from newspaper archives. Search divers. Volunteers. Contractors. Men and women who had entered the reservoir over 3 decades and returned claiming they had found nothing. There were dozens of suits. Some were modern. Others belonged to eras before buoyancy compensators and digital gauges. One had a copper helmet attached to a canvas dress, green with corrosion. All were empty. "Surface," Caleb said. "I have equipment inside the vehicle. Multiple abandoned dive suits. Only static answered. He touched the communication switch. Delia? A child giggled in his helmet. Not through the external water. Inside the speakers, another child whispered. He came in. A third said, he always comes in. Caleb backed toward the doors. They had closed. He seized the central handle and pulled. The folding panels did not move. Surface. I have a door malfunction. Begin retrieval. The umbilical remained slack behind him. No pull came. His lamp swept across the seats. Small objects had appeared among the suits. A red lunchbox. A wool mitten. A plastic comb missing 3 teeth. They looked dry despite the surrounding water. The children spoke over one another now. Is he the one? He has 2 knives. Miles only had 1. Caleb's hand moved involuntarily toward the blade on his left thigh. He saw Miles beneath him again in the North Atlantic. One leg trapped under buckled steel. His emergency line wrapped around Caleb's harness. Cal, don't cut anything. The vessel above them had shifted. Caleb had felt the line pulling him backward into the wreckage. His pressure alarm had sounded. Cal, wait. Caleb had drawn the knife. The official report said exposed metal severed the line. His lamp flickered. Every suit in the bus inflated at once. Arms filled. Shoulders rose. Empty helmets turned toward him. A girl's voice, soft and close, entered the private channel. Why did you cut Miles loose? Caleb stumbled backward into the doors. The suit labeled Elias Ward stood in the aisle. Its empty faceplate reflected Caleb's light. Inside the glass, letters formed in a film of condensation. Not Miles. Then something knocked 3 times from within Caleb's chest. The knocks inside Caleb's chest came again. 3 measured impacts beneath the breastbone. For one irrational second, he believed something had entered him. Then the suit marked Elias Ward lunged forward. And instinct overruled thought. Caleb drove his shoulder into the folding doors. They opened. Amber streetlight flooded the bus. The inflated suits collapsed at once, dropping across the seats and aisle with the soft, heavy motion of drowned bodies. Caleb fell through the doorway, seized his guideline, and pulled himself toward the intersection. Surface. Retrieve me now. Delia's voice returned immediately. Caleb. Confirm. What's wrong? The ordinary sound of her startled him more than the children had. Pull me up. He felt 3 sharp tugs on the umbilical. Retrieval began. As he rose, the streetlights below went dark in reverse order, each bulb extinguishing as though the town were closing behind him. The final lamp remained illuminated beside the bus. A small figure stood beneath it. The child wore an oversized diving helmet. One hand held a severed length of hose, the other pointed downhill, toward a white steeple barely visible beyond the houses. Then the water turned black. Caleb surfaced hard enough to strike the platform with his shoulder. Delia and Noah dragged him clear while he clawed at the helmet locks. The moment the faceplate lifted, he vomited reservoir water onto the deck. He had not swallowed any. Delia steadied him. What happened inside the bus? You heard them. Heard who? The children. Miles. Noah looked away. Delia removed the communications recorder from the control case and played the final minutes of the dive. Static hissed through the speaker. Beneath it came Caleb's breathing, fast and wet. Then his own voice. Surface. I have a door malfunction. Begin retrieval. A pause followed. No children. No whispering. No Miles. Only Caleb breathing. But another sound moved beneath each exhalation. 3 faint knocks. Delia stopped the recording. "You're done," she said. "We notify the county. Secure the site. And bring in a larger team. They'll close it. They should. They'll write equipment malfunction and diver disorientation. The bus will disappear for another 30 years. Her expression hardened. "You were hallucinating at depth." "I found the suits." "You reported suits. Your camera recorded nothing after you entered the doorway." Caleb took the camera from her and reviewed the footage. The bus doors opened. His lamp entered darkness. Then the image froze on a single frame, his gloved hand resting on the thigh knife. The recording resumed only when he emerged. In the background, the bus appeared closed. Caleb returned to the water shortly after noon. Delia refused to authorize the descent. So he signed the liability waiver himself and used his independent system. She remained at the control station because leaving him without surface support would have been worse than helping him disobey. "You reached the bus and no farther," she said. Caleb did not answer. He descended along the original guideline. His depth gauge read 87 feet when his boots touched the drowned road. The surface team's instrument reported 112. "Your gauge is wrong," Delia said. Caleb tapped the display. It remained steady. "Mine says 87. You're at 112. Abort." He followed the white center line downhill. The reading stayed at 87 feet. The bus stood at the intersection, with its doors closed. Caleb passed it without looking inside. Beyond the stop sign, St. Orison widened into blocks of intact houses beneath glowing lamps. A porch swing moved gently outside the first home. Its front windows were clear. Caleb aimed his light through the glass. Inside stood a dry living room. Wallpaper covered the walls. A lamp burned beside an armchair. Framed family photographs rested on a mantel, their faces turned away as though every person had looked aside at the same moment. The curtains billowed inward, not with the water, with air. A woman crossed the room behind them. Caleb pressed closer to the window. The glass did not leak. No bubbles escaped the frame. The woman stopped. She wore an old-fashioned dress, darkened at the hem. Her face remained hidden behind the moving curtain, but one hand lifted toward the glass. 3 fingertips touched it. 3 knocks sounded through Caleb's helmet. His gauge still read 87 feet. "Caleb," Delia said, her voice breaking through static. "You're descending. I'm standing still. You're past 140. The road beneath his boots sloped downward. Although it had appeared level moments before, every house along the street now showed moving curtains. Shapes gathered behind them. Men, women, children, all facing Caleb. His depth gauge remained fixed within the safe limit. Far below the town, a church bell began to ring. On the 4th toll, every front door opened. Every front door in St. Orison opened at once. No water rushed into the houses. No air escaped. The figures behind the curtains remained in their dry rooms while Caleb stood in the flooded street. "Abort," Delia said through the static. "Follow your line back." Caleb turned toward the intersection. The bus was gone. In its place stood a row of brick shops, their windows filled with mannequins dressed in children's winter clothes. The road behind him now bent between houses that had not been there before. He found the guideline at his waist and pulled it taut. It led downhill. "That's impossible," he said. "What is? My line's been moved." "You laid it behind you. Follow it up." Caleb advanced hand over hand. The streetlights passed above him one by one. He expected the road to rise beneath his boots. Instead, the pressure increased around his helmet. Delia called out his depth. 164 feet. His own gauge still read 87. The line entered an alley between two houses. Caleb followed it around a corner and emerged at the same intersection he had just left. The black hose remained tied beneath the stop sign. Its bow pulled tighter. "Surface. The streets are shifting." Noah answered, his voice thin. "The sonar shows you stationary. I'm not stationary. You haven't moved for nearly a minute." Caleb looked down. His umbilical stretched behind him through 3 separate streets, each length curving back toward the town center. He detached the guide reel and fired a burst from his buoyancy valve. His body rose. The houses sank below him, and Delia confirmed he was climbing. Then a church bell rang beneath his feet. The sound passed through the water with impossible clarity. Iron striking bronze. Caleb felt each toll in his ribs. The line around his waist tightened. Below him, the drowned town had rotated. The main road now pointed directly toward a white church at the bottom of the valley. Its steeple extended from darkness, and Caleb's guideline descended to its doors. A diver stood beneath the nearest streetlight. His suit was black and scarred across the shoulder. A yellow bailout cylinder hung at his right side. One fin was split along the edge. Miles Fenwick had torn a fin exactly that way during their final offshore job. Caleb's ascent stopped. The figure pressed 3 fingers against his faceplate. 3 knocks sounded inside Caleb's helmet. "Miles?" Delia heard that. "Caleb, there is no one near you." The diver turned and began walking downhill. He did not swim. His boots struck the road with the weight of someone crossing dry pavement. The umbilical trailing from his harness had been cut cleanly near the hip. Caleb followed. He told himself he needed to confirm the figure's identity. He told himself retreat was impossible until he understood how the line had been redirected. He told himself many things that sounded technical enough to conceal the truth. Miles had asked him to wait, only until the support vessel stabilized. Caleb had felt the trapped man's line dragging him backward and imagined both of them dying. He had placed the knife beneath the hose, where investigators would later find abrasion marks. The figure glanced back, even through the clouded faceplate. Caleb saw Miles smiling. Windows opened along the street. Children leaned from dry rooms, their hair moving in air Caleb could not feel. Their mouths formed the same words. "Bring him down." Delia's instrument showed Caleb descending beyond 200 feet. His gauge remained at 87. "Cut your line if you have to," she said. "Drop your weights and ascend." His hand closed around the knife on his thigh. Miles reached the church steps. Rusted chain covered the double wooden doors. Above them, 3 stone figures descended through carved waves. Miles touched the chain. It fell apart. The doors opened onto darkness untouched by Caleb's lamp. Miles faced him. In his palm lay a severed section of emergency hose. Its edge marked by a shallow diagonal cut Caleb recognized. Before the darkness took him, Miles spoke through the private channel. "You didn't leave me in the ocean." Caleb's gauge changed for the first time. It no longer displayed depth. It displayed the name of the church. Saint Orison. The word Saint Orison remained on Caleb's gauge as he crossed the threshold. The church doors closed behind him. For a moment, his lamp showed only water and suspended dust. Then his boots struck stone, and the pressure around his suit vanished. He fell forward onto a dry floor. His helmet hit flagstone. The impact rang through the nave while water streamed from his suit in sheets, though none followed him through the closed doors. Caleb rolled onto his back and stared upward. The church was dry. Rows of wooden pews stretched beneath a vaulted ceiling blackened by age. Candles burned along the walls without melting. Their flames leaned toward the altar, where something large had been wrapped in a length of yellow hose. Caleb forced himself upright. His suit felt impossibly heavy without buoyancy. The umbilical emerged beneath the doors, lying slack across the floor. "Delia?" Static whispered in his helmet. He unsealed the faceplate. The air smelled of damp limestone, old paper, and a sweetness like apples rotting under snow. The bell rang above him. Dust descended from the rafters. Caleb removed the helmet and listened. 3 slow knocks answered from somewhere beneath the altar. He moved through the nave, passing hymnals swollen with moisture, though the shelves were dry. Every pew bore names carved into the backrests. Some belonged to families. Others belonged to divers. Ward, Quill, priests, near the front. One name had been cut recently enough that pale wood showed beneath the letters. Rourke. Caleb looked away. A narrow door stood open beside the pulpit. Beyond it, stone steps descended into a basement lit by bare bulbs. Electrical wire had been stapled along the wall. Too new for a town submerged 3 decades earlier. The archive filled the entire chamber below. Metal cabinets stood in careful rows. Rolled blueprints covered one table. Shelves held labeled boxes, water-stained ledgers, and wax cylinders sealed inside glass tubes. An old pressure gauge had been mounted on the far wall. Its needle trembled near a red mark labeled Release. Caleb unfolded the largest blueprint. It showed the reservoir, dam, spillway, and drowned valley. The official construction lines were drawn in blue. Beneath them, in faded red ink, another system spread through the limestone. Shafts, chambers, and concentric tunnels radiating from the church. At the bottom was a typed note. The dam is not for retention. It is for pressure. He opened a folder marked Evacuation Testimonies. The first statement belonged to Reverend Amos Bell, dated weeks before the flooding. We will not leave St. Orison. The water must rise above the steeple before the lower doors begin to loosen. Those who remain understand the cost. Another testimony came from a woman named Edith Vale. The children have agreed because they hear it more clearly than we do. It promises rescue in the voices of those we failed. Caleb's mouth went dry. He turned to the pressure ledgers. Columns listed reservoir depth, bell intervals, structural vibration, and the names of living weights. Each page tracked the town's submersion, not as a disaster, but as a ritual maintenance procedure. The final original entry read, "Bus accepted. 22 voices added. Seal stable." Later pages had been added in different handwriting. Search diver accepted. Search diver accepted. Search diver accepted. The most recent line had no date. Recovery diver called. Confession incomplete. Behind Caleb. The bell rang again. He climbed the stairs slowly. The candles had gone out. At the altar, the yellow hose had begun to move, tightening and loosening around the stone as though something beneath it were breathing. Caleb recognized the connector first, then the black abrasion near the severed end. He approached until the knife mark became visible, a shallow diagonal groove followed by the clean cut he had made in the North Atlantic. Miles's emergency line was wrapped around the altar. Not a copy, not something similar. The same line. Caleb touched it, and cold seawater ran over his fingers. Miles spoke from beneath the stone. "You brought the knife with you again." The altar shifted. A gap opened beneath it, releasing a breath of air so deep and cold that every candle in the church relit at once. Inside the widening darkness, hundreds of children began to knock. The knocking beneath the altar did not stop. It moved in waves. Hundreds of small fists striking stone at different depths. Some were close enough to vibrate through Caleb's boots. Others seemed to come from far below the valley, faint and patient, as though the earth itself contained rooms full of waiting children. He backed away from the widening gap. "Miles," the voice beneath the altar answered in a whisper. "Read the names." A drawer slammed open in the archive below. Caleb descended with the helmet under one arm and Miles's severed line clenched in his other hand. The old pressure gauge on the wall had moved closer to release. With every burst of knocking, its needle jumped. The open drawer contained a leather-bound register. Its cover bore the seal of St. Orison, 3 figures standing beneath carved waves, their hands joined over a door. Caleb carried the book to the table. The first pages listed every resident of the town before the reservoir was built. Beside each name was an age, an address, and a decision. Relocated, refused, remained voluntarily. Whole families had stayed. Caleb found Reverend Amos Bell, Edith Vale, shopkeepers, mill workers, teachers, and children barely old enough to understand the word evacuation. Some entries included brief statements. "I stay because my mother stayed. I heard it call from the quarry. It knows my dead brother's voice. If we leave, it will follow the river." Near the middle of the register, a folded map had been sewn into the binding. It showed the original church foundations and a shaft descending through limestone chambers far deeper than any engineering survey. The lowest chamber had no measurements, only a name, the listener below. A handwritten account followed. The people of St. Orison had discovered it in the 1800s when miners opened a hollow beneath the church. Nothing visible emerged. Instead, the miners began hearing lost relatives speaking through rock and standing water. The voices asked to be uncovered, rescued, forgiven. Those who listened long enough walked into wells, flooded tunnels, and winter rivers. The townspeople sealed the shaft with stone, iron, and the weight of their worship. Years later, vibrations from new quarry operations weakened the barrier. The Federal Reservoir Project gave St. Orison a solution no private ritual could sustain, millions of tons of water pressing downward over the church. The town had not resisted evacuation out of superstition. It had resisted because empty houses were not enough. The listener required conscious minds within the pressure field, people who could hear it, to refuse it, and remain. Living weights. Caleb turned the page. A typed memorandum from the dam authority had been attached with rusted staples. Public explanation. Water storage and flood control. Actual function. continuous submersion of Orison site. Occupants aware. External disclosure prohibited. The missing school bus had not gone through the guardrail by accident. Its driver, Miriam Say, had belonged to the final generation born in St. Orison. When monitoring instruments showed the pressure seal weakening, she had driven the children down the exposed maintenance road before the reservoir reached full capacity. Bus accepted. 22 voices added. Seal stable. Caleb stared at the sentence until the words blurred. They sacrificed them, he said. No, answered a child through his helmet speakers. He had not put the helmet on. They stayed. The register's later pages listed the recovery divers. Elias Ward, Margaret Quill, Donald Preece. Each name was followed by the same notation. Heard the call. Entered willingly. Pressure, custodian. Most had returned to the surface before disappearing days or years later. The official records had called them suicides, accidents, retirements, or relocations. The final page looked newer than the others. At the top was Miles Fenwick's name. Caleb stopped breathing. Fenwick. Miles Arthur. Called through survivor guilt. Transfer attempt failed. Custodian undelivered. Below it, written in wet black ink, was another entry. Rourke. Caleb Thomas. Recovery diver. Confession partial. Pressure compatible. The next line filled itself while he watched. Designated successor to the 22 children. Caleb slammed the register shut. The archive lights went out. In the darkness, the drawers opened one after another. Paper rustled throughout the room like people turning in their beds. The child's voice returned. No longer accusing. You came to bring us home. Caleb found his lamp and switched it on. Every cabinet bore a brass nameplate. The nearest one read, Caleb Rourke. Inside hung his empty diving suit. Still warm. Behind him, the pressure gauge reached the red line. And from beneath the church, something vast knocked 3 times in answer. The 3 knocks from below were followed by silence, not peace. Waiting. Caleb stood between the open cabinets while the pressure gauge trembled at the edge of release. His empty suit hung inside the drawer marked with his name. The arms bent as though an invisible body had just stepped out of it. The child spoke again. You think rescue means taking someone away. The voice came from everywhere now. The helmet speakers, the metal cabinets, the pipes behind the walls. Caleb lifted the helmet. Who are you? A dozen children answered with different names. Then 22. They spoke one after another, not like ghosts reciting a lesson, but like exhausted people confirming they still existed. The last voice belonged to a girl, Naomi Say, 11 years old, 3rd seat behind the driver. Caleb remembered the red lunchbox inside the bus. Are you dead? The archive lights flickered on. Every cabinet drawer stood open. Within them hung diving suits, coats, school uniforms, and ordinary clothes preserved without decay. Faint movements pressed against the fabric from inside, as though people breathed beneath layers that had forgotten their bodies. We don't know, Naomi said. Death is supposed to finish. A sound passed through the chamber. 22 children inhaling. The cold air entered Caleb's lungs with them. For a moment, he tasted vinyl seats, wet wool, and the metallic fear inside a school bus descending beneath black water. The memory was not his. Children held hands as the reservoir closed over the windows. Their driver kept both hands on the wheel while the church bell rang below. No one screamed after the glass disappeared beneath the surface. They had been taught that fear fed the listener more quickly than sorrow did. They sang until the bus filled. The vision released Caleb. He struck the table with both hands to keep from falling. "You've been conscious for 30 years. Longer for some," another child said. Images entered him in fragments. Elias Ward, walking into the reservoir years after his official search, carrying stones in his pockets. Margaret Quill hearing her dead son through a bathtub drain. Donald Preece waking every night with lake water running from his ears. Each diver had touched St. Orison and carried its call away. Eventually, they returned. Their minds were added to the pressure surrounding the church, each consciousness refusing the voice beneath the altar. They had not been killed. They had been kept at the exact edge of being lost. Caleb gripped the severed emergency line. "Why show me, Miles?" The hanging garments turned toward him. "Because you listen when he speaks," Naomi said. "Miles is here?" "No." The answer hurt more than accusation. The voice Caleb had followed belonged to the thing beneath the church. The listener had taken Miles's final words from Caleb's memory and worn them like a face. It had placed the severed line on the altar because guilt was more useful when given physical shape. Caleb looked down at the knife scar in the hose. "I couldn't save him." The archive went still. Naomi's voice became gentle. "That is the sentence it used to bring you here." Caleb closed his eyes. He saw the wreckage again without the protections he had built around it. Miles's leg pinned. The support vessel drifting. Both lines tightening. Miles still speaking clearly. Caleb had possessed enough reserve gas to wait. The structure had not yet begun to collapse. No alarm had ordered immediate separation. He had looked at Miles and calculated which life was easier to recover. His own. "I cut him loose," Caleb said. The pressure gauge dropped slightly. He continued before fear could rebuild the lie. "He was alive. He told me not to cut the line. I did it anyway." Somewhere above, the church bell stopped. The children released a long breath. Caleb expected forgiveness. None came. Only recognition. "You survived," Naomi said. "Then you called survival helplessness." The words entered more deeply than any blade. Caleb understood why the county had chosen him, though no human official might have known the reason. The listener had been calling through reports. Sonar returns, and the unresolved shape of his guilt. It did not need a brave man. It needed a man desperate to perform one rescue grand enough to erase the person he had abandoned. The bus doors had opened because Caleb needed doors to open. The children had asked to be brought home because he needed someone to save. Behind the archive wall, stone began to crack. Water hissed through the fractures. "What does it want me to do?" Caleb asked. The cabinet containing his suit slammed shut. Naomi answered from beneath the floor. "It wants you to believe that freeing us will make you good." The altar above shifted with a grinding roar. Through the ceiling came Miles's stolen voice. "Open the lower doors." "Cal." The pressure gauge crossed into release. And this time, the thing beneath St. Orison whispered, "Everyone gets to come up." The first crack split the archive wall from ceiling to floor. Blackwater forced through it in a line no wider than thread. It ran across the concrete toward Caleb's boots, carrying the smell of river mud and something older mineral. "Is stagnant," sealed away before the valley had a name. The pressure gauge shook against its stop. Above him, the altar dragged across stone. "Choose," Naomi said. Her voice had weakened. The other children no longer spoke separately. Their breaths moved through the room as one shallow rhythm. Caleb looked at the cabinet bearing his name. If he entered the suit and allowed the church to take him, the pressure would stabilize. The register had made that clear. One conscious mind, burdened by guilt and capable of resisting the listener's voice, could replace the 22 children long enough for the reservoir to be reinforced. He could remain below. He could call it sacrifice. The institution above would call it an accident. The county would seal the records. Engineers would pour more concrete. Families would be told that dangerous conditions had ended the recovery. St. Orison would continue beneath the water. And 22 children would continue holding their final breath because adults had found a system that worked. Caleb opened the cabinet. His suit waited inside. The faceplate reflected him without distortion, gray skin, bloodshot eyes, the expression of a man searching for punishment, because punishment required less courage than change. "You want me to take their place?" he said. "We want it to stop," Naomi answered. "That isn't the same thing." No one replied. The archive wall cracked again. Caleb lifted his helmet and activated the communication system. Static filled the speakers. "Leanh, can you hear me?" Her voice arrived broken but immediate. "Caleb, we lost your signal. Your line is moving under the church." "Where are you?" "In the archive." "What archive?" He looked at the register. "The memoranda. The engineering plans. Record this." "I'm recording." Caleb tightened his grip on Miles's severed hose. 9 years ago, during the Fenwick recovery, Miles was alive when I separated our lines. His gas supply was stable. The structure had not collapsed. I cut his emergency hose because I believed it might pull me into the wreckage. Silence came through the channel. He forced himself to continue. "I altered the scene before the investigators arrived. I damaged the remaining section against exposed steel. The report was false. Equipment failure did not kill Miles Fenwick." The pressure gauge dropped. Not far. "Enough." Leanh said his name once, quietly. "I left him," Caleb said. "I have spent 9 years calling it survival because I could not bear to call it a choice." Miles's stolen voice came from above. "Good. Cal, now make it right." Caleb looked toward the stairs. "No," he said. "There is no making it right." The church trembled. The listener changed tactics. It spoke as Miles choking. It spoke as the children inside the bus. It spoke in Delia's voice, begging him to ascend. Caleb carried the register, the plans, and the evacuation testimonies upstairs. The nave floor had split around the altar. Beneath it lay a circular shaft lined with iron doors, each one secured by chains and stone counterweights. Water pressed upward through the gaps. 22 pale faces appeared beneath its surface. They were not peaceful. They were not sleeping. Their eyes were open with 30 years of uncompleted terror. Caleb placed the records inside a waterproof recovery bag and clipped it to the emergency ascent line. "Leanh, retrieve the evidence." "What are you doing?" Telling the truth too late. The bag jerked toward the church doors as the surface winch engaged. Caleb drew both knives. The chains across the lower doors were engraved with names. Not prayers, not blessings. Custodians. Children. Divers. People made into infrastructure. Naomi appeared on the other side of the lowest door. Her red lunchbox clutched against her chest. "If you open it," she said, "it goes where the water goes. I know. People will die. I know." "Then why?" Caleb set the first blade beneath the chain. "Because suffering does not become sacred just because someone builds a system around it." He cut. The first chain fell. The church bell rang hard enough to fracture the windows. He cut the second. Water exploded through the nave, carrying voices, clothing, school papers, and collapsed diving suits into the rising current. The final chain bore Caleb's name. He severed it. For 1 second, nothing happened. Then the lower doors opened inward. The children rose past him, not as bodies, but as columns of breath, rushing upward through stone and water. The divers followed. Elias Ward, Margaret Quill, Donald Preece. Dozens of voices released from their endless resistance. Something remained below. It was not a shape. It was the absence around which every voice bent. The listener looked up through Caleb's memories and smiled with Miles's face. Far above, Delia screamed through the channel. "The reservoir level is dropping." Caleb stared into the opening as the entire lake began draining toward it. The thing below spoke through every moving drop of water. "Where does the river go?" The question followed Caleb upward. "Where does the river go?" The church collapsed around him. Stone split from the walls. Pews lifted and struck the ceiling. The altar vanished into the widening shaft as the reservoir poured downward through St. Orison, dragging 30 years of silt, drowned branches, and buried debris into the opening. Caleb seized his umbilical. The line snapped tight. Delia's winch began pulling him through the nave while water hammered against his back. He struck a pillar, lost one knife, and felt the remaining blade tear free from its sheath. "Hold the line," Delia shouted through the channel. He locked both arms around it. The church doors burst outward. Caleb was dragged into the street. St. Orison no longer resembled a sleeping town. Roofs folded inward beneath the current. Windows exploded. Cars rolled from driveways and vanished into the fissure opening beneath the church. The streetlights remained illuminated. Their amber glow moved through the collapsing water, descending one by one as the road broke apart. Children rushed past Caleb in columns of silver bubbles. He heard names inside them. Naomi, Ruth, Henry, Samuel. 22 voices. Then dozens more. None thanked him. None forgave him. They simply rose. Caleb's depth gauge went blank. Delia called numbers from the surface. But the reservoir was changing too quickly for depth to mean anything. The water above him became a narrowing ceiling as the lake emptied from below. For a moment, he saw Miles. Not the smiling imitation that had led him to the church. Miles as he had truly been, exhausted, frightened, one hand gripping twisted steel, his face visible behind the mask. He did not accuse Caleb. He did not offer absolution. He looked away. The current caught him, and he dissolved into darkness. Caleb's helmet struck the bus roof. The vehicle had been lifted from the street and turned onto its side. Its open doors faced the fissure. Empty diving suits streamed from them, arms extended as though learning to swim. The line pulled Caleb over the wreckage. His air supply warning sounded. He released the weights from his harness. The sudden lift carried him upward through churning mud. Houses dropped away below him. The reservoir surface descended to meet him. no longer a distant brightness, but a collapsing skin covered with boats, branch, and spinning sections of dock. He broke through into rainless air. The lake had become a vast, draining basin. Delia and Noah hauled him onto the exposed mud beside the platform, which now leaned at an angle where water had stood moments earlier. Beyond them, St. Orison emerged under the afternoon sky. Roofs pierced the receding surface. The church steeple appeared last. Then the ground beneath it opened, and the entire building sank without sound. Water continued flowing into the fissure until only the old river remained, cutting through streets that had not seen daylight in 30 years. Caleb lay on his back, breathing through the open helmet. Along the mud beside him were 22 sets of small footprints. They ended at the river. The county closed the reservoir before nightfall. Officials blamed an unknown geological failure. The recovered documents were seized, disputed, and eventually described as elaborate local folklore. Delia kept 3 copies of Caleb's confession. He survived. That fact became its own sentence. Caleb spent the following weeks in a hospital under observation. Each morning, condensation formed inside the window beside his bed. 3 fingertip marks always appeared in it, hundreds of miles away, in a neighboring state. The Municipal Water Authority received complaints about knocking inside an elevated storage tank. The sound came only after pumps stopped. 3 knocks. Then silence. A maintenance diver named Rena Cole entered the tank with a helmet camera shortly before dawn. The water was clear, chlorinated, and only 40 feet deep. Her lamp reached the bottom. There should have been painted steel beneath her. Instead, a road descended into darkness. A streetlight stood beside it, glowing amber through the water. Rena reported movement near the pole. A diver waited there in an old black suit. One fin was torn. A severed line floated from his harness. When he raised his face toward her, the camera could not record what was behind the glass. It recorded only the name across his chest. Rourke. Then every faucet connected to the municipal system began whispering in Caleb's voice. Open the doors. Some prisons are built from stone, iron, and water. Others are built from people whose suffering has been declared necessary. Caleb exposed the truth. But truth did not make his choice harmless. He freed those trapped beneath St. Orison, and in doing so allowed something older to enter every place the water could reach. Perhaps that is the deepest horror. Not that rescue can fail, but that rescue itself can become another form of destruction. Would you preserve a cruel system if breaking it meant the danger could spread to strangers? Story 6. Margaret Vale first noticed the coffee cup because no one had touched it. It sat at the 5th place setting in the Dalloway's breakfast room. A white porcelain cup with a gold rim, steam lifting from its surface. 4 people occupied the table. Grant Dalloway, his wife Celeste, their university-aged son, and Grant's mother. The 5th chair had been pulled back slightly, as though its occupant had just risen. Margaret set her leather folder beside her plate and looked again at the documents arranged in front of Grant. Your return lists 5 members of the household, she said. Grant glanced at Celeste. It was a small movement, but Margaret had spent 26 years watching wealthy people look toward the person who knew which lie had been agreed upon. My mother lives with us, he said. I can see that. The old woman smiled without warmth. Behind her, frost silvered the windows overlooking the private lake. Beyond the glass, Identical houses stood among bare Connecticut trees, each one pale, symmetrical, and expensive enough to appear unoccupied even when someone was home. Margaret turned the return so Grant could read it from his side. She tapped the final line beneath his son's name. Hollis Dalloway, dependent. No date of birth. No social security number. No listed medical expenses. School records. Insurance payments. Or proof of residency. Celeste folded her napkin once. Then again, Hollis resides here. In what capacity? The heating vents clicked inside the wall. Grant's mother lowered her eyes. Margaret had audited offshore trusts disguised as charities, shell corporations registered to dead men, and a Greenwich family that deducted a private falconry estate as agricultural research. She had heard every version of confusion, indignation, and inherited entitlement. The Dalloways, however, did not seem offended. They seemed frightened of answering incorrectly. Hollis is part of the house, Grant said at last. Margaret waited. He is family, Celeste added. Then he requires documentation. Grant looked toward the empty chair. The coffee had stopped steaming. Margaret wrote a note in the margin of her worksheet. The scratch of her pen sounded unusually loud. The residence was large enough to swallow ordinary noise. Yet the room carried every minor sound, the whisper of paper, the old woman's dry breathing. Something faint, shifting behind the paneled wall. Margaret paused. The sound stopped. She continued writing. The case had been assigned after an automated review found the same anomaly across 7 properties in Bellwether Park. A gated community whose residents reported remarkable financial stability through recessions, lawsuits, divorce, and market crashes. Their incomes fluctuated. Their investments failed. Their companies merged or dissolved. Yet their household wealth never declined beyond a narrow percentage. More curious still, every return included one unsupported dependent. Different names, same absence of evidence. Margaret had requested on-site interviews because people were less careful in their own homes. They revealed themselves through unopened rooms, family photographs, medicine cabinets, and the instinctive glance toward whatever they most wanted hidden. The Dalloways' walls held no photographs of Hollis. They held no photographs of anyone alone. Every frame showed the family arranged in groups, always leaving a narrow space between 2 bodies. Margaret noticed that only after she had already counted them. 5 spaces in each photograph. 4 visible people. "Where is Hollis now?" she asked. Grant's face tightened. He does not come out for officials. A soft knock came from inside the wall behind Margaret. Not plumbing, not settling timber. 3 measured taps. Celeste closed her eyes. Margaret turned in her chair. The paneling was painted muted gray, seamless, except for a hairline crack running from the chair rail to the ceiling. At shoulder height, the paint had been rubbed smooth in an oval patch, as if a hand had rested there repeatedly from the other side. "Hollis," Grant's mother whispered. "She hasn't changed anything yet." Margaret faced the table again. No one explained the remark. She removed a preliminary adjustment form from her folder and printed Hollis Dalloway in the field marked Unverified Dependent. Below it, she checked the box recommending removal, pending proof. The house became very quiet. Then her government-issued tablet chimed. Margaret looked down, expecting a routine confirmation. Instead, the screen displayed a warning she had never seen in any federal system. Dependent status confirmed by residents. Beneath it, a second line appeared. Auditor status, previously declared. And from the wall behind her came the unmistakable sound of someone whispering her childhood name. Margaret did not turn around. For one suspended second, she remained seated at the Dalloway's table with her hand resting on the preliminary adjustment form. The whisper behind her had been soft enough to mistake for air moving through a narrow cavity. But the name it used had not been Margaret. It had called her Maggie. No one had called her that since she was 9. She closed the form, placed it inside her folder, and stood. "The system warning will be reviewed," she said. "Do not alter your return until you receive formal notice." Grant looked relieved. Celeste did not. Her eyes remained fixed on the wall behind Margaret, where the smooth oval patch in the paint had darkened as if touched by a damp palm. Margaret left without finishing her coffee. The Regional Revenue Office occupied 6 floors of a concrete building outside Hartford. Its windows tinted the color of old ice. By late afternoon, the corridors smelled of toner, overheated carpet, and the bitter coffee people drank after giving up on liking it. Margaret went directly to her supervisor. Elliot Shaw listened without interrupting, leaning back in his chair while she described the unsupported dependents, the warning on her tablet, and the phrase regarding her own status. He was a narrow man with carefully silvered hair and the permanent expression of someone disappointed by facts before hearing them. When she finished, he held out his hand for the device. The warning was gone. In its place sat the ordinary case summary, clean and properly formatted. "Legacy authentication fault," Elliot said. That message was not an authentication fault. Old dependent records were migrated badly. We still get military spouses listed as children and deceased parents flagged as active household members. It identified me. It displayed your employee credentials inside the wrong field. It said previously declared. Elliot gave her the patient smile reserved for taxpayers who believed volume could change a regulation. Close the bellwether review at the documentation stage. Request amended returns. No enforcement recommendation. 7 households have fabricated dependents. Then let them correct the filings quietly. Margaret looked at him. Elliot did not avoid difficult cases. He enjoyed them, especially when they ended in public settlements and internal praise. Why? He rotated the tablet so its screen faced her. Because the district office has no interest in spending 3 years litigating household status anomalies with people who employ better attorneys than we do. That has never stopped us before. It should have. His tone had hardened. Beneath the fluorescent light, a faint pulse moved in his temple. "Do not expand the audit," he said. "Do not access sealed historical returns. Send the correction request and move on." Margaret took the tablet. On the walk back to her office, she thought of her parents, not their faces. At first, but their folders. Her father kept copies of every custody filing in a blue accordion file. Her mother used a red one. During tax season, the folders appeared on the kitchen table like opposing counsel. Who had paid for Margaret's dental work? Who had purchased her school uniforms? How many nights she had slept in each house? Her parents rarely argued over where she wanted to live. They argued over who had the right to declare that she did. At 9, she had sat on the stairs while her father said, "She is not a person for tax purposes unless she resides here more than half the year." Her mother answered, She is my daughter before she is your deduction. Margaret had learned something from those evenings that she later mistook for strength. Affection changed. Records endured. A promise could be denied. But a signed form remained where someone had placed it. People could lie. Documents could be tested. By early evening, most of the office had emptied. Margaret closed her door and accessed the historical filing database. Elliot's instruction not to search sealed returns had transformed curiosity into obligation. She entered her name, date of birth, and childhood address. The first records appeared as expected: school years, custody changes, alternating claims by her parents. Then she widened the search to include unverified dependent entries and archived residential schedules. The system hesitated. A pale line crossed the monitor. One result appeared: tax year. 4 years before Margaret's recorded birth. Filer Thomas and Elaine Vale. Dependent Margaret Ann Vale. Relationship: daughter. Identification number: none issued. Residency status: within household. Margaret read the entry twice. Then a scanned image opened beneath it, her father's handwriting, unmistakable in its narrow backward slant. On the line, asking for the dependent's age. He had written, "Not yet present." A second notation appeared in the margin, added in red ink by an unknown reviewer. Claim accepted. Residence verified by structure. Margaret leaned closer to the screen, behind the desk, inside the office wall. Something shifted with the slow scrape of fingernails against paper. Then the archived return refreshed itself. A new dependent had appeared beneath her name, Hollis Dalloway, and beside both entries, in the approval column, was Margaret's own signature. Margaret stared at the signature until the shape of her own name became unfamiliar. The slant was hers, the sharp downward stroke in the V, the compressed final letters, even the slight hesitation before the last line. She had signed thousands of determinations in the same way. But the approval date was 4 years before her birth. She printed the return. The office printer woke with a mechanical shudder. Paper slid into the tray, warm and faintly damp. By the time Margaret reached for it, the approval column was blank. The screen had changed as well. No Hollis Dalloway. No second dependent. Only her parents' return and the notation, "Not yet present," behind her. The scraping inside the wall stopped. Margaret folded the page into her case folder and left without informing Elliot. The following morning, she returned to Bellwether Park under the authority of an expanded residency review she had created herself. The guard at the gate examined her credentials for too long, then called 3 different residents before lifting the barrier. The community looked less immaculate than she remembered. Hairline cracks ran through several white facades. Curtains shifted in windows where no one stood. At each house, Margaret noticed small vents placed unusually low along the exterior walls. Some decorated with brass grills, others hidden behind carefully trimmed shrubs. Her first appointment was with the Pembroke family. Their unsupported dependent was named Abigail. Mrs. Pembroke, a retired appellate judge, received Margaret in a sunroom containing 6 chairs and 5 people. A plate of sliced pears sat untouched on the empty seat. Abigail has no legal identity. Margaret said, "She has legal recognition." Mrs. Pembroke replied, "Those are different things. Recognition requires evidence." "No, recognition creates evidence." Her husband flinched at the sentence. Margaret asked where Abigail slept. Mrs. Pembroke looked toward the wall behind the empty chair, where she always has. At the Harcourt's house, the unsupported dependent was called Miles. The family left a folded newspaper beside a narrow crack in the dining room plaster. At the house of Lillian Graves, the dependent was Ruth, and a saucer of milk had been placed inside an open heating vent. Every resident gave a variation of the same answer. They live with us. They belong to the house. They must be included. At the fourth property, Margaret abandoned the language of procedure. What happens if you stop claiming them? The homeowner, Benedict Shaw, was a venture capitalist whose company had survived 3 federal investigations and the collapse of 2 industries. He stood beside a marble fireplace, one hand pressed flat against the mantel. "You saw the Dalloways," he said. "I saw a family committing fraud. You saw a household in balance." He led Margaret into a library lined with books that appeared never to have been opened. On the far wall, sections of plaster bulged between the wooden studs, forming long vertical ridges beneath the paint. Benedict poured himself a drink. "We call them wall dwellers," he said. "Not because that is what they are. Because it is the closest language permits us to come. How many are there? In Bellwether? In this house?" His eyes moved toward the plaster. One recognized, others waiting. Margaret felt the room tighten around her. Benedict explained that every original household in Bellwether had inherited a name with its property. The name appeared on deeds, wills, census corrections, and annual returns. Families who maintained the declaration prospered. Illnesses passed quickly. Lawsuits settled. Investments recovered. Children survived accidents they should not have survived. "And in exchange," Margaret asked, "we make room. For something inside your walls. For someone the world has not finished making of higher." The phrase struck her with such force that she almost stepped back. Benedict noticed. "You understand more than you think," he said. "I understand coordinated tax fraud supported by superstition." He laughed once, without amusement. "That is exactly what they taught you to call it." A faint tapping began behind the bookshelves. Margaret moved toward the sound before Benedict could stop her. She pulled several volumes from the shelf and found a square of newer plaster hidden behind them. Its surface was warm. Something shifted on the other side. "Who is your dependent?" she asked. Benedict did not answer. Margaret placed her palm against the plaster. For a moment, there was only warmth. Then another hand pressed against hers from within. The fingers were smaller than hers, but the shape of the palm matched perfectly. A voice spoke through the wall. Not a whisper this time. A woman's voice. Dry and intimate, as though it had been waiting years to complete a private conversation. "You used to sleep in this room, Maggie." Margaret pulled her hand away. The plaster retained the print of her palm. Beside it, slowly deepening from the inside, appeared the impression of a child's hand. The child's handprint remained in the plaster after Margaret stepped away. Benedict Shaw moved between her and the wall. "You should leave," he said. Margaret looked at the print, then at him. "How long have you known my name?" "I don't know your name." "It called me Maggie." His face changed at that. Not surprise. Recognition. Margaret understood then that the residents had agreed on more than a tax fiction. They had rehearsed their silences, their frightened, glances, even the phrases they used to describe the unsupported dependents. Bellwether Park was not a collection of superstitious families. It was an organized system, and systems could be broken by forcing them to produce evidence. She returned to the regional office before sunset. Elliot was waiting beside her desk. "You accessed sealed records." "I accessed records relevant to an active investigation. You fabricated an expanded review. I corrected the scope." His jaw tightened. "Close the case." Margaret removed the preliminary adjustment form from her folder. Hollis Dalloway's name waited beneath the heading Unverified Dependent. Once the correction is processed, we will know whether their claims are financial or psychological. Elliot stared at the form as though it were a loaded weapon. "Margaret," he said quietly, "some errors are permitted because correcting them causes greater errors. That is not how law works, mate. It is how institutions work." She entered the adjustment before he could stop her. The system requested supporting evidence. Margaret attached the missing identification records, the absent proof of birth, and the contradictory residency statements. Then the screen displayed a final confirmation. "Removal may alter household composition." She clicked accept. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then every fluorescent light on the floor dimmed at once. Inside the walls, something exhaled. Elliot closed his eyes. "What did you do?" he whispered. "I removed a fraudulent dependent." "No," he said. "You removed the name holding the others in place." The next morning, Margaret drove back to Bellwether Park. The guardhouse stood open. No guard answered the intercom. Beyond the gate, sprinklers swept across empty lawns, and newspapers lay untouched on several driveways. The Dalloway residence appeared unchanged, except that the front door was ajar. Margaret entered after announcing herself twice. Warm air met her in the foyer. A radio played softly in the kitchen. Water ran somewhere upstairs. The smell of butter and coffee drifted through the house. "Mr. Dalloway?" No answer. The breakfast room had been prepared for 5 people. Eggs remained soft on the plates. Toast was still warm. 5 cups stood beside 5 folded napkins. Though Margaret remembered only 4 people sitting there, she touched one cup. The porcelain burned her fingertips. A chair scraped in the room above. Margaret drew her phone and called local police. But the dispatcher could not find the address. "There is no Dalloway residence in Bellwether Park," the woman said. "I am standing inside it." The line went silent for several seconds. Then the dispatcher asked, "Inside what?" Margaret ended the call. She searched the first floor. Coats hung in the hall. Grant's wallet rested beside his keys. Celeste's handbag stood open on a console table, containing cash, medication, and a ringing phone with no caller displayed. Upstairs, every tap was running. Water poured into clean basins without overflowing. The bedrooms were orderly. Clothes lay folded on beds. A laptop glowed with an unfinished email addressed to Margaret. But the body contained only a single sentence repeated down the page. "We kept him so we could remain." In the corridor, Margaret found the family photographs. The frames were the same. The rooms, clothing, and backgrounds were unchanged. But the people were gone. Each image showed 5 carefully preserved gaps. Depressions in sofas, spaces between raised champagne glasses, empty impressions in grass. 5 sets of footprints leading toward the camera, without anyone making them. Margaret moved from frame to frame, her breathing shallow. In the final photograph, the breakfast room appeared exactly as it did downstairs. 5 empty chairs surrounded the table. Behind them, the wall had been opened. Inside the dark cavity stood the Dalloway family, pressed shoulder to shoulder between the studs. Grant, Celeste, their son, Grant's mother, and a 5th figure with Margaret's face. From somewhere inside the real wall behind her came 5 simultaneous knocks. The 5 knocks were not loud. That made them worse. Margaret stood in the Dalloway's upstairs corridor with the altered photograph in her hand and counted the impacts passing through the wall behind her. 5 separate points of contact, 5 patient acknowledgments. She left the house without opening the paneling. At the gate, 2 Bellwether residents waited beside the empty guardhouse. Mrs. Pembroke wore a winter coat over her night clothes. Benedict Shaw held a leather document case against his chest. "What did you remove?" "Mrs." Pembroke asked. Hollis Dalloway was unsupported. So were the Dalloways. Benedict said. That was the arrangement. A moving van rolled past without a driver. Its rear doors stood open. Inside were pieces of furniture Margaret recognized from the Pembroke sunroom, the 6th chair, the pearwood table, a cabinet of legal awards. As the van crossed the intersection, each object faded into the darkness of the cargo space. Mrs. Pembroke made a sound like someone swallowing pain. "Abigail is losing the room she remembers," she said. "When the house cannot prove what belonged to her, it takes those things away. Objects do not remember ownership. Neither do governments," Benedict replied, "until someone writes it down." Margaret returned to her car. Her tablet showed 6 active bellwether corrections she had not authorized. Hollis's removal had triggered linked dependency reviews across the community. Each unsupported name now carried the same recommendation: remove pending verification. She tried to suspend the batch. The system rejected her credentials. By noon, Bellwether had begun coming apart. A family on Alder Court lost every photograph containing their eldest daughter. Her bedroom remained, but its door opened onto a shallow closet. Her mother screamed the girl's name until, midway through the sound, she stopped and asked Margaret why she was crying. At the Harcourt house, the newspaper beside the wall became blank. Mr. Harcourt insisted he had always lived alone, though 2 dinner plates remained warm on the kitchen table. When Margaret asked about Miles, he stared at her with polite confusion. Outside the gates, no one remembered any disappearances. The police officer who finally arrived at the Dalloway address found an undeveloped lot and warned Margaret against trespassing. Elliot denied assigning her a bellwether investigation. The district database showed no cases, no adjustment forms, and no employee action under her identification number. Only Margaret's paper copy remained. That evening, she carried the folder home beneath her coat. Her apartment was on the 3rd floor of a brick building in West Hartford, chosen because its rooms were square, its lease precise, and its management company competent. Nothing there had ever surprised her. The bedroom wall had moved. Margaret noticed because the bed no longer aligned with the window. The room was narrower by perhaps 18 inches. A vertical seam ran from floor to ceiling behind the headboard, freshly painted but still damp. She measured the room twice. The dimensions on her lease no longer matched. When she called the building manager, he checked the original plans and told her the wall had always been there. Margaret ended the call and removed the headboard. The seam opened beneath the pressure of her fingers. Behind it was a space too narrow for an adult body, extending the full height of the room. Cold air breathed from within. On the floor sat a red child's shoe, a blue accordion folder, and a small wooden horse with one wheel missing. Margaret knew none of them. She also knew exactly how the horse felt in her hand. A memory entered her with the suddenness of a dropped object, herself at 6, lying in darkness between two walls while her mother read from the other side. Not a bedtime story. A tax instruction booklet. Her father had drilled 3 holes through the plaster so she could breathe. Margaret staggered backward. Inside the blue folder were custody schedules for years absent from her recorded childhood. Each page divided her residency between rooms. Not parents. Kitchen wall. 182 nights. Upstairs hall. 183 nights. At the bottom of the final sheet, her mother had written, "Margaret may enter the household when sufficient recognition has accumulated." Something shifted above her in the sealed space. A second wooden horse fell to the floor. Then a child's voice, using Margaret's own careful tone, whispered from inside the wall. "You took my place when they proved you first." Margaret did not answer the child inside the wall. She gathered the blue folder, both wooden horses and the red shoe, then sealed them inside an evidence bag. The voice followed her into the hallway, muffled by plaster but perfectly calm. "You are easier to recognize." The elevator doors closed before it could say more. At the regional office, Margaret's credentials failed at the main entrance. The security guard examined her badge, then compared her face to the employee directory. "I'm sorry," he said. "There is no Margaret Vale assigned to this building. You have greeted me every weekday for 12 years. His expression remained professionally sympathetic. "Do you have an appointment?" Margaret looked past him. Her name had disappeared from the departmental board, where her office number should have been. A blank metal strip reflected the ceiling lights. She placed the paper copy of the Dalloway adjustment against the scanner. The security doors unlocked. The guard did not appear to notice her passing through them. Upstairs, Margaret found her office occupied by a junior compliance analyst named Leanh Price. Family photographs stood where Margaret's framed commendations had been. Her files were gone. Even the pale rectangle left by her bookcase had vanished from the carpet. Leanh looked up. "Can I help you?" Margaret asked for Elliot Shaw. "Who?" The answer did not surprise her anymore. She left before Leanh could call security and went to the central elevator bank. The brass panel contained buttons for the lobby and 6 office floors. Margaret pressed the lowest button, held it, then placed the Dalloway form against the metal. Something clicked behind the panel. A 7th button emerged beneath the others. It bore no number, only the outline of a small house with a line drawn through it. Margaret pressed it. The elevator descended. The floor indicator went blank after the lobby. The fluorescent light above her flickered, and the walls began to produce a soft, papery rustle. It sounded like thousands of forms being turned by hands she could not see. When the doors opened, cold air entered the car. Beyond them stretched a corridor lined with gray filing cabinets. No directory marked the floor. No emergency signs pointed toward an exit. Bare bulbs hung from a ceiling crossed by heating pipes and wooden beams, as though the federal building had been constructed over the basement of an older house. Margaret stepped out. The elevator closed behind her. Metal drawers extended in both directions, labeled by year, district, and household status. Some categories were familiar: dependent, spouse, estate, deceased. Others were not. Unfinished residence, structurally verified, paper-borne issue, corrections with material loss. Margaret opened the nearest drawer. Inside were handwritten ledgers dating back more than a century. Each entry recorded a household, an unsupported name, and the consequence of removal. A widow in Massachusetts had corrected an unregistered daughter in the winter of 1911. The next morning, the widow's house contained no doors. A family in Pennsylvania had removed a dependent called Samuel in 1948. 3 children disappeared from school photographs. Although teachers continued marking them absent for 27 years, a federal auditor in Virginia had invalidated 6 household members in 1972. His wife forgot his face before he returned home. By the following week, his marriage certificate listed an empty space where his name had been. Every entry ended with the same determination: balance restored through loss of recognized persons. Margaret turned the pages faster. The ledger did not describe superstition. It described procedure. At the rear of the room stood a set of wooden cabinets, unlike the metal government files. Their surfaces were marked with shallow scratches at the height of a child's hand. One drawer carried a typed label: Vale, Margaret Ann, pre-residency documentation. The lock opened when she touched it. Inside were photographs arranged by year. In the earliest image, her parents stood beside the wall of a house Margaret did not recognize. They were young, smiling stiffly, leaving a narrow space between them. In the photograph from the following year, a shadow occupied that space. The next showed the outline of a small head pressing outward beneath the wallpaper. Each annual photograph gave her more substance. First a hand, then an eye visible through a crack, then a pale child folded between the wooden studs while her parents posed in front of her. The date beneath that image was 2 years before her birth certificate. Margaret reached the final photograph. It had been taken inside the undeclared division. She recognized the open drawer, the hanging bulb, and her own evidence bag resting on the floor. In the image, Margaret stood exactly where she was standing now. Behind her, the filing cabinets had opened. Dozens of children were climbing out, and written beneath the photograph, in ink that was still wet, were the words, "Final year of exterior residence." Margaret turned before the children in the photograph could reach her. The filing cabinets behind her were still closed. Yet from within them came the soft, irregular breathing of sleepers. She placed the photograph face down and searched the drawer beneath it. The first folders contained medical examinations, school enrollment requests, and failed applications for identification numbers. Each document concerned a child who had not yet entered the household physically. The officials completing the forms had not questioned this. They had recorded stages audible within structure: responds to household name, partial limb manifestation, sufficient recognition for exterior residence. Margaret felt the cold press deeper through her coat. The earliest memorandum in the file had been written by the Bureau of Internal Revenue more than a century earlier. Its paper had yellowed to the color of old teeth, but the language was precise. The first documented cases had occurred in estates belonging to industrialists, bankers, and railroad families. They had added invented children to household ledgers, church registries, inheritance documents, and tax declarations. The names concealed assets, divided property, and reduced liabilities. Then the imaginary dependents began producing measurable advantages. A factory fire stopped at the boundary of a property containing a declared child who had never been born. A family's failing bank received an anonymous deposit in the exact amount required to remain solvent. Fever passed over one household while killing half the surrounding town. The families called it Providence. The government called it a recurring statistical irregularity. Later memoranda were less cautious. Declaration generates expectation. Expectation produces social space. Continued recognition may result in residence. The names had not summoned spirits. They had accumulated reality. Every signed return, every deed, every legal dispute, and every census correction gave the dependents another layer of existence. Repetition created memory. Official acceptance gave those memories weight. Eventually, some could speak through walls. Others pressed shapes into plaster or influenced the fortunes of the people who acknowledged them. A few became children. Margaret opened a file marked Materialization Events. The photographs inside showed pale figures being lifted from wall cavities by parents who seemed both overjoyed and terrified. The children were thin, their limbs marked with straight red lines where studs had enclosed them. Several had no fingerprints until identification cards were issued. One memorandum warned that exterior residence came at a cost. A paper-born person required more than a body. They needed memories, relationships, and a place within the household's history. Those elements were taken from whatever the family had offered through repeated declarations. Years of shared meals appeared in people's minds. Childhood photographs altered. Bedrooms became occupied. Neighbors remembered births they had never witnessed. Reality corrected itself around the recognized name. Margaret thought of the red shoe in her apartment and the wooden horse she had remembered only after touching it. Her childhood had not been recovered. It had been assigned. At the bottom of the cabinet lay a black folder sealed with 2 federal emblems. Margaret broke both. The first page carried her employee photograph. Margaret Ann Vale, classification, paper-born. Current status, exterior, institutional integration, complete. The report described her education, examinations, hiring, and promotion as though they were stages in an experiment. Her employment had not been accidental. Federal officials had placed her inside the agency to test whether a created dependent could recognize and administer the same procedures that sustained her. A handwritten note appeared beneath the final assessment. First undocumented household member to obtain federal authority over recognition. Margaret read it again. Her reputation for identifying false dependents had been encouraged. Her promotions followed every case in which she removed names unsupported by conventional evidence. The government had turned one impossible person into an instrument for policing others. A final memorandum bore Elliot Shaw's signature. Subject displays unusually rigid attachment to documentary proof. This is likely compensatory. She must believe records describe reality to avoid understanding that records produced her. Margaret closed the folder. The cabinets around her began opening one by one. Inside them were not children, but empty spaces shaped like children, each lined with tax returns, property records, and photographs. Names had been written across the paper surfaces in thousands of different hands. At the end of the room, a red indicator lit above a steel door. Active correction in progress. Margaret approached the terminal beside it. 6 bellwether names were disappearing from the screen, letter by letter. She inserted her credentials and attempted to halt the process. The system accepted her authority. Then it displayed the legal basis for that authority, her own dependent record. By using it, Margaret had formally confirmed that she was real. And beneath the confirmation appeared a new message: recognition transferred. Original household no longer required. The words carried the finality of a closed case. Somewhere above her, printers began running. The undeclared division filled with the sound of paper being produced faster than hands could collect it. A narrow door opened beside the terminal. Beyond it was a dining room from the late 1970s, brown carpet, floral wallpaper, a table set for two. Margaret recognized the blue accordion file on the sideboard. Beside it stood the red one her mother had used. Elliot Shaw sat at the table. He looked older than he had the day before. Dust marked his shoulders as though he had been waiting inside the room for years. "You remember me now?" Margaret said, "I was never forgotten here. You knew what I was. I knew what the department believed you were." He opened the blue folder. Inside was the deed to a narrow house in New Haven purchased by Thomas and Elaine Vale 3 years before Margaret's recorded birth. Attached was an inventory of fixtures, furnace, copper piping, kitchen cabinets, and one recognized household name: Margaret Ann. No surname, Elliot said. The Vales added that later. "My parents chose me. They inherited you." Elliot showed her medical letters and private correspondence. Thomas Vale had been sterile following a childhood illness. Elaine had undergone procedures that failed repeatedly. There had been no pregnancy, no hospital delivery, no infant brought home. Only a name already present in the house. At first, they used it for the same reason the Bellwether families used theirs. The dependent reduced their taxes. Unexpected refunds followed. Thomas received a promotion. Elaine survived a collision that should have killed her. Then they heard movement behind the upstairs wall. They began speaking to it. They declared Margaret on every return, insurance form, church record, and school waiting list they could create. They bought clothes in increasing sizes and photographed empty spaces where a child might stand. Their divorce had not begun over possession of a daughter. It had begun over who would continue recognizing the one still forming. Margaret turned toward a vertical ridge beneath the wallpaper. A memory returned, her mother beside 3 breathing holes, reading aloud from a form while a small hand pressed from the other side. Relationship to filer, daughter. Months residing in household, all of them. You emerged when you were 6. Elliot said, "No. The records made room for a birth certificate. Then they made room for infancy. Eventually, even you remembered it." Margaret gripped the table. "My first day of school. Assigned. My broken wrist. Taken from another child's medical history. My father teaching me to drive. A memory built from a photograph in which he sat alone." The room changed around her. A third place setting appeared. Framed photographs formed across the wall. In each, young Thomas and Elaine stood beside an absence. Then a shadow. Then Margaret. Elliot placed a sealed memorandum before her. Project Declarant. Margaret had been hired, trained, and promoted as a controlled test. A paper-born person granted authority over household recognition might protect others like herself or destroy them to preserve belief in an objective world. Bellwether had not been assigned because she was the best auditor. It had been selected as her examination. The Dalloways, she asked, real enough to suffer. Hollis, real enough to hold them together. And every removal after him, your test continued. Margaret looked toward the terminal. Bellwether's names were still fading. You could have stopped it. So could you? Behind the wallpaper, something began crawling upward. Elliot's face tightened. The division no longer needs your parents to sustain you. You authenticated yourself. Recognition transferred from household to institution. Margaret thought of the message. Original household no longer required. Her parents had become obsolete evidence. The terminal chimed. A final determination waited on the screen. Validate paper-borne population, or correct all unsupported lives. Beneath the choices appeared one last line. Auditor must select which reality remains. From inside the wallpaper came her mother's voice, faint and frightened. Maggie, it whispered, please, keep claiming us. Margaret did not look toward the wallpaper. Her mother's voice came again. Thinner now. Maggie, please. The terminal waited. Validate paper-borne population. Or correct all unsupported lives. Margaret placed both hands on the desk. The surface trembled beneath her palms. Not from machinery, but from movement inside the walls. Thousands of small sounds traveled through the undeclared division, knuckles against metal, fingertips scraping paper, breath passing through cracks too narrow for mouths. Elliot remained at the table. How many? Margaret asked. Confirmed? All of them. No one knows. That is not an answer. It is the only honest one. Some are fully exterior. Some can speak. Some are only names repeated often enough to dream. There are households that have carried the same dependent for 6 generations. And if I validate them, the government acknowledges that recognition can create life. It already knows that. Knowing privately preserves the institution. Admitting it destroys the distinction between fraud and personhood. Margaret looked at the fading bellwether names. Abigail Pembroke had already lost 3 letters. Miles Harcourt had become a single pale line. The residents connected to them were collapsing in the records around those absences, marriages, inheritances, school enrollments, medical histories, all of it changing to accommodate lives that had supposedly never existed. Reality was not correcting an error. It was obeying one. She opened the administrative transmission system. Her credentials still worked because the department had formally recognized her. Every federal district appeared in the directory, along with judicial offices, archives, treasury departments, and record centers. Elliot rose. What are you doing? Creating evidence. You cannot release classified material. I am not releasing it. Margaret inserted the memoranda. Ledgers, photographs, and project declarant file into a recognition packet. She marked each document as an official determination requiring institutional preservation. Then she addressed it to every office the network allowed. You are declaring it, Elliot said. Yes. His face lost its remaining color. Margaret. Once enough offices receive those records, they become part of the administrative reality. That is what records do. You do not know what else they will create. I know what erasure creates. The whispering inside the walls grew louder. Margaret returned to the final determination and selected Validate Paper-Borne Population. A warning filled the screen. Verification requires responsible official. She entered her employee number. The system displayed no match. She entered the dependent record inherited with her parents' house. Recognition accepted. The terminal requested a signature. Margaret signed. At once, The 6 fading bellwether names returned in black type. Across the cabinets, drawers slammed open. Inside them, the child-shaped spaces filled with breath. Paper cracked, small hands pressed outward through tax returns and property deeds. Somewhere beyond the steel door, a newborn began crying with the exhausted voice of something very old. The transmission counter rose. One office, 1286. More than 300. Margaret watched until every destination showed receipt confirmed. Then the screen turned red. Impossible population certified. Household balance required. The room tilted. Margaret gripped the terminal as a pressure formed behind her eyes. Memories began loosening from her. Her office. Her apartment. The smell of her father's car. The exact pitch of her mother's laugh. They did not disappear completely. They became ownerless. Detached from the certainty that they had belonged to her. "What is it doing?" she asked. Elliot looked at the message beneath the warning. His silence answered first. A new line appeared. Recognition cannot increase without compensating removal. "Whose removal?" Margaret asked. The terminal printed a form. It emerged slowly, warm between the rollers. At the top was Margaret's employee photograph. Beneath it were every name, address, identification number, and family relationship that had ever held her in the world. Each field was being crossed out. Elliot stepped toward her. "Withdraw the determination. If I do, the others will be corrected. And if I don't," he looked at the walls, where thousands of newly recognized voices were speaking their names for the first time. "The system will balance them against the person who certified them." Margaret took the printed form. At the bottom, beneath the heading "Responsible Official," her signature was already fading. Behind the wallpaper, her mother began to sob. Margaret pressed confirm. Every light in the undeclared division went out. When they returned, Elliot was standing alone. On the terminal, the transmission remained complete. But where Margaret Vale's name had appeared, there was only an empty field waiting for someone else to be entered. The investigation vanished before the building opened the next morning. No alarms sounded. No files were reported missing. The regional network showed no unauthorized transmission, no active bellwether review, and no employee named Margaret Vale. The undeclared division sealed itself behind an ordinary elevator panel, leaving no button shaped like a crossed-out house. Elliot Shaw returned to his office and found a blank space in his memory where the previous night should have been. He knew he had been frightened. His shirt smelled faintly of dust and old wallpaper, and there was dried blood beneath one fingernail. Yet when he tried to remember whose hand he had reached for in the darkness, he saw only an empty field on a form. By noon, he had stopped trying. Bellwether Park remained untouched. The Dalloway house stood at the end of its private road, occupied by Grant. Celeste, their son, Grant's mother, and someone no visitor ever saw. The family resumed filing annual returns that listed Hollis Dalloway without identification. Their investments recovered. Their illnesses passed quickly. Their breakfast table was always set for 5. No one remembered the night the house had vanished. The Pembrokes regained their sunroom. Miles Harcourt's newspaper once again arrived with every word printed clearly. Bedrooms returned to their proper dimensions. Family photographs repopulated, and lost names settled back into conversation with the ease of people returning from a brief trip. The community prospered. Outside Bellwether, The evidence Margaret had transmitted reached hundreds of offices. But every page arrived blank. Clerks opened attachments containing no text. Printers produced white sheets, warm from the machine. Archived photographs developed as pale rectangles, where Project Declarant had once named its subjects. There remained only file numbers referring to records that no longer existed. The blank documents were preserved because the system marked them mandatory. They were copied, stamped, indexed, and placed in cabinets throughout the country. No one could read them. Still, officials found themselves reluctant to destroy them. Margaret's apartment was leased to a dental hygienist named Caroline Beck. The bedroom measured exactly as stated in the new contract. There was no seam behind the headboard, no child's shoe, and no blue folder. The building manager insisted the previous tenant had been a graduate student who left without forwarding information. Margaret's parents' history corrected more completely. Thomas and Elaine Vale had never had a daughter. Their divorce records described disputes over property, medical debt, and a narrow house in New Haven that neither wished to keep. Family photographs showed them standing together with comfortable space between their bodies. The house itself was demolished after neighbors complained of knocking inside the walls. No remains were found. Months later, a newly appointed auditor named Owen Pell received an automated discrepancy notice involving Bellwether Park. Owen was 34, ambitious, and eager to distinguish himself through a difficult case. He had been told the community's filings contained several legacy anomalies that previous staff had failed to resolve. His supervisor advised him to request documentation and avoid unnecessary enforcement. Owen smiled politely and ignored the warning. The Dalloway file contained 5 declared household members. Grant, Celeste, their son, Grant's mother, Hollis. Owen reviewed the supporting records twice. Hollis had no birth certificate, identification number, school enrollment, medical history, or photograph. Yet the dependent had been accepted year after year without challenge. Owen opened the historical attachments. Most were blank. One page was not. It was a dependency schedule filed after the last audit. A 6th name had been entered beneath Hollis in handwriting too sharp and compressed to belong to any Dalloway. Margaret Ann Vale. No identification number. No date of birth. The relationship field did not say daughter, guest, employee, or dependent. It read, resides within walls. Owen leaned closer. A note had been added in the approval column. Recognition, pending annual renewal. From the wall behind his desk came 3 measured taps. He turned. The plaster was smooth except for a damp oval patch at shoulder height. As Owen watched, the impression of a woman's palm pressed slowly outward from the other side. Then a voice spoke through the wall, calm and precise. Before you correct the household, it said, you should know what a correction costs. On Owen's monitor, Margaret Vale's name moved from the 6th line to the field marked responsible official. The system asked for his signature. Behind the plaster, thousands of blank pages began to turn. Perhaps the most dangerous records are not the false ones, but the ones powerful institutions know are true and choose to call impossible. Margaret spent her life believing documents merely described reality. In the end, she learned that recognition can create a person, while correction can erase an entire world. She saved thousands of lives. But the system preserved itself by turning her into the same kind of hidden dependent she had once condemned. So what makes someone real? A body, a memory, a name, or the willingness of others to keep writing that name down? Story 7. Daniel Wren first noticed the fog inside the house. Outside, the afternoon over Rhode Island was clear enough for the ocean to show its hard blue line beyond the cliffs. Sunlight lay across the lawn of Saltmere House, touching the white chairs and flower arch. Yet beyond the open front doors, gray vapor drifted along the black and white tiles, as though the mansion had been breathing cold air through its foundations. Daniel paused with one hand on his camera case. A woman in a dove-colored suit waited beneath the staircase. She was perhaps 60, silver-haired and upright, with the dry-eyed calm of someone who had already corrected several small disasters that morning. "Mr. Wren," she said. "I'm Beatrice Harcourt. We spoke by telephone." Her handshake was cold. Daniel gave her the smile he used with anxious families. Respectful, calm, faintly apologetic. It had once made people trust him. Before the canceled bookings, before the divorce, before he learned that a photograph could preserve resentment more faithfully than affection. "You said the ceremony would be private, family only, nothing shared publicly. That won't be a problem." Beatrice glanced at the case. "And you brought the older camera." The contract had been unusually specific, square format photographs. Minimal artificial light. No mobile phones during the ceremony. And one film exposure for every formal arrangement. He opened the case. Between two modern lenses rested the medium format camera he had bought years earlier from a closing studio in Providence. Its black leather was worn smooth, and a brass repair plate had been fitted beneath the winding crank. The camera was nearly 80 years old, though Daniel had adapted it to take a digital back. Beatrice stared at it. "That will do," she said. "Not times beautiful, not times perfect. That will do." A bell sounded somewhere in the house. Only once. Beatrice turned toward the corridor, though no one appeared. The bridal portraits should be taken before the tide changes. Daniel almost asked what the tide had to do with indoor photographs, but she was already leading him away. Saltmere had the exhausted grandeur of a house still performing wealth after the money had begun to leave. Dark portraits crowded the walls. Salt whitened the window corners. Every room smelled of lilies and damp wool. Though the day was warm, the bride waited in a glass conservatory facing the sea. Celia Harcourt was perhaps 27, with dark hair pinned beneath a lace veil. She sat very still while two women adjusted her dress. Her expression was not unhappy. It was more troubling than unhappiness, patient, almost rehearsed. Beside her stood the groom, Owen Maris, a broad-shouldered man with an easy smile. "You must be Daniel," Owen said. "Thanks for rescuing us at short notice." Daniel disliked the word "times rescuing." It suggested he had been chosen from necessity rather than talent, though that was probably true. He began with ordinary instructions. Turn slightly, lower the chin, relax the shoulders, look toward the window, then toward each other, through the viewfinder. Celia's face sharpened beautifully. The veil caught the light. Owen stood beside her, but the camera struggled to hold him. His features seemed to drag whenever Daniel adjusted the focus, as though the glass could not decide how far away he was. Daniel lowered the camera, Owen was perfectly clear. Old lens? Owen asked. Old photographer, Daniel said. The joke earned the expected laugh. Daniel took 3 exposures, checked the digital preview, and felt something tighten beneath his ribs. Celia was crisp in every image. Owen was blurred in all 3. Not motion blur. Daniel knew motion blur. This looked softer, more intimate, like a thumb drawn across wet ink. He enlarged the first frame. Beyond Celia's shoulder stood a man Daniel did not remember seeing. He wore a dark suit that clung to his body. Water shone on his hair and ran from his sleeves onto the tiled floor. In the second photograph, the man was several steps closer. In the third, he stood directly behind the bride. One pale hand rested on her veil. Daniel looked up. The conservatory doors were empty, but on the tiles behind Celia, a trail of wet footprints had begun to appear. Daniel stared at the wet footprints until one of Celia's attendants stepped backward and placed her heel through them. Nothing smeared. The tiles remained dry beneath her shoe. "Could everyone give me 5 minutes?" Daniel said. His voice sounded steady enough. Steadiness had survived after most other professional virtues abandoned him. Beatrice led the attendants away without asking why. Owen followed reluctantly, offering Celia a reassuring smile before the conservatory doors closed. Celia stayed seated beneath the white arch of her veil. Daniel examined the floor, then the 3 captured frames. The footprints existed only through the camera. In the enlarged image, water gathered beneath the stranger's shoes in black reflective pools. "Was someone standing behind you?" he asked. Celia did not turn. "There usually is." Daniel waited, but she only folded her hands more neatly in her lap. He transferred the images to his laptop and opened the editing software. The familiar gray workspace steadied him. Here, everything possessed an edge. Everything could be selected, softened, copied, concealed. The stranger was difficult to isolate. His outline blended with Celia's veil, and the water threaded through the lace as though both had been photographed in the same instant. Daniel created a mask, sampled the wall behind him, and began painting the figure away. He had always been good at removal. Clients had paid him to erase what they did not wish to remember. Bruises beneath makeup, absent relative at table ends, ex-boyfriends reflected in mirrors, a bridesmaid's hand clasped around the wrong man's wrist. Daniel never called it falsification. He called it kindness. Marianne had called it cowardice. After their divorce, Daniel removed her from every photograph he owned. At first, he deleted the obvious ones, the wedding portraits. Holidays, the picture of them laughing beneath an awning during a summer storm. Then he found her in the margins, a hand on his shoulder at a gallery opening, her red coat reflected in a cafe window, the shadow of her body across a rented cottage floor. He erased each trace carefully. In some photographs, he rebuilt walls where Marianne had stood. In others, he copied strangers into the space she left behind. He told himself he was cleaning the archive, reducing pain to manageable evidence. By the end, Daniel possessed 12 years of images in which he appeared to have lived alone. His career declined with similar quietness. Marianne had managed the accounts, answered clients, and remembered which promises Daniel made when he was drinking. Without her, he missed deadlines. Then a bride discovered that he had replaced her deceased father's face with a sharper expression from another frame without permission. The family called the result grotesque. Reviews appeared. Contracts vanished. Daniel told people the industry had changed. He never told them he had changed first. On the laptop, the wet man's shoulder disappeared beneath reconstructed wallpaper. Daniel removed the dripping hair, soaked collar, and hand resting upon Celia's veil. The software left a faint ripple in the pixels. He softened the edges and pressed save. A small sound came from Celia. Not a sob. A breath released after being held too long. Daniel looked up. "Are you all right?" She touched the veil where the stranger's fingers had been. "Did you remove him?" "Just a visual artifact." "That isn't what I asked." Before Daniel could answer, the conservatory doors opened. Owen entered carrying 2 glasses of water, followed by Beatrice and the attendants. "Technical crisis resolved?" Owen asked. "Nothing serious." Daniel resumed the portraits. He changed lenses and kept the sea behind them. Fog now pressed against the outer glass despite the clear sky he had seen minutes earlier. He photographed Celia alone first. Then Owen joined her. Through the camera, the groom's face seemed softer than before. Daniel adjusted focus. The lens motor clicked. Searching. He took another frame. And another. Owen's outline remained unstable. But no wet stranger appeared. Daniel felt a guilty pulse of satisfaction. The correction had worked. After 20 minutes, Beatrice called Celia away to prepare for the ceremony. Owen lingered beside Daniel while he reviewed the photographs. "You captured her beautifully," Owen said. Daniel nodded. "She photographs well." Owen leaned closer to the screen. His smile faded. He scrolled through one image, then the next, then several more. "Daniel," he said quietly, "why have you taken dozens of pictures of Celia alone?" For several seconds, Daniel thought Owen was making a joke. Then he looked at the screen. Celia stood alone in every frame. The conservatory, the white flowers, the fog beyond the glass all remained exactly as Daniel remembered them. In some photographs, the fabric of Celia's sleeve bent inward where Owen's arm should have touched hers. In others, her hand rested at shoulder height, fingers curved around nothing. Daniel scrolled backward. The earlier portrait still showed a blur beside her. But the shape had become so pale that it looked less like a man than a flaw in the exposure. There was no face, no suit, no clear boundary where Owen ended and the light began. "You saw me standing there," Owen said. Daniel heard anger beneath the words, but something worse behind it. A request for confirmation. "Of course I did." "Then where am I? The files may not have rendered properly." Daniel closed the preview window, reopened it, then took a photograph of Owen standing alone. The shutter snapped. On the screen appeared an empty section of wall. Only Owen's shadow remained, stretched faintly across the floor toward the sea. Daniel photographed him again. This time, there was no shadow. Owen touched his own face. "What is this?" Before Daniel could answer, Beatrice entered. "We need Mr. Maris downstairs," Daniel said. "The ceremony is nearly ready." Beatrice looked from Daniel to Owen. "Mr. Who?" The question held no suspicion. That made it worse. "Owen," Daniel said. "The groom?" Recognition returned slowly. "Yes, Owen." She turned away too quickly. "Of course, everyone is waiting." As they crossed the house, Daniel noticed how rarely the family used Owen's name. They called him the Groom. Dear, young man, or simply you. An elderly uncle asked whether he was from Connecticut, although Owen reminded him they had met twice before. One of Celia's cousins introduced herself to him again. At the staircase, a woman carrying place cards frowned at the seating chart. What was the surname? Maris. Owen said, Morris? Maris. She wrote it, stared at the letters, and crossed them out. The camera grew heavy against Daniel's chest. The wedding party assembled in the drawing room while wind moved through the chimney with a low, tidal sound. Celia stood near the windows. Her veil lifted. Owen remained beside her. But people flowed around him with the careless precision of water around a post. Daniel raised the camera. The wet man had returned. He stood at the far end of the room, half hidden behind white chairs. His suit shone with seawater. His head was bowed, dark hair covering his face. Daniel took another frame. The man was closer. In the next, he stood behind the last row. Daniel lowered the camera. The chairs were empty. He checked the screen. The wet man had lifted his head. Water and shadow damaged his features, but his eyes were fixed on Owen. Daniel opened the editing interface almost without thinking. He selected the stranger's outline. Owen caught his wrist. Don't. The word was quiet, yet everyone nearby turned not toward Owen, but toward Daniel. Owen tightened his grip. Every time you remove him, something happens to me. That isn't possible. Take my picture without changing it. Daniel pulled free. You're panicking. So are you. Fog covered the windows, somewhere deeper in the house. The bell sounded once. Celia looked toward them. Owen, Daniel called, deliberately loud. Several relatives glanced at one another. Beatrice pressed a hand to her temple. What did you say his family name was? Maris. The syllables felt wrong in Daniel's mouth. He looked down at the newest photograph. The wet stranger now stood beside Celia. Owen remained on her other side, but his face had become a blank oval beneath his hair. Daniel enlarged the image. Where Owen's eyes and mouth should have been, there was only the texture of fogged glass. When Daniel looked up, Celia was studying the man beside her. Owen reached for her hand. She moved away. Then she turned to Daniel, her voice soft enough to be mistaken for politeness. Who is he? No one answered Celia. Owen stood beside her, with one hand still extended. His expression caught between humiliation and terror. Daniel watched Celia search his face for something familiar. Her eyes moved over his brow, his mouth, the small scar near his chin. Each detail seemed to make him less recognizable. Beatrice stepped forward. Celia. This is Owen. Celia looked at her mother. Owen who? Maris, Daniel said. The name landed in the room without belonging to anyone. Owen lowered his hand. We've been together for 4 years. Celia gave him the strange smile one offered a confused stranger. I'm sorry. Daniel took hold of his camera before his own hands could begin shaking. This is stress, he said. Everyone has been preparing for the ceremony. The weather is turning, and the photographs have made it worse. The files are corrupted. That's all. Owen stared at him, then fixed them. The demand sounded reasonable enough to become dangerous. Daniel carried his equipment into the library and locked the doors. He told himself that a damaged lens profile could distort facial recognition. That old glass sometimes produced unpredictable blooming. That digital adapters occasionally misread contrast. None of those explanations accounted for the family forgetting a living man. But explanations did not need to be true immediately. They only needed to postpone panic. Daniel opened the earliest portrait in which Owen's face had still possessed partial features. He copied the eyes from one frame, the mouth from another, and the sharper line of the jaw from a third, piece by piece. He reconstructed the groom. When he finished, Owen looked almost natural. The wet stranger remained behind Celia. Daniel created another correction layer and erased him. The library lights dimmed. A framed engagement photograph stood on the mantel. Daniel had noticed it when he entered. Celia laughing into the wind while Owen kissed her temple. Now the man beside her had no face. Daniel approached the frame. Beneath the glass, the paper was dry and unmarked. The blankness was not damage. Skin, hair, and clothing had been replaced by a pale continuation of the sky. Someone knocked at the door. Owen entered before Daniel could stop him. "Celia remembers meeting me," he said. "She remembers dinners, holidays, arguments. She just doesn't remember that I was there." Daniel turned the laptop toward him. "I restored your face." Owen stared at the edited portrait. For an instant, relief softened him. Then a crack sounded from the mantel. The engagement photograph split beneath the glass. When Daniel lifted it free, Owen's body had vanished entirely. Celia stood alone on the beach, leaning affectionately toward empty air. Owen whispered, "Put him back." The stranger stopped deleting him. Daniel looked toward the laptop. The wet man stood so close behind Celia that his cheek nearly touched her veil. "He's causing this. You don't know that. He appears, and you disappear." "No," Owen said. "I disappear when you correct the picture." Daniel ignored him. He restored another image, then another. In each file, he rebuilt Owen from whatever fragments remained and removed the drowned figure. He worked quickly, applying the same adjustments across the entire set. With every saved file, something in the house changed. A place card outside the library lost Owen's surname. The monogram printed on the wedding programs changed from 2 sets of initials to 1. A silver frame containing Owen's childhood photograph became an image of an unfamiliar empty garden. From the hall came the sound of voices discussing whether Celia had ever been engaged at all. Owen seized the laptop and tried to close it. Daniel pulled it back. "I can reverse this." "You're not reversing anything. I know these programs. You know, pictures," Owen said. "That's not the same as knowing what they remember." The words struck closer than Daniel wanted. He selected an older portrait where Owen's face remained a smudge and sharpened it until the software invented eyes. They were the wrong color. Daniel corrected them from memory. The wet stranger's hand rested on Celia's shoulder. Daniel removed it. A woman screamed in the corridor. Beatrice entered, holding a cream-colored document. Her composure had broken. The paper trembled between her fingers. "The license," she said. Owen took it from her. Celia Harcourt's name remained printed clearly beneath the estate address. The witnesses were listed. The date was unchanged. The space reserved for the groom was blank, not crossed out, not faded. Blank, as though no second person had ever been intended. At the bottom of the page, beneath the empty signature line, a damp fingerprint slowly appeared. The damp fingerprint widened until it formed the impression of an entire hand. 5 long marks darkened the marriage license, each ridge precise enough to belong to a man who had pressed his palm against the other side of the paper. Water gathered along the document's lower edge and fell onto the library carpet. Beatrice dropped it. "Burn that," she said. Daniel bent to retrieve the license, but Owen caught his shoulder. "Leave it." Outside, someone called for Beatrice. Another voice answered from the front hall, strained and breathless. The sound of hurried shoes moved through the house. Beatrice opened the library door. Fog filled the corridor. It had entered without wind. Gray vapor curled around the staircase and spread beneath the furniture, concealing the floorboards to ankle height. The chandeliers remained lit, but their glow reached only a few feet before dissolving into white. Guests gathered near the entrance, holding coats and car keys. One of Celia's uncles stood at the open door with a telephone pressed to his ear. "The road is under water," he said. "Both directions." "That's impossible," Beatrice replied. "The tide doesn't reach the upper road." "It does now." Daniel pushed past them onto the front steps. The lawn had vanished. Fog pressed against the house so densely that the flower arch appeared only as a pale curve suspended in emptiness. Beyond it, where the driveway should have descended toward the coastal road, dark water moved between the hedges. A parked car sounded its alarm. For several seconds, red lights flashed beneath the water before going dark. Owen came to stand beside Daniel. "The ocean is below the cliffs." Daniel heard waves striking stones somewhere beyond the fog, but the sound no longer came from below. It seemed level with the house. "We wait for it to recede," Daniel said. "You still think weather explains this?" "I think panic makes everything worse." Owen looked at him with exhausted disbelief. "You say that as though panic caused the sea." Behind them, the front doors closed on their own. The brass lock turned. Guests began calling emergency services. But every telephone produced the same response, a low rushing sound, followed by a distant bell. Mobile screens showed no signal. The house telephone rang once whenever someone lifted the receiver. Celia remained in the drawing room, surrounded by relatives who spoke to her in careful voices. Owen stood near the doorway, watching her. No one asked why the groom was not beside the bride. Daniel returned to the library and opened his laptop. The corrected wedding photographs had altered again. Owen's restored face had softened into featureless gray. The wet stranger remained absent, but the spaces Daniel had reconstructed over him were beginning to darken, as though moisture were rising beneath layers of digital paint. He tried to undo his edits. The history panel was empty. Every correction had become part of the original file. Daniel searched for the unedited backups. The folder still existed, but it contained photographs he did not recognize. The first image showed a wedding at Saltmere House decades earlier. The bride wore a narrow silk gown and held white lilies against her waist. Beside her stood Daniel. His clothing was wrong, a dark formal coat with a high collar, but the face was unmistakable. The small break in his left eyebrow, the deepening lines beside his mouth, even the pale mark beneath his chin where Marianne had once thrown a glass and later apologized. Daniel opened the next photograph. Another Harcourt bride stood on the cliff lawn, perhaps sometime during the 1950s. Daniel appeared beside her, younger in costume but not in flesh. The next image was older still, printed from a damaged glass plate. Daniel stood beneath the conservatory windows with one hand resting on the bride's chair. In every photograph, he faced the camera without smiling. He searched his personal archive. The folder, marked Mariani, contained hundreds of images he had edited after the divorce. Daniel opened their wedding portrait, expecting the familiar composition he had built, himself alone beneath the church arch, one hand resting naturally against his jacket. Marianne had returned. She stood in her original place, her expression tired but affectionate. Daniel was gone. He opened another photograph. Marianne beside the summer cottage. Marianne beneath the cafe awning. Marianne laughing in the kitchen. In each image, the space Daniel had occupied was empty. A drop of water struck the keyboard. Then another. Daniel looked above him, but the ceiling was dry. On the screen, the oldest Harcourt portrait enlarged by itself. The bride's face had faded almost completely. Daniel remained sharp beside her. Behind his shoulder stood the soaking wet man. This time, the stranger was not looking at the bride. He was pointing directly at Daniel. Daniel shut the laptop, but the image remained impressed behind his eyes. The drowned man's raised arm, the accusing finger. His own face preserved where generations of husbands should have stood. A sound came from beneath the library door. Not knocking, water moving. A thin stream entered under the wood and crossed the carpet in a dark, deliberate line. It passed the fallen marriage license without touching it, curved around Daniel's camera case, and reached the base of the bookcase. There it stopped. 3 wet footprints appeared beyond it. Then 3 more. They led toward the rear wall. Daniel opened the door. The corridor outside was empty. Though the fog had climbed to knee height, the footprints continued across the hall, each one forming only when he came close enough to see it. Heel, arch, 5 narrow toes. Bare feet this time. He followed them past the drawing room. Inside, the guests had gathered around the fireplace, speaking softly as if someone had died. Celia sat alone in her wedding dress. Owen stood several yards away. Unnoticed, he saw Daniel and started toward him. "Where are you going?" Daniel glanced at the wet trail. "To find the original files." "There are no original files left. Something made those photographs." Owen looked down. For a moment he seemed unable to see the footprints. Then one appeared beneath his shoe, and he recoiled. "Don't go alone." Daniel wanted to agree. Instead, he heard himself say, "Stay with Celia." Owen gave a bitter laugh. "She doesn't know me. That's why you stay." Perhaps Daniel simply preferred witnesses who could still confirm he existed. The trail entered the service corridor behind the kitchen, descended a narrow staircase, and ended before a green-painted door beneath the house. Salt had crusted around its frame in thick white veins. An iron key hung from a string beside it. Daniel tried the handle first. Locked. The key turned with difficulty. Cold air breathed through the opening. The room beyond had once been a photographic darkroom. Red glass covered a single wall lamp. Wooden shelves held brown chemical bottles whose labels had peeled into curls. Rusted trays rested beside a deep porcelain sink. The air smelled of vinegar, mildew, and low tide. Daniel stepped inside. The door swung shut behind him. He tried the handle. It would not move. On a central work table lay stacks of glass negatives wrapped in waxed paper. Beside them, leather albums had swollen with damp until their covers resembled blackened flesh. Many were marked with dates and women's names. Eleanor Harcourt, Margaret Arcourt, Beatrice, Harcourt, Celia Arcourt. Daniel opened the album bearing Beatrice's name. The pages contained wedding photographs from 30 years earlier. Beatrice stood where Celia had stood that afternoon, wearing the same expression of patient surrender. Beside her, Daniel appeared in a dark suit. One hand blurred at the edge. He turned another page. The groom's face had been scratched away with a blade. Underneath, someone had written in faded ink, "Do not let the photographer correct him." Daniel dropped the album. A camera shutter clicked somewhere in the dark room. He spun around. No one stood behind him. Another click came from the sink. A sheet of photographic paper floated in a tray that had been empty moments before. State. Liquid rocked gently around it. At first, the page was blank. Then gray shadows began to surface. Daniel watched an image develop. Saltmere's conservatory emerged first. The white chairs. The sea obscured by fog. Celia stood beneath the flower arch, her veil hanging straight as wet netting. A man stood beside her. Daniel recognized his own posture before the face appeared. He wore Owen's wedding suit. One hand held Celia's. The other rested over his heart. Behind them, the guest smiled with the calm certainty of people who had always known him. At the photograph's lower edge, handwritten words darkened as though written by an invisible pen. Daniel Wren, beloved husband. Then the face beside Celia finished developing. It was not Daniel's face as he saw it now. It was his face drowned. Daniel stared at the drowned version of his own face until the darkroom seemed to tilt. The portrait in the tray continued changing. Water beaded on the photographed Daniel's eyelashes. His lips had opened slightly, and a black line ran from one nostril to his collar. Celia remained untouched beside him, her hand resting in his as though she had agreed to this arrangement long before either of them was born. Something shifted beneath the work table. Daniel found a narrow tin box wedged between warped floorboards. Salt had eaten through the hinges. Inside lay letters tied with blue ribbon and a studio ledger bearing the name Ambrose Creed. The first letter was more than a century old. Eleanor Harcourt's handwriting slanted sharply across the page. She wrote to Gideon Pike, a fisherman's son whom her family considered beneath her. They had planned to marry secretly at Saltmere before her father could send her inland. The final line had bled into a pale stain. If the sea keeps me, come for me before they give my name to someone else. The next letter had never been sent. A household account described Eleanor disappearing from the cliff path on the morning of her wedding. Her veil was found snagged on blackthorn below the estate. Her body was never recovered. Gideon entered the water before the storm had passed. Witnesses saw his boat overturned beyond the rocks. He vanished searching for the woman he had promised to marry. The Harcourts held the ceremony without bodies. A later letter, written by Eleanor's sister, explained the bargain. Promises made before the sea could not be broken by death, only denied by the living. Each generation would repeat the wedding at Saltmere. A daughter of the Harcourt line would stand beneath the veil, and Gideon would be permitted to appear beside her in a photograph. Once his image was accepted and named, he and Eleanor would finally be joined beyond the water. Until then, the sea would return every borrowed husband. Daniel opened Ambrose Creed's ledger. The original photographer had recorded exposure lengths, weather, plate defects, and the position of the bride's hands. Then the entries changed. A wet gentleman present where no gentleman stood. Face visible only after development. Family insists I print the plate unchanged. The next page had been torn, but one paragraph remained. Creed wrote that Gideon's apparition appeared beside Eleanor's empty wedding dress, which the family had arranged upright in a chair. The dead man's face was swollen, his mouth full of seawater. Ambrose feared the image would ruin him. He scraped Gideon from the negative and painted the missing portion with silver compound. He called it a correction. Daniel read the word twice. In the following entry, Ambrose complained that the family had begun calling him Thomas Harcourt, the name of Eleanor's living sister's husband. Thomas disappeared from the household register. Within a week, Ambrose appeared in every family portrait beside a woman he had never courted. The final note was written in a shaking hand. Removal does not make an absence. It creates a vacancy. A photograph slipped from the ledger. Ambrose Creed stood beside a Harcourt bride, dressed as the groom. Behind him, Gideon Pike emerged from fog. One wet hand pressed against Ambrose's shoulder. Creed's face had been scratched away. Daniel heard the darkroom door rattle. "Owen?" he called. No answer came. He searched the remaining letters. Every generation had tried to restore Gideon, but each photographer altered the image out of fear or disbelief. Each correction displaced another groom. The family had not been offering daughters to a drowned man. They had been trying to return a stolen name. From the other side of the door came Beatrice's voice. "Mr. Wren, please open this." Daniel gathered the letters and forced the handle. The door released at once. Beatrice stood in the fog-filled corridor. Behind her, Celia waited in her wedding dress. There was no sign of Owen. Daniel held up the ledger. "You knew what the camera was." Beatrice looked at it without surprise. "We knew what it had done. You hired me because I owned it." "We hired you," she said, "because it had already chosen someone willing to erase a spouse." Celia raised her eyes to him. Then, with quiet tenderness, she said, "Ambrose, are you ready?" Daniel stepped back from Celia. "My name is Daniel." She tilted her head, not confused, but gently amused. "You always say that before the ceremony." Beatrice closed the darkroom door behind them. The corridor fog had thickened until only the upper halves of their bodies seemed to exist. Somewhere above, guests were moving chairs across the drawing room floor. The sound came slowly, like furniture dragged along the deck of a sinking ship. Daniel held Ambrose Creed's ledger against his chest. "What happened to Owen?" Beatrice's composure faltered. "I no longer know who that is." The answer struck harder than denial would have. Daniel pushed past her and climbed the service stairs. Celia followed without hurry. Beatrice called after them, but her words dissolved into the fog. In the drawing room, the guests had arranged themselves for the ceremony. The fire had gone out. White lilies leaned in their vases, their stems submerged in water cloudy with salt. No one appeared alarmed by Daniel's entrance. An empty space waited beside the bride's place. "Owen," Daniel shouted. Faces turned toward him. A cousin frowned. An elderly man whispered to his wife. No one answered. Daniel opened his laptop on the piano. The most recent files showed Celia standing alone beneath the conservatory windows. He searched the earlier portraits, but Owen's body had vanished completely. Only the distortions remained. A sleeve pressed inward, fingers curled around an absent hand, a shadow falling in the wrong direction. Proof of contact without proof of the person. Daniel looked through the untouched images from the camera. The wet man appeared in every one. He was not approaching Celia. Daniel had misunderstood the sequence because he had measured distance from the bride. In the first photograph, Gideon stood behind her. In the second, he had moved sideways. In the third, his hand reached not for her veil, but toward Owen's blurred shoulder. He had been trying to stand beside the groom, trying to occupy the place from which Ambrose had removed him. Daniel enlarged the image until individual droplets of seawater became visible on Gideon's face. Beneath the swelling, beneath the darkness caught in his skin, the dead man did not look angry. He looked desperate. His mouth was open around a name the camera could not record. Daniel remembered the sentence in the ledger. Removal does not make an absence. It creates a vacancy. Not an empty space in the photograph. A vacancy in the world. Every correction had transferred what belonged to the erased person, the place at the altar, the family's recognition, the history of courtship, the weight of promises made. The camera preserved relationships more faithfully than faces. When Daniel removed Gideon, Owen inherited the dead man's threatened position. When Daniel rebuilt Owen and erased Gideon again, the vacancy moved toward the person performing the correction, toward Daniel. The old Harcourt portraits had not changed to predict his future. They had been making room for him. He opened his personal archive and stared at Marianne's returned face. In each photograph, she stood beside an absence shaped precisely like Daniel. He had believed he was removing her from his life. Instead, the camera had been measuring his willingness to deny a relationship once it became inconvenient. It had not chosen him because he owned it. It had recognized him. Celia came to stand beside the piano. "You were very kind to me once," she said. Daniel looked at her. "I never met you." "Not me." For an instant, her face changed. The features remained Celia's, but grief settled over them with such age and intimacy that Daniel understood he was looking at someone who had waited beneath the same veil for more than a century. Eleanor. The fogged windows darkened. Beyond them stood Gideon Pike. He pressed both hands against the glass. Seawater streamed from his sleeves. His mouth moved again. And this time Daniel understood the word. Not Celia, not times Eleanor, his own name. Daniel turned toward the guests. "What does he want?" Beatrice stood at the drawing room entrance, holding the blank marriage license. "He wants what was taken from him," she said, his face beside hers. His name spoken before witnesses. A photograph no one corrects. Daniel looked at the empty place beside Celia. "And if I give it back?" The camera on the piano wound itself. The shutter mechanism clicked once. Beatrice's eyes filled with pity. "Then we find out whether there is still a world in which you were ever her groom." Daniel understood that honesty, in the end, was not a feeling. It was a refusal to touch the image. He opened the wedding folder and selected every file captured since his arrival at Saltmere. One by one, he deleted the edited versions. The software warned him that the changes could not be recovered. For the first time in years, that sentence comforted him. The untouched photographs returned. Owen reappeared as a blur beside Celia. Gideon emerged behind them, water running from his cuffs, one hand reaching through the space between the living. In later frames, the drowned man came closer while Owen faded. But Daniel no longer sharpened one or removed the other. He left them both. Around him, the guests murmured as the room adjusted. A woman near the fireplace suddenly gasped and whispered. There was someone else. Beatrice gripped the blank marriage license. A few letters surfaced faintly in the empty space reserved for the groom, then dissolved before they could be read. Daniel opened his personal archive. Marianne waited inside every photograph he had altered. He began restoring the originals. He returned her to the church steps in the rain, where she had held his hand while he complained about the light. He restored her reflection in the cafe window and the red coat he had replaced with a stranger's gray one. He returned her to the kitchen photograph taken the night after Daniel missed her father's funeral because he had accepted a more profitable wedding. He restored the photograph from their anniversary dinner. In the original, Marianne did not smile. Daniel had forgotten that. Her eyes were swollen. One hand rested beside an untouched glass of wine while Daniel leaned toward the camera. Charming and composed. Hours earlier, she had found messages from a bride whose photographs he had continued editing long after the commission ended. Daniel had removed Marianne because her expression made the truth visible. He had told himself the marriage failed because she became suspicious, unforgiving, difficult. The photographs showed something simpler. She had watched him lie until being seen by her felt unbearable. He restored every image. When he finished, Daniel existed beside Marianne again, not as the abandoned husband he had invented, but as the man she had endured. The laptop screen went dark. In its reflection, Gideon stood behind him. Daniel did not turn. I see you, he said. The drowned man's reflection lowered its head. The fog withdrew from the center of the drawing room, revealing the white chairs and the waiting arch. Water still covered the windows, though no rain struck the glass. The guests took their places without instruction. Celia stood beneath the flowers. For a moment, her face belonged only to herself. She looked frightened, exhausted, and very young. Will this bring him back? She asked. Daniel knew she meant Owen, though she spoke the name uncertainly. I don't know. And the other one? He was never gone. Daniel placed the camera on its tripod. He disabled the digital preview and removed the adapter, leaving only the old film mechanism. No screen, no immediate correction, nothing between the exposure and the truth except light. Beatrice handed Celia a bouquet of white lilies. The blank marriage license lay on a small table beside her. Daniel looked around the room. Someone has to speak his name. The guests remained silent. They had repeated the ceremony for generations but had forgotten why acknowledgement mattered. Ritual had survived after compassion became habit. Daniel faced the window. Gideon Pike, he said. The glass trembled. Celia closed her eyes. Gideon Pike, Beatrice repeated. Other voices followed, uncertain at first, then clearer. His name moved through the room until even the oldest guests spoke it. The windows burst inward without breaking. Cold seawater swept across the floor, no deeper than Daniel's shoes. Gideon stood beside Celia, his ruined face visible beneath wet hair. Behind him appeared another figure, a woman in an old wedding dress, her veil floating as though submerged. Eleanor. Celia stepped away from the arch. For one impossible moment, the dead lovers stood together. Daniel reached for the shutter cable. Someone touched his arm. Owen stood beside him, faint as breath on glass. Take it now, he said. Daniel looked at the guests. No one else saw him. Stand beside her, Daniel whispered. Owen crossed the flooded room. Celia turned as he approached. and recognition broke across her face with such force that she nearly dropped the flowers. Owen. The name had barely left her mouth when the camera began winding by itself. Owen reached for her. The guests blinked. Celia's expression emptied. Owen vanished before his hand touched hers. The shutter fired, and when Daniel looked through the viewfinder, the place beside Celia was no longer empty. He was standing in it. Daniel did not feel himself cross the room. One instant he stood behind the camera with the shutter cable in his hand. The next, Celia's fingers were wrapped around his, cold beneath the lace of her glove. The camera remained on its tripod several yards away. Daniel looked down. Owen's suit fitted him perfectly. A white carnation rested against his lapel, its petals wet with seawater. Beneath the polished shoes, the drawing room floor was dry. The guests rose as one. Applause moved through the room. Beatrice pressed a handkerchief to her mouth. "Owen," she said, smiling through tears, "you frightened us." Daniel tried to pull his hand from Celia's, but she held on. "Where did you go?" she whispered. "My name is Daniel." Her smile faltered with affectionate concern. "Not today." He turned toward the windows. The water had vanished from the glass. Beyond them, evening light lay across the cliffs, and the ocean had returned to its proper distance. Fog loosened over the lawn in pale ribbons. There was no sign of Gideon or Eleanor. Only 2 wet footprints remained beneath the flower arch. Facing the sea, Daniel called Owen's name. No one reacted. He described him: broad shoulders, scar beneath the chin, gray suit. The man who had arrived beside Celia that afternoon. Beatrice's expression tightened with embarrassment. "You have always had that scar," she told Daniel. He touched his chin. The old mark Marianne had given him was still there. Celia leaned close. "You're overwhelmed. We can finish quietly. We are not getting married." Uneasy laughter passed among the guests, as though the groom had made a tasteless joke. Daniel crossed to the camera. Inside the back, a single exposed sheet waited. He carried it to the library, found the portable developing tank, and worked with hands that no longer felt attached to him. Beatrice watched from the doorway. "You knew this could happen," he said. "We knew someone had to remain in the place the photograph made empty. You chose me. The camera did. We only recognized why." The finished print emerged beneath the chemical wash. Celia appeared beneath the conservatory arch. Daniel stood beside her. There was no Gideon. No Eleanor. No Owen. The wet stranger had finally been acknowledged and had taken nothing with him except the man whose place had already been erased. Daniel searched for distortion, for the faint outline of another shoulder, for any defect he might restore. The photograph was flawless. Behind him, Beatrice said, "It's the first complete portrait we've ever had." His laptop still rested on the piano. He opened his accounts, contracts, and correspondence. The wedding commission was addressed to Owen Maris. Every reply beneath it had been written from Daniel's email address but signed Owen. His driver's license showed Daniel Wren's face with Owen Maris's name. His telephone contained years of messages from Celia, arguments he had never had, apologies he had never offered, holidays he had never taken. Marianne's number was gone. He found her through an old backup folder. Every restored photograph had changed again. Marianne stood beneath the church arch alone. She laughed by herself beneath the awning. She sat at the anniversary table facing an empty chair. The photographs no longer accused Daniel because they no longer admitted he had existed. In one image, Marianne's hand rested on the shoulder of empty air. Daniel enlarged it. For a moment, he saw the faint indentation of his jacket beneath her fingers. Then the pixels settled into wallpaper. Celia entered the room wearing her veil. The guests are waiting. Owen. Daniel looked from her to the portrait drying beside the sink. A photograph did not need to destroy a life. It only had to become the version everyone agreed to remember. He could run, but the road would lead to Owen's house. He could confess, but every record would confirm the confession of a frightened groom. He could destroy the camera. Yet Gideon's vacancy had already closed around him. Celia offered her hand. After a long silence, Daniel took it. The ceremony continued without interruption. Years later, Saltmere House displayed the portrait in its front hall. Visitors often remarked on the groom's unhappy expression and the curious dampness around his shoes. No one noticed the older photograph hanging opposite it, where Marianne stood beside an empty space, except on foggy evenings. Then a man slowly appeared in that space, raising one pale hand toward the glass, as if asking anyone, not to correct him. Daniel believed that removing a person from an image could remove the obligation to remember what he had done to them. Saltmere House taught him the opposite. Every erased relationship leaves a shape behind, and someone eventually has to fill it. The drowned groom was frightening not because he returned, but because the living repeatedly chose a cleaner picture over an honest one. Daniel's punishment was to receive exactly what he had created for Marianne, a life in which the evidence remained, but his identity did not. How much of our past can we edit before the edited version begins replacing us? The night is growing deeper, and our story has gently found its final page. Before we part, I simply want to thank you for sharing a little piece of your evening with me. Every listen, every quiet moment, and every return to chilly midnight reminds me that these stories have found a home with wonderful people like you. Now, it's your turn to leave the shadows behind. Let the silence become comforting instead of busy. Let your thoughts drift wherever they wish, and allow yourself the gift of doing absolutely nothing for a while. Tonight doesn't ask anything of you except to rest. I hope your pillow feels a little softer, your room a little cozier, and your heart a little more at peace than when this story began. May the hours ahead pass gently, filling you with the kind of deep, uninterrupted sleep that helps both the mind and soul begin again. When a new morning arrives, I hope it greets you with fresh energy, quiet confidence, and a reason to smile no matter how small that reason may be. Thank you for choosing to spend part of your night here, wherever you are in the world. I hope you know you're always welcome back whenever you feel like wandering through another midnight tale. Until our next late-night adventure, may kindness find you, may happiness stay close, and may every new day bring something worth looking forward to. Good night, my dear friend. Wishing you a beautiful night and a peaceful tomorrow.